All right. Get these illegal glorps out of here. Come on. We don't want an ice raid. What's the deal with the new emote? It's pretty self-explanatory, I think. You know, in my opinion. I have glorps under the floorboards. Inglorious Bastard scene. I love milk. I think he says that. I haven't seen Inglorious Bastards in like a decade. You see Trump walk back a ban of menthol cigarettes? Yeah, I saw. What's up? I saw another thing that he's walking back, except this time he's walking back his own thing. Um, he rescinded the goddamn freeze. So for those of you who aren't paying attention, and look, folks, past the point, like you got to keep up with the news yourself. Though, I mean, I am covering this. Okay, basically, I'm blaming you. Uh, the Trump administration put out an insane, like, no warning, no clarification, vague ass spending freeze that we were warned about only because of a leaked memo that came out the previous night. The spending freeze was unconstitutional. For those of you who also don't know, I love preempting with that because I feel very like condescending when I do it. You know, it's good. It's a good way to open the stream. Um, Congress sets the budget. The president spends the budget. That's the job of the president. The president has to spend the money given to him by Congress, and I say him because it's only ever going to be a man now, and he has to do so in good faith. There's a lot of wiggle room on that, but the idea of the president just flat out like freezing money given to him by Congress to spend and not spending it, it's unconstitutional. It's a violation of his constitutional responsibility. You can't refuse that spending. You have to spend it. So he has rescinded the freeze. And this freeze rollout was insane. He claimed, he and his press secretary claimed that it wouldn't affect Medicaid, but as they were saying that, the Medicaid portal went down in every state. My personal belief is that they rolled this out so quickly and so haphazardly that the people who were doing the behind the scenes work to actually implement the freeze initially hit Medicaid as well. And then they were told not to hit Social Security and Medicare, but they went ahead and hit Medicaid because that's for poor people. And then someone behind them was like, whoa, 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 hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. And they were like, okay, okay. And they backed off the Medicaid. The Medicaid portals came back up. But the whole thing behind the scenes probably so fraught with mismanagement. Just pressing buttons and seeing what happens. I mean, essentially, yeah. Medicaid is also for kids and disabled people. Well, we don't care about them either. Also caused military and DoD contracts to be temporarily frozen too. And then Carolyn Levitt, the press secretary, went out and lied about $50 million being spent on condoms in Gaza. According to Trump's press secretary, the funding freeze is not being rescinded. The OMB memo is being rescinded. What does that mean? Okay, real? Who the fuck cares what she says? The stuff she says is so disconnected from reality, it doesn't even represent the intended lie of the administration. She, at first, wouldn't say that Medicaid was being protected. Then later, she did say that Medicaid was being protected. Like, she doesn't even know which lie to keep up with from the administration. When she was being grilled by the press in her first press briefing, they were like, "Hey, is Medicaid being affected?" And she's like, "Well, Medicare and Social Security aren't being affected, and you're gay and woke and DEI." And only later on Twitter was she like, no, 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 Medicaid isn't getting affected. So who the fuck cares what she says? Are the Democrats finally waking up from their nap to meet today as well? Oh, who the fuck cares what they do? She's just doing her job as press secretary lying. Okay, but there's a difference between her lying and her not even knowing which lie to tell. Do you understand what I'm saying? If she's just lying on behalf of the administration, you can get something from that. That's consistency that you can examine and look into, you know? But the impression that I get is that, yeah, she herself is lost. Immediately, like hitting the ground running. There are no adults in the room to defer to in this administration. Everyone at the top is like MAGA. They're all insane. They're probably not even telling her what's actually happening. Yeah. Okay, so what is the Associated Press saying? Rescinds order freezing federal grants after widespread confusion. And what is she saying? Just a rescission of the OMB memo? What does that mean? She misspelled correspondent on her position announcement. Yeah, I saw that. How do you rescind the memo without rescinding the funding freeze? Is she saying that she's rescinding this specific implementation of the funding freeze? Like they're not rescinding the freeze itself, but they're rescinding... The replies are so dystopian. They're bots. Jesus. The only thing not that there's any value whatsoever in her words, but like the only thing that I can think of here is that so the OMB memo, which was leaked, was a hastily cobbled together like implementation of the president's executive order on federal funding. And I think what she's saying is that it's not a rescission of the funding freeze, it's a rescission of the memo, but the executive order still applies. The problem with this is that the memo is the funding freeze. The executive order isn't the funding freeze. The executive order is just a statement of intent from the administration. The memo described the funding freeze. So in other words, the executive order is still around, but its enforcement is being rescinded. Or in other words, it's a rescission of the funding freeze. That's the only thing I can think of that makes sense. Is it normal for stuff like this to leak? No. The White House is full of holes right now. It was during the first administration, the first Trump administration. It's going to be even more so this time because anytime they do anything, there are like 50 people in the room who are like, oh my fucking God. And then immediately run to like, I don't know, DM Ken Klippenstein or whatever. So this is basically an ass covering we did not back down statement? Yes. But the funding freeze was met with immediate challenges. A federal judge here in Seattle blocked it. It was met with lawsuits from like half of the states of the union, basically every blue state. I guess they decided this wasn't worth pushing on. How aren't they hand-selected royalists? There are hundreds of thousands of people who work in the federal government. It's there's no way around like some of this information getting leaked. I don't care what these people say. Has the actual freeze been stopped indefinitely? I mean, indefinitely, who knows what indefinitely means, right? This implementation of the freeze has been stopped, but the executive order that describes the intent to do stuff in this ballpark is still in action. But the problem is that all these executive orders are extremely fucking vague. So, you know, it could be tomorrow they just do it again. They could just do it again over and over and over and over, you know? He's so impatient. The goal at the beginning of the administration is to wear down opposition by throwing out so much crazy shit so quickly that it's impossible for people to keep up. It is the deliberate goal. You never want to slow roll stuff like this because you give people time to catch up to like every new development, you know? Yeah, you want to test the waters, you want to overwhelm people, you want people to feel hopeless, that kind of stuff. Is that from the fascist playbook? Honestly, it's just a good strategy if you want to do a lot of things quickly and you know it's going to be unpopular. Like, it's not even necessarily a fascism thing. FDR did the same thing. A lot of people didn't like FDR at first, you know, especially, you know, business folk, upper crust type. So it's like, oh, we're going to blitz that shit. First 100 days. But obviously, yeah, in this case, it's being done for fascism. FDR was initially seen as a tyrant because of how quickly he moved. God, I wish we had that kind of tyrant. Are eggs cheaper? I'm really sorry to say eggs are actually more expensive than basically ever before. I'm really sorry. Trump Criminals Island. Carl Za. Red Note 60 Minutes. Masculine energy. I'm always looking that up. What's cheaper in weight, eggs or gold? Pretty soon the American barter economy is going to be brought back to like what's that famous painting? I think it's from like the 15th century or something, and it's like a Zimbabwean king trading a block of gold for a block of salt because the salt was worth its weight in gold or so. I'm thinking of a specific painting that I saw back when I was in, I don't know, middle school. It must have been in like a history book or something. Was it from Mali? Let me see if I can find it. Because soon we're going to come back to like that, like economically, we'll be back in that time period, but with eggs. No, I don't think it was this. I don't think it was this. I remember it was a very striking painting. It stuck with me my whole life. FYI, this tweet from Jeff Stein actually speaks coherently. It's rescinding the EO. I know we're well past that, but in case you wanted to see a better source, we're not well past it. This happened like 5 minutes ago. But things can't move that quickly. The White House Budget Office has officially rescinded the order authorizing a federal freeze on grants, according to a document obtained by Washington Post. Okay, so the executive order hasn't been rescinded, which can only be rescinded via another executive order, but the White House Budget Office has rescinded their order to act on that executive order through the authorization of a federal freeze on grants. So it is a fish. Okay, yeah. It's. You get it. Has Trump executed the order to turn all incels into trans puppy girls yet? I find you guilty for Reddit, and I sentence you to 1 day to reflect on your crimes. When you come back, may you have a different set of interests and fewer knee-high socks. Mods sees their programmer socks. Is this the painting? No, it's not. No, no, no. This isn't the painting. Painting African king? Question mark. Trading gold for salt. This isn't relevant to the segment we're doing. I just remember this this painting. No, it was like they had like a block of salt that was wrapped in a beautiful rug. It was like it wasn't like a, no offense to this painter, shitty ass painting. It was like a beautiful one, you know? It looked sick. It was like, damn. That must have been some delicious salt. This one? No, you sent me an AI image. Are you kidding me? I just went to the grocery store yesterday and the cheapest dozen eggs they had were $8. That was the generic brand. The shelves were almost empty. That's crazy. But like, yeah, man, all the fucking egg-laying chickens have been slaughtered. Why do we all feel so passive? How to organize some kind of resistance to this madness? Peblo, if you were going to organize resistance to this madness, you wouldn't be asking rhetorical questions in a live streamer's dedicated site chat. The people who are actually prone to doing that sort of thing would already be out there on the street, making friends, cutting deals, and organizing protests. I'm just saying, okay? I'm just saying. It's you know, it's I get a lot. Fair enough. You have a good spirit, okay? Most people would not respond after that. You know, you gotta, the rhetorical question asking doesn't help anyone, you know? Damn, now that painting's gonna be in my head like all day. Hopefully one of you guys finds it, like, out of curiosity. Okay, so let's wrap this segment up, okay? I want to celebrate this as a win because it is objectively like the first big walkback of the Trump administration. I really want to celebrate this as a win. At the same time, I can't help but wonder if they're not just going to do it again in like 5 days. Like, they could just do it again. I really don't think people understand how few actual checks there are on power when the people in power are acting in bad faith. You know? They could just do, like, what are you going to do? He's criminally immune. You're not going to impeach him. The Republicans will never sign off on his impeachment. So what's going to happen? Do whatever the fuck he wants. If the freeze is undone, it allows me to pick up my medication. I kind of need this W. Yeah, no, I'm not saying don't take the dubs where you can get them. I'm just saying, like, you know, make sure you get your meds quickly in anticipation of the second freeze that's going to come out in 3 days, okay? Don't hold out in that. They're going to try again for sure. This is classic corpo, do the bad thing, walk it back after outcry, then do a slightly less visible version of the bad thing after adjusting public expectation. Yeah. It's why whenever, like, your significant other is coming home and you forgot to take out the trash like you said, you should shit on the floor. And then when they get back and they're like, what the fuck? Why'd you do that? And then there's like a whole hubbubaloo about that, but they totally forget about the, you know, the trash that hasn't been taken out. True, this is how I keep my relationship. Yeah, I'm actually a student of the Dan Henschel psychiatry school where of how to keep your relationships. Some of the best comedy ever put to theater, I gotta say. Is that getting into the segment? Yes. You know the task editors. Sec. There. I anonymously sent her death threats online, then comfort her when she cries to me about them. Another student of the Dan Henschel School of having relationships. So good. So good. What's that one that made a bunch of people freak out? I saw it on the repost. The guy who was like, you don't know how hard it is being the less loving person in the relationship. How it feels to have a partner who loves you way more than you love them. Getting a message from them and seeing how long you can wait to respond before they get upset or whatever. Like the like little documentary, the way it was shot and everything. It was a good ass bit. It was a good ass bit. Elaborate. You want to look at that as like a buffer before we go into the 3-hour RFK Jr. hearing where you have to hear his scratchy ass voice? Okay. He has so many bits. How would I find the right one? It's got to be in the banned TikTok compilation manipulating and gaslighting, right? That's got to have it, right?
Why don't we stay in tonight? We can order takeout. We'll just have a chill night at home. Then begin the interrogation with what's called the direct or positive confrontation. Tell them you have evidence that they cheated.
I don't think it's in this one.
Proceed by shifting the blame. You can shift it towards yourself and say, I know I haven't been a very good partner, so I understand why you would need more than I've been giving you. Every single time. What they don't know is I'm the one taking this stuff and putting it in a slightly different place than where they left it. Did you check in your pants pocket from yesterday? This makes them feel like I'm smarter than them. Okay, I got it. That's where it was. Which I am, because if they kept track of their stuff, they know I was doing that in the first place. Here's how to find out if somebody cares about you or not. The relationship Place an object somewhere you know the person will see it. Then tell them you lost it. Hey, I lost my phone charger, like the brick. So if you see it, can you let me know? Yeah. If they find it in the obvious location and remember to tell you, did you find my phone charger by any chance? Yeah, it was by the sink. You know they care about you. But if they don't, no, I haven't seen it. It's right here. What do I have to do to get you to care about me at all? Here's how I tricked my partner into thinking they have a sleepwalking problem. I'll be back by 10, probably.
Is this it? Yeah, we can't watch all of these, okay? How I make my partner love me more? No. It's like how it feels to have a partner who loves you more than you love them. Here's how I make my partner love me more. Whenever I go out of town, I secretly replace all the coffee in our house with decaf. While I'm gone, they start to experience caffeine withdrawal. This makes them depressed, irritable, and agitated. Then when I get home, I switch it back to regular, so they feel good again. They don't know the coffee was different. They only know that I was gone. So they think they felt bad because I wasn't there. You have to be careful about which Dan Henschel bits you play on stream. That's all I'm going to say. Friends' contact names to be, I guess. This way, they always feel like they're letting me down. This is how I tricked my girlfriend into proving she would cheat on me. For this, I needed to use her phone, which eventually I realized I could do while she was asleep by putting a picture of her face on a basketball. Oh, I went in and changed all of her ex-boyfriend's contact names to be fake numbers in my phone, so that if she texted them, it would go to me. Next, I had to find out which ex she was on the best terms with. So I looked up movies with characters that had her ex-boyfriend's names, and I watched them with her until I found which ex's name prompted her to text them. Then I pretended to be this ex, and I tentatively floated the idea of meeting at a specific time and place. Then I went into her phone again and changed the contacts back to the originals. This way she would unknowingly confirm the original meeting I had set up with the actual ex. Because I knew where the meeting was, I went there and caught her with him, and I dumped her. Here's how to make your partner love you more. Start getting them flowers. Okay, hold on. This is my favorite one.
What it's like to love your partner less than they love you. It's always feeling like a terrible person and not knowing why. It's seeing their notification and rolling your eyes. Ever done for them.
Fucking love it. It's unimaginable psychic damage to people with emotional issues. It's great. It's like a fucking force multiplier. Hold on, I'm actually getting a text from my partner, and after that bit, I really don't want to be seen not immediately responding to them. Just give me a second, okay? I kind of can't, like, delay on that one. I'm glad he's laughing at his own jokes. No, my partner was like, you don't have to respond right now. I know you're streaming. And I was like, if you see this bit on stream later, you'll know why I responded immediately. Now that I'm thinking about it, now they're probably going to think something's wrong. And I'm like airing personal relationship stuff on stream because that's kind of implied by the way I responded to what they said. So now I'm sort of hoping they'll just check out that section of the stream rather than asking me, wait, what's wrong or something. It's so over. It's so over. But we've got to watch more Dan Henschel to help me learn how to dig myself out of this hole. Okay. All right, that's a good bit. Just add a lol at the end and you're good. True. That's so fucking good, man. Have you seen the stuff about the interest rate? Yeah, we literally just watched a YouTube short about when the interest rate between you and your partner is unequal. All right. Close this, close that, close this, close that, close this, close that. Don't need that, don't need this, don't need that, don't need this. Okay. Have you seen this yet? Okay, stream just started. Cover the USDA inspector getting removed from office by security. I'm trying my best over here, okay? But yeah, this is pretty insane. Former USDA Inspector General defies Trump order, escorted from her office. So yeah, Trump fired a bunch of inspectors general because he's evil and he likes it when bad things happen. I don't know. Fucking whatever. Department of Agriculture, Inspector General, escorted out of her office. Please tell me we have video of this. Why do you have the image? Breaking news. Okay. A 22-year veteran of the department had informed colleagues she planned on staying despite the White House's decision to terminate her on Friday, arguing the administration had not followed proper protocols, according to her sources, which is probably true. Physically escorted out, but no video of it? Jesus. Well, that's all I can really do while covering. I don't know what else I can cover about it. Oh, man. Is it not Inspector Generals? No, General is an adjective. It's Inspectors General. It's like a fancy term. It's British or something. I don't know. Scientists haven't figured it out yet. All right. Speaking of the USDA... Look at this ugly motherfucker. Look at this ugly piece of shit. Here we go. Yeah. God, he dresses like shit. All right, let's get ahead. Let's get ahead. I have to say, a lot of my analysis of the current administration has been based on the assertion that they're like callously raping the country and pillaging it for all of its wealth in like a myopic attempt to inflate the value of maybe 5 people on Earth. My like theory for why RFK Jr. is where he is and what he is, I don't have one yet apart from Death Cult. I'm afraid that's all I have on this one. For basically every other cabinet position, I have explanations. For this one, I think it's just like, what if we were evil to be evil? Like, what if we were evil and crazy for fun? That's my current, you know, that's my current theory on this, I guess. Loyalty? He's not even remotely loyal. He made an offer to the Democrats to turn over to them if they gave him a cabinet position if they won. He's not even remotely loyal. The only thing that I can think of is that he just appeals to a specific contingent of the conspiracy crowd that got really big after COVID, and they really wanted that kind of like potentially center-leaning conspiracy group on their side. That's the only thing I could think of. Like all the people who are insane about vaccines, about, you know, GMOs, about all that crap, you know? I think that like maybe... It might have just been that. Like, it might have just been, like, we just want to appeal to these crazy people. And it worked.
Good morning. This hearing will come to order.
Got his ass.
I thank my colleagues and Mr. Kennedy for being here today. Mr. Kennedy, congratulations on your nomination. Throughout this process, Mr. Kennedy, you have been accessible
That's the
to
best his
members and
voice has ever
staff on
sounded.
both sides of the aisle and have demonstrated strong commitment to fulfilling the responsibilities of this role. The Department of Health and Human Services oversees our nation's largest healthcare programs, providing coverage for nearly 2 in every 5 Americans. Improving Medicare, Medicaid, and CHIP, among other initiatives, presents challenges, especially in the face of a rapidly aging population, stubbornly high costs, and persistent barriers to access. However, this also provides us an opportunity to deliver bold, transformative solutions. As a committee, we share a commitment to advancing common sense, bipartisan policies that improve the delivery of health care in this country. This committee has worked to realign incentives in the prescription drug supply chain, to enhance access in rural communities, to expand the availability of telehealth and improve the broken clinician payment structure. Across these and other issues, I look forward to working with the administration to continue pursuing meaningful reforms that serve the American people more effectively and more efficiently. Too often, patients encounter a healthcare system that is disjointed and is a dysfunctional maze. Complex and bureaucratic chutes and ladders have become the norm. Meanwhile, even as healthcare spending climbs, outcomes across a range of conditions continue to decline.
I need a photographer's jacket.
Mr. Kennedy, if confirmed, you will have the opportunity to chart a new and better course for the federal approach to tackling both the drivers and the consequences of our ailing healthcare system. Your commitment to combating chronic conditions that drive healthcare costs will be critical to our success. Prioritizing disease prevention and addressing the factors that fuel conditions such as diabetes, cardiovascular disease, metabolic disease, Alzheimer's disease, COPD, and cancer will save lives, reduce costs, and build a healthier, stronger country. Private sector breakthroughs from groundbreaking cancer medications to curative gene therapies also offer hope. But misguided government initiatives and market volatility risk eroding American leadership in life-saving R&D. Your advocacy for healthcare transparency has the potential to empower consumers across the country, promoting competition to enhance quality.
Messages from my beloved partner. Okay, I love you. Pause. Okay, I saw the bit. I know your tricks now. Unequal interest rate, huh? It's over. I'm cooked. All of my years of studying from the Henschel School of Relationship Management. They're gonna know all about the shitting on the ground to not get in trouble over not taking out the trash bit. Bumbled. I gotta find someone new.
While cutting excessive spending for patients and for taxpayers. Today's hearing will provide a forum to hear more about your vision, particularly for the federal programs under this committee's jurisdiction. Mr. Kennedy, you represent a voice for an inspiring coalition of Americans who are deeply committed to improving the health and well-being of our nation. Regardless of political party, everyone in this room shares a common recognition that our current system has fallen short, as well as a common desire to make our country healthier. I look forward to today's conversation as well as your testimony, Mr. Kennedy. And now I recognize Senator Wyden for his opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The question before the Finance Committee this morning is whether Robert F. Kennedy should be trusted with the health and well-being of the American people. Committee staff have examined thousands of pages of statements, books, and podcast transcripts in a review.
By the way, Vosh, is it just me or have the words common sense become a thought-terminating cliche from fascists? Always have been. Always have been. The term common sense literally just means, like, don't think about it. That's all it's ever meant for all of history. It has always been the preferred thought-terminating cliche, or one of them, for fascists.
Record. The receipts show that Mr. Kennedy has embraced conspiracy theories, quacks, charlatans, especially when it comes to the safety and efficacy of vaccines. He has made it his life's work to sow doubt and discourage parents from getting their kids life-saving vaccines. It has been lucrative for him and put him on the verge of immense power. This is the profile of someone who chases money and influence wherever they lead, even if that may mean the tragic deaths of children and other
Is there a
vulnerable
chance he gets
people.
denied? Yes. Of
Now,
all
Mr. Kennedy
of
is fond of saying he's not
potential
making
appointees,
recommendations
there is a chance with him.
about whether parents should vaccinate their children. He's just asking questions and giving people choices. It's a slippery tactic to dodge any real responsibility for his words and actions. And it is, in my view, absurd coming from somebody who's trying to win confirmation for a job that is entirely about making recommendations. These recommendations are going to have life or death consequences for the American people. Mr. Kennedy, if you are confirmed, your recommendations determine which vaccines senior citizens get for
RFK
free
Jr.?
through Medicare.
Is he the one breathing
Your
like Darth
recommendation
Vader and
will
like
determine which
grumbling his
vaccines are
throat
given
into
to
the mic?
millions
He's the
of
least
kids.
healthy looking man I've ever seen in my life.
Peddling these anti-vaccine conspiracy theories as our chief health officer is going to endanger the lives of kids and seniors across the nation. Just look at what happened when Mr. Kennedy inserted himself into an anti-vaccination crisis in the island nation of Samoa.
I've heard of this.
He traveled there himself to push his views and pour fuel on the fire of a measles outbreak that began due to low vaccination rates. In the end, 83 Samoans died, mostly kids, from a disease that is easily preventable. Americans cannot afford to import this experiment to our great nation. On other healthcare matters, from abortion to universal healthcare, Mr. Kennedy has changed his views so often it is nearly impossible to know where he stands on so many of the basic issues that impact.
RFK's billionaire friend threatens to primary people who don't vote. Yeah, this has happened. Charlie Kirk was posting the same thing. Elon Musk was posting the same thing.
Hey,
Do like Republicans feel at all concerned that their own voted in representatives are being like threatened at all to confirm these appointments?
And tomorrow is a pivotal moment in our nation's history. At 10 a.m. Eastern Time, RFK will sit in front of the Senate Finance Committee for his confirmation hearing to be our nation's next Secretary of Health and Human Services. I urge everyone to call their U.S. senators over the following days and demand they vote yes on Bobby's nomination. He is more than qualified. He's proven, principled, and prepared to lead. I'll share a list below of key senators. If they represent your state, they need to hear from you. If they don't, please call your own senator and ask them to vote yes. We need as many votes as we can get. So this hasn't been widely reported, but in 2020, I cut large checks to Chuck Schumer to help Democrats flip 2 Senate seats in Georgia from red to blue. The 2 candidates I helped elect, Senator Raphael Warnock and Senator John Ossoff, please know I will be watching your votes very closely. I will make it my personal mission that you lose your seats in the Senate if you vote against the future health of America's children.
I guess it's just kind of embarrassing that in a world where it's easier than ever to get away with corruption behind the scenes, people like this feel the need to flex it publicly. Like 150 years ago, this would have been considered like bad, right? Like even in the days of Tammany Hall or whatever else, like, hear ye, local mogul and railroad owner threatens, to outbid any opponent who refuses to go along with, like, it's just, like you're supposed to do this behind the scenes. Why be open with it? Like, what? It's just all so obvious now.
And more than that, I also want to say to Senators Mitch McConnell, Lindsey Graham, Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins, Bill Cassidy, Tom Tillis, James Lankford, Cory Booker, John Fetterman, Bernie Sanders.
Russia-style oligarchy? Okay, but the problem with that is I'm pretty sure in Russia, the oligarchs aren't posting videos like this. That's the thing. Like, I could be wrong, but I think that in Russia, the oligarchs mostly just, like, they have meetings, and they're like, yes, we'll do the evil thing, or whatever. I don't think they're posting videos to Instagram where they're like, hey, just to let you guys know, like, I can buy anything I want, and I have bought political support. Like, I don't know. It's just like, it's whatever.
Americans' daily lives. In a gobsmacking statement of irresponsibility, in November 2023, Mr. Kennedy said that he wanted to pause infectious disease research for 8 years.
It is insane how unhealthy RFK Jr. looks. Look at him.
Mr. Kennedy has
His
indicated he's
breathing,
open
look
to
at him
restricting
blinking.
access to the abortion
He's, like,
medication
dying.
mifepristone, which remains a primary target of the Republican crusade against reproductive freedom. I took this on back in 1990 when I chaired the first congressional hearing on the topic. The science was clear then. It's even clearer today. Mifepristone is safe. The only reason it's under question in 2025 is because people with a political agenda have been out lying about it. Women deserve to know if Mr. Kennedy will abuse his power as our country's chief health officer to essentially implement a national abortion ban by restricting access to the safe and legal medication. Meanwhile, as the Trump budget office threw the Medicaid program into chaos yesterday, Republicans in Congress are proposing deep cuts to the program that will rip away health care for millions of Americans who count on this vital lifeline. Cuts to Medicaid of this magnitude are going to jack up the cost of health insurance. It'll shutter nursing homes and rural hospitals, deprive seniors and Americans with disabilities of home-based care. That approach amounts to handing over our nation's health system to for-profit insurance companies who've made a fortune delaying and denying care. Mr. Kennedy has virtually no knowledge or experience in handling these issues. It leaves him unprepared to take on a crisis like the nation witnessed yesterday when the Trump budget office shut down the federal Medicaid payment portal. After a careful review of Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s statements, actions, and views, materials that I have reviewed personally and closely,
God almighty, this is
I've
gonna be a
reached the
rough
conclusion
stream.
that
I'm
he
sorry,
should not be
guys.
entrusted with the health and well-being of the American people. When he's taken every side of every issue, how can this committee and the American people believe he has anything to say? Let me close by saying I believe more strongly than ever, and I have specialized in healthcare during my time in public service, that we're a turning point with regard to healthcare in America. If there's one word to describe Americans' feelings towards the healthcare system, it's disillusioned. At every single turn, people feel like they're rolling a load of dice, loaded dice, when they try to get healthcare. Americans are justifiably angry, fed up, and tired of a system that puts profits over patients. Instead of debating meaningful ways to improve Americans' health care, now the committee is being forced to relitigate settled science about vaccines and whether or not the federal government should help Americans get affordable health care. I know where Democrats on this Finance Committee stand when it comes to an agenda to
rough,
lower
man.
costs and improve care. I must say, I cannot say the same about the nominee sitting in front of me. And let me acknowledge, finally, Mr. Chairman, Terry Mills from Portland, Oregon, who is here to represent Nurses for America, and I'd like to enter a statement from her organization into the record at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection. Thank you, Ranking
Like him
Member
talking
Wyden.
is going to be a break from
Mr.
this,
Kennedy,
you know?
in a few moments, you will be given the opportunity to make your opening statement and respond to these attacks and other questions that the members of this committee have. I would say that with regard to the attack on Medicaid that we just heard, that was a false attack. It's been proven false overnight. The Medicaid portal is operating efficiently today and was never intended to be shut.
They all went down right after the freeze came into effect. They probably just hastily unfroze it.
Down.
Immediately, like, damage control for the current administration.
Gentleman yield, since he's mentioned my name. There was a significant amount of time yesterday where there was bedlam across the country over the status of the Medicaid portals. I hope it's being corrected, but there were problems all through the day.
There certainly were attacks yesterday. The problem has been clarified, and the Medicaid portal is fully operational as we speak. Mr. Kennedy, before I turn the time over to you to share your opening statement, I would like to give you a brief introduction. The son of Senator Robert F. Kennedy and nephew of President John F. Kennedy, Robert Kennedy Jr. has been an advocate for consumers since 1985. After graduating from Harvard University, Mr. Kennedy studied at the London School of Economics and received his law degree from the University of Virginia Law School and a master's degree in environmental law from Pace University. He has founded 2 advocacy groups and has spent the last 40 years working to restore and protect children's health. He was a former independent candidate in the 2024 presidential election, and President Trump nominated him this year to be or in November of 2024, to be the HHS secretary. In announcing his nomination, President Trump stated, Mr. Kennedy will restore these agencies to the traditions of gold standard scientific research and beacons of transparency, and end the chronic disease epidemic and make America great and healthy again. Before you give your opening statement, Mr. Kennedy, I have 4 obligatory questions that we ask all nominees before this committee. First, is there anything that you are aware of in your background that might present a conflict of interest with the duties of the office to which you have been nominated?
All right. No, Mr. Chairman.
There we go.
Do you know of any reason, personal or otherwise, that would in any way prevent you from fully and honorably discharging the responsibilities of the office to which you have been nominated?
No, I do not.
Do you agree without reservation to respond to any reasonable summons to appear and testify before any duly constituted committee of Congress if you are confirmed?
Yes, I do.
And finally, do you commit to providing a prompt response in writing to any questions addressed to you by any senator of this committee?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. And before you begin, if you would like to, you may introduce your wife and children.
Yes. My wife, Cheryl Hines, is here. My daughter, Kit Kennedy, my son, Bobby Kennedy, his wife, Amaryllis Fox Kennedy, and my nephew, Jackson Hines, is here too.
We welcome you all. Thank you. You may proceed with your statement.
Is this necessary? It's to humanize him, which is important because he doesn't look or sound human.
Ranking Member Wyden, and members of this distinguished committee, I'm humbled to be sitting here today as President Trump's nominee to oversee the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. I want to thank President Trump for entrusting me to deliver on his promise to make America healthy again. I also want to thank Cheryl and Kik and Bobby and all of my other children who are here today, and all the many members of my large extended family for the love that they have so generously shared. Ours has always been a family that has been involved in public service, and I look forward to continuing that tradition. My journey into the issue of health began with my career as an environmental attorney, working with hunters and fishermen and mothers in the small town in the Hudson Valley and along the Hudson River. I learned very early on that human health and environmental injuries are intertwined.
Did he always have these facial spasms? At least as much as I can remember, yeah. Why is he shaking so much? Because he's a roid addict. He's insanely, like, he probably has like an Alex Jones tier back end pharmaceutical habit plus roids.
Same chemicals that kill fish make people sick also. Today, Americans overall...
He was also a heroin addict for a long time. You can barely tell.
Health is in grievous condition. Over 70% of adults and a third of children are overweight or obese. Diabetes is 10 times more prevalent than it was during the 1960s. Cancer among young people is rising by 1 or 2% a year. Autoimmune diseases, neurodevelopmental disorders, Alzheimer's, asthma, ADHD.
Dude's ripped his fuck at 71. Okay, I've seen his lifts on where he's promoting his strength or whatever. He's not that strong. It's roids. Like, with proper development, taking a bunch of roids can make you stronger. But if you just take a fuckload of roids and, like, work out occasionally, you can have big, beefy, striated muscles and still not be that strong. It's just, there's nothing about him that's healthy.
Depression, addiction, and a host of other physical and mental health conditions are all on the rise, some of them exponentially. The United States has worse health than any other developed nation, yet we spend more on healthcare, at least double, and in some cases triple, as other countries. Last year, we spent $4.8 trillion, not counting the indirect costs of missed work. That's almost a fifth of GDP. It's tantamount to a 20% tax on the entire economy. No wonder America has trouble competing with countries that pay a third of what we do for health and have better outcomes and a healthier workforce. And I don't want to make this...
Remember, the key pitch of fascist movements is to identify some real problems and then pitch bogus solutions while getting people to focus on other... Like, do you genuinely think RFK Jr. is here to cut medication prices? Donald Trump literally just revoked the executive order that would have reduced the price of medications for people on Medicare. That ain't what he's here for.
Too much about money. It's the human tragedy that moves us to care. President Trump has promised to restore America's global strength and to restore the American dream, but he understands we can't be a strong nation when our people are so sick. A healthy person has 1,000 dreams. A sick person has only one. Today, over half of our countrymen and women are chronically ill. When I met with President Trump last summer,
Turns out he has spasmodic dysphonia. That's why he talks like that. You want to know a secret? You can be ableist him about it. You know why? Because if there was a Democratic nominee for HHS secretary, Republicans would show videos of them talking and looking like this and go, wow, you really want this guy to head the HHS? I don't give a fuck. Do whatever you want. They absolutely would. Are you kidding me? Who gives a shit?
Covered that he is more than just concerned for this tragic situation, but genuine care. President Trump is committed to restoring the American dream, and 77 million Americans
he looks unhealthy
a
for other
mandate
reasons,
to him to do just that, due in part to the embrace and elevation of the Make America Healthy Again movement. This movement, led largely by Maha moms from every state, and you can see many of them behind us today, and in the hallways and in the lobbies, is one of the most transcendent and powerful movements I've ever seen. I promise President Trump that if confirmed, I will do everything in my power to put the health of Americans back on track. And I've been greatly heartened to discover a deep level of care among members of this committee too, both Democrats and Republicans. I came away from our conversations confident that we can put aside our divisions for the sake of a healthier America. For a long time, the nation has been locked in a divisive healthcare debate about who pays. Well, when healthcare costs reach 20%, there are no good options, only bad ones. Shifting the burden around between government and corporations and insurers and providers and families is like rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. Our country will sink beneath a sea of desperation and debt if we don't change the course and ask why are healthcare costs so high in the first place. The obvious answer is chronic disease. The CDC says 90% of healthcare spending goes toward managing chronic disease, which hits lower income Americans the hardest. The president's pledge is not to make some Americans healthy again, but to make all of our people healthy again.
His speech is loaded with metaphors because he has no real solutions. I mean, it is kind of nice though to have this like easy reminder of how obvious the way you would need to pitch these solutions to the American people are, like what the roadmap looks like, how you need to talk to get people interested, and Democrats just refuse to. Democrats don't talk about any of this shit because they're not going to do anything about it either, but they're not as willing to be dishonest about their interests, you know? Like, within the language of the charlatan, there lies, at the very least, if nothing else, people's interest, you know? What people want to hear.
There is no single culprit in chronic disease. Much as I have criticized certain industries and agencies, President Trump and I understand that most of their scientists and experts genuinely care about American health. Therefore, we will bring together all stakeholders in pursuit of this unifying goal. Before I conclude, I want to make sure the committee is clear about a few things. News reports have claimed that I'm anti-vaccine or anti-industry. I am neither. I am pro-safety.
We'll have order.
Waiting on that
Please
one.
proceed, Mr. Kennedy.
I am pro-safety. I worked for years to raise awareness about the mercury
What'd she say? That you
and
are.
toxic
You are
chemicals in
anti-vaccine.
fish, and nobody called me anti-fish. And I believe that that vaccines play a critical role in healthcare. All of my kids are vaccinated. I've written many books on vaccines.
Jesus Christ, he literally looks like, it's like disgusting to look at. I'm sorry, a dark woke ableism, I can do it. He's shaking after that, holy shit. He's like a cocktail of neuroses, drug addictions, brain worms. It's like, it's repulsive. You know, soon to be our Secretary of Health and Human Services.
book in 2014. The first line of it is, I am not anti-vaccine, and the last line is, I am not anti-vaccine. Nor am I the enemy of food producers. American farms are the bedrock of our culture, of our politics, of our national security. I was a 4-H kid, and I spent my summer working on ranches. I went to work with our farmers. I want to work with our farmers and food producers to remove burdensome regulations and unleash American ingenuity. MAHA simply cannot succeed without a partnership of full.
But also how to get Americans to buy into his silliness. The British chef Jamie Oliver tried to redo school lunches. Okay, watch the Folding Ideas video on Jamie Oliver. That guy's a classist piece of shit, unironically. There's nothing wrong with nuggies, okay? Don't take away the goddamn nuggies. Also, people who like RFK Jr., people who really like him, are conspiracy nuts. They're not just like everyday Republicans or whatever. He's appealing to a wedge here, you know?
Partnership of American farmers.
What's MAHA? Make America
In my
healthy again.
advocacy, I've often disturbed the status quo by asking uncomfortable questions. Well, I'm not going to apologize for that. We have massive health problems in this country that we must face honestly. And the first thing I've done every morning for the past 20 years is to get on my knees and pray to God that he would put me in a position to end the chronic disease epidemic and to help America's children. That's why I'm so grateful to President Trump for the opportunity to sit before you today and seek your support and partnership in this endeavor. I will conclude with a promise. The members of this committee, to the president, and to all the tens of millions of parents across America, especially the moms, who have propelled this issue to center stage. Should I be so privileged as to be confirmed, we will make sure our tax dollars support healthy foods. We will scrutinize the chemical additives in our food supply. We will remove financial conflicts of interest from our agencies. We will create an honest, unbiased, gold standard science at HHS, accountable to the president, to Congress, and to the American people. We will reverse the chronic disease epidemic and put the nation back on the
He
road
looks
to
like a
good health.
sentient fungus puppeting a boiled leather handbag. He really does. That's a good one. That's good. I agree.
Thank you.
This morning, people were asking the stupidest questions about fluoride and NPR. We are so cooked. That would actually be amazing content. The radio call-ins. Do you have a link to that? Is there like a transcript of that online or a like a recording? You should link that.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy.
What's a chronic disease epidemic? Basically, it's like everyone in America is fat and retarded, which is true. And it is a real problem that you're all fat and retarded. I just don't think RFK Jr. is going to fix that. I think that we should mostly like get you guys outside a little bit, have you roam out the pasture, you know. I'm not fat. Suspiciously specific denial there. RFK's application to Harvard is peak nepotism. Oh God, of course. He's a Kennedy. Absolutely.
Mr. Kennedy, I will begin. Each of us will have 5 minutes to ask you questions, and then at the conclusion of the hearing, if there are further questions, there will be an opportunity for those questions to be submitted to you, and I ask that you respond to them promptly. Mr. Kennedy, you have emphasized the importance of nutrition in preventing and managing chronic disease, improving health outcomes, and reducing health costs. I share your interest in the relationship between our diet and our
Darth Vader
well-being.
breathing. I'm sorry.
And if confirmed, I look forward to partnering with you on those efforts. Would you share with the committee why you are passionate about the nutrition-oriented disease prevention and what you have learned?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I had 11 brothers and sisters. I had dozens of first cousins.
I'd like to gain 15 to 20 pounds of muscle. You know, that's a lot of muscle, right? Like 15, the difference of 15 to 20 pounds of lean muscle is like the difference between a person who doesn't work out at all and a person who has like a muscular build. Like that's a lot of muscle. Well, good luck.
I was raised in a time where we did not have a chronic disease epidemic. When my uncle was president, 2% of American kids had chronic disease. Today, 66% have chronic disease. We spend zero on chronic disease during the Kennedy administration. Today, we spend $4.3 trillion a year. With 77% of our kids cannot qualify for military service. When I was a kid, the typical pediatrician would see one case of diabetes in his or her life.
Define chronic disease. Fat and retarded. You need me to keep saying it? Like you're overweight, diabetes, fucking any kind of shit. You've all got something, okay? I've got your asses, all right?
Time, 40 or 50 year career. 1 out of every 3 kids who walks through his office door is diabetic or pre-diabetic. And the most recent data from NIH shows 38% of teens are diabetic or pre-diabetic. Autism rates have gone from 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 1,500, depending on what studies you look at. In my generation today, 70-year-old men, 1 in 34 in my kids' generation. We've seen this explosion of autoimmune disease, of allergic diseases. This is not just a economic issue. It's not just a national security issue. It is a spiritual issue, and it is a moral issue. We cannot live up to our role as an exemplary nation, as a moral authority around the world, and we're writing off an entire generation of kids.
Thank you very much. And if confirmed, how could we work
The
together?
irony of this, when his aunt was committed and lobotomized, not a chronic disease. Yeah, because back then, if you had a peanut allergy, you just died when they gave you PB&J. Your throat started swelling up, and your dad would come over and slap you on the back and tell you to stop being such a fairy, and then you'd die there, and people would be like, "Oh, well, we have more kids now." This shit gets like medically tracked, not like it used to. I do agree on the autism and ADHD thing. I don't think vaccines cause autism. I think modern society causes autism. It's not a chemical thing. Autism is just what happens to your brain when you have no friends, don't go outside, you watch cartoons all day. One of the cartoons you watch is My Little Pony's Friendship is Magic. You go into Google that at 12 and find pornography of it. Your brain chemistry is instantly rewired, and the rest of your life is spent drawing like increasingly graphic imitations of the stuff that you saw that imprinted onto your mind when you were a child. I think that autism is caused by like environmental factors. I'm not really a big vaccine autism. It sounds like I'm cooking up a joke right now. I'm not joking. I do think that's why you all are fat and retarded, basically. So that, and it's not good. I think people should probably like engage a little bit more socially, I feel. It's probably good. Same with ADHD. Dude, everyone has ADHD now. You notice that? Like people who think this, read Foucault, okay? But not too closely. Because he was French. Like everyone has ADHD now. It's the fucking environment. Everyone's got smartphones. It's true. The idea that like, oh, your brain chemistry and the way you respond to environmental stimuli is just hard written into the code of your brain and can't be changed, so there's no way for an autistic person to become unautistic or an unautistic person to become autistic, that's bullshit. Why does anyone think that's true? Your brain is literally a machine that's designed to change in response to environmental stimuli, and then people are like, well, no, actually, the only way you can get ADHD is if you're born with the wiring in a given way. And then that's it. And it's always that way. Like, no, of course not. But it's not vaccines that do it. Why the fuck would vaccines do it? Are you claiming there's a cure for autism? Yeah, going outside. Sometimes. It's an exacerbation of a normal variation in human brain chemistry? Yeah. Wait, is he joking? Read Foucault! You are too bought in on the medicalization of the human mind, that everything's categorized and in separate boxes or whatever. ADHD is 100% genetic. Brain structure is genetic. The brain is complicated. Everyone is like a complex tapestry, you know, a set of sliders and a million different variables. ADHD, autism, basically every condition that you can get, they're all just like exacerbations of existing variants. And that variance can change over your life. Of course it can. This is factual. We understand this physically, right? Some people might have a physical propensity for building a lot of, say, muscle on their shoulders, you know? Like some people are born and they just have strong shoulders. Like that's just genetics. Other people are born with weaker shoulders. But we don't categorize people in like, sorry, you're a weak shoulder kin and a strong shoulder kin, and there's no way for one to become the other. A person with weak shoulders can work out, and some of them can end up getting shoulders that would, you know, be the envy of people who are born with strong shoulders. And there are people who are born with strong shoulders that can let that shit atrophy, and their shoulders get weak. ADHD is 80 to 90% genetic. Wait till you find out what fat and muscle distribution are. Sorry, I'm right. You're wrong. Goodbye. It's not vaccines.
To integrate nutrition-based interventions into our healthcare programs like Medicaid and Medicare.
I'm sorry, wait. Autistic and ADHD brains are literally shaped different. You're actually cooked. All brains are shaped different. You're talking about like a wide set of characteristics. You're talking about averages. Unironically, you guys talk about neuroatypicality the way transphobes talk about sex. Men have no fat tissue on their breast. Women do. Well, it's a little bit more complicated than that. And there are a variety of chemical and environmental stimuli that can change that in one direction or the other. No, they're different. You're not a doctor? You're right. Unlike doctors, I've gotten my my medical information on the subject from sources more recent than like the 1970s. Chad is always wrong. Never forget. In clinical psychology, there's a model called the biopsychosocial model, and it's basically the most applicable model for every disorder. Chad still hasn't caught on to the fact that the diagnosis criteria for all of these conditions is meeting social checkboxes. They're like, no, man, they're like innate, super ultra intrinsic characteristics. Never mind the fact the way they're diagnosed is by like determining whether or not it influences your life, which is a social and subjective criteria set. No. Can I have an example of how sensory processing issues can be created by environment? Yeah, easily. If you don't go outside very often, you're less used to sensory processing. That's the easiest thing in the world. Yeah, if you go out, yes, if you go outside often and you expose yourself to lots of new things, then you're a lot more used to that. And if you don't, you're not. That's literally true. That manifests physically. So you're saying autism is just a skill issue? I'm saying life is a skill issue, okay? Don't be stupid. But autistic people can't really overcome that normally. I genuinely, you're gonna make me side with RFK Jr. It's you go from like basically no one in society having autism to like 1 in 5 of you motherfuckers having autism or ADHD, and people are like, no, it's just genetically it went up or something. I don't know. The scientists haven't figured it out yet. There was a genetic bottleneck, and suddenly everyone got ADHD. Dude, come on. We're able to diagnose it now? No, that's not actually the consensus on the issue. It does seem like people are getting it more. More people are meeting the criteria. Do you not think... Okay, literally, go over the diagnosis criteria for ADHD. Go over it, like look at it, the boxes you have to check, and ask yourself, is it possible that there are any changes in society that might make more people meet these criteria? And if yes, why are you arguing with me? Internet access IMO? True. This is retarded? I mean, yeah, that's why I have to argue with you guys over this. It's a real problem. That's why RFK Jr. is talking about it. He's lying about the solution and the nature of the problem. Symptoms of inattention have to be present for at least 6 months. Symptoms, here we go. DSM-5 criteria for ADHD diagnosis. Let's see if any of these could possibly be altered due to environmental stimuli. Vosh, read a scientific paper, challenge impossible. Listen, you can be smug or correct. I'm sorry, you can be smug and correct, okay? You can't be smug and incorrect, all right? You have to watch it, man. You have to watch it. Often fails to give close attention to details or makes careless mistakes in schoolwork, at work, or other activities. So, guys, do you think this is an innate biological characteristic, or do you think it's possible that environmental factors, such as the presence of stuff that rewards, like, short attention spans, like, I don't know, TikToks or whatever, the internet broadly, can this be changed? Can this be changed in a person? It can be changed in a person? Okay. Please look up the definition of neurodevelopmental disorder. I'm begging you right now. I don't understand why you guys... You know what I hate about you guys? You're weak. You refuse to believe that you have any role or responsibility in who you are as a person. People love to throw their hands up in the air and go, there's nothing I can do. It's very frustrating. A lot of you people could have much better lives if you just took hold of the reins, you know? A neurodevelopmental disorder is a disability that affects the brain and nervous system. I am looking at it right now. What do I do now with this information now that I'm looking at it? Symptoms. Problems with social integration. Behavioral problems. There's no reason, there's no way this could be influenced by environmental factors. Reduced emotional regulation. Really? Purely genetic? Just a one-to-one? You're born with it or you're not? Okay, you can't essay post, folks. A lot of people are mad right now. You have to dial it back. PTSD is a disorder, for example. It's caused by environment and usually isn't chronic. Disorder doesn't mean inherent to you. I'm pretty sure you're born with PTSD or you're not, Thana. It's a spectrum of nature or nurture. Yeah, like everything else. So why are there people in chat who are so angry at the idea that nature might influence something like this? Guys, that was a joke! PTSD is inheritable? It's not inheritable, genetically. Heritability and genetics aren't the same thing. We've talked about this with IQ. Yeah, inheritable in the sense that trauma from a parent can be passed down behaviorally, not in that the baby's brain has the memory of the... Please! This is the IQ thing! ADHD, or sorry, PTSD isn't a personality disorder. Do you think personality disorders are you're just born with or not? Personality disorders? Bro, your personality develops as you grow up. They think you're saying ADHD and autism aren't real at all. They're actually reactionary on this. They are taking the same position that like TERFs take towards sex. Chat's gonna make me crash out. You're discounting genetic memory. Take your shit back to Lacan or whatever the other one is, okay? Get out of here. Please go on autism yourself. I don't know if I'm the best example you could point to because I met the diagnosis criteria for autism before, and now I genuinely don't know whether or not I would because a lot of the criteria are determined by your ability to integrate socially and process emotions, and over those past 20 years, I've gotten much better at those. Like, I don't know why you'd use me as an example. Like, yeah, I've changed as a person, obviously. It's been 20 years. You're supposed to change. That's masking? No, that's not masking. You change as a person. When you grow up, you change. This is what I mean. You people are insufferable. You're incapable of understanding that you have control over your life. Can you, like, un-ADHD yourself? Yeah, probably. If I lived, like, on a ranch or something. I don't know. Not everyone can. People can mediate symptoms without it being cured. Autism isn't something you cure. Sorry, I'm forgetting. I'm arguing with like 19th century eugenicists. Actually, autism and ADHD are conditions of the brain, the dimple in the skull, corrected, well, perhaps with surgery. You're not getting me. Can we move on? This is so circular. Actually, it's really critical to understanding why RFK Jr. is popular with a group of people. Because unless you're in a bubble and you are like genuinely delusional and you're putting your hands on your ears and going, na 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 na, like everyone can see that more and more and more people are getting fucking autistic and ADHD and shit, you know? Like everyone can see that. Nobody believes that it's just diagnosis. It's obviously environmental. My ADHD diagnosis didn't take away my control, it gave it to me. Wait. Wait, do you think I'm anti-diagnosing ADHD? It's like being diagnosed with depression or whatever. Like sometimes it's genetically heritable. A lot of the times it's environmental. Being diagnosed with it gives you an understanding of what it is, and then you can go on and like work on it, right? You think when you get diagnosed with depression, you walk out of there and you're like, well, I guess that's me forever. It's because of climate change? Yeah, that's probably true. I was skeptical of this at first, though considering as leftists, we chalk up basically all other differences between humans up to environment for the most part. I don't see why this also can't be influenced by environment. Yeah, the position that I've taken here is so, like, objectively, inarguably correct that most of the people who are arguing are doing so out of projected insecurity. Which is why I'm trying not to, like, go after people specifically. It's just, I kind of know, you know, there's not really much room for disagreement on it. Brains are influenced by the environment. And so are, like, the conditions of the brain. It's a real issue. Can you grow out of Down syndrome too? I mean, you're kind of like misrepresenting my position. Like I might say it's like a physical condition, you know? You can get stronger shoulders and you're like, "Okay, can you grow back a leg?" Not everything. I'll be honest, I don't know as much about Down syndrome. Unlike you, I haven't experienced it, so I don't know much about like the ins and outs, but like the point isn't like actually everything's in your head. The point is that the criteria for these conditions are heavily influenced by the environment. And that's obvious when you look at the conditions. Like, you're not going to gaslight me into thinking that they don't... Do they measure your gender with a speculum? No. They ask you, you know? It's a big, complex net, and the medicalization of mental illness and neuroatypicality has actually made it a lot harder to deal with these conditions. You know? It actually hurts because then rather than thinking of these as like a sort of a holistic summary of, you know, sort of what's going on in your head and like how you are as a person, you think of it as a diagnosis. It's a condition. You have a condition. And I think that mentality can be really like deleterious. And in case anyone's getting blindsided by this has been my position for 5 years running, okay? And every time this comes up, I say the same thing and people get mad every time. But read Foucault. The medicalization of mental health has been to the detriment of our mental health. People are not getting mentally healthier. Is that why you take Adderall? I take Adderall because it helps me manage the symptoms of my ADHD. Also makes me zoom. What about it? Was that like an attempt at a gotcha? What are you getting me on? Have I said you shouldn't take Adderall? It's also tasty? That's true. Dextroamphetamine be delicious when dipping it in melted chocolate be the vibe. Sorry, that took me a second. You gave people the impression it's purely sociogenic. No, I didn't. That was in your head. You imagine that. It's influenced by environment. That's what I said. I never said exclusively caused by environment. You did, Lamau? No, I didn't. I literally didn't. No, you explained it really poorly. No, I really didn't. I never used incorrect language the entire time we talked about this. You're just hysterical. I'm sorry. I just did. You're not getting me. I've been doing this for too long, man. Maybe some other streamers, you could get them on this. This is like the 20th time I've had this argument. My position's the same every time, and every time afterwards, people are like, well, I think you said things that you definitely didn't say. Bro, this is all getting recorded. You think I'm not going to go look back? Well, you're right, because I don't care that much. But I know I said the correct things. Often does not seem to listen when spoken to directly. Chat, remember what I said about you guys being fat and retarded? Well, I think we just met a diagnosis criteria. We got to get you to gut post. I can be right 2 for 2. Often does not follow through on instructions and fails to finish schoolwork, chores, or duties in the workplace, e.g. loses focus, sidetracked, often has trouble organizing tasks and activities, often avoids, dislikes, or is reluctant to do tasks that require mental effort over a long period of time, such as schoolwork or housework, often loses things necessary for tasks and activities, e.g. school materials, pencils, books, tools, wallets, keys, paperwork, eyeglasses, mobile telephones, is often easily distracted, is often forgetful in daily activities. I think it's really liberating to remember of the sort of arbitrariety of diagnostic criteria, to remember that these are things literally all humans experience. The line we draw past which you say you have ADHD, that's subjective. Different doctors will draw different lines on that. There's no objective way of determining that. All humans sometimes have trouble organizing tasks and activities. All humans are sometimes easily distracted. The extent to which you are or aren't can vary over your life. It can vary based on your environment. It can vary based on the day, who you're with, how you feel that day. It's all a lot more fluid than you might think. And you should be familiar with this kind of language if you've heard me talk about gender or sex, or even race. How a lot of like racial markers aren't just the literal like how much fucking melanin's in your skin, but a bunch of like social, cultural, political, economic markers that kind of determine what you pass as. It's pretty complicated. So it bothers me a little bit when people take a hardline essentialist perspective where they're like, no, it's your brain shape, your brain, and it's not the same and it can't change. And it's like, come on. I do think that the world we live in today produces more of this than even the world I grew up in. You know? I remember back when I was a kid, there would be summer days where you had nothing to do and you just had to cope with like laying on the couch bored as hell. And that shit sucked. But you had to, because like what were you gonna do, you know? And nowadays that's not the case for like anyone, man. Everyone's got a smartphone, you know? And I didn't enjoy being bored. But I think the world is a lot more accommodating of a short attention span now. You know? People are out there using AR to gamify vacuuming their house, you know? I feel like people just have a shorter attention span. You get me. You can't just shit in the people, though. The social model of disability requires critique of the environment. But that's what I'm doing. I'm not shitting on people. Well, I'm shitting on you guys for being disagreeable. But, like, I'm not shitting on people with ADHD. I have ADHD. And it's not like I'm out there going like, I am morally obligated to correct my ADHD by going and living on a farm and having no external stimuli for months until I recover and I'm able to stare unblinking motionlessly into the distance without getting bored. Like, why would I do that? I don't want to fucking do that. I'm talking about the environment. I'm not saying like everyone's a moral. I don't give a shit if you're autistic. Hell yeah, man. Do you think it's possible that in the past growing up had things that caused your brain to grow out of autism as it developed as opposed to today? When I was younger, I was a weird kid. I was definitely a weird kid. And I stayed a weird kid, like, pretty much all the way up until college. And when I started streaming, at the very beginning, I was still a weird kid. And I still am now to an extent, but a lot of the social gracelessness has been sandblasted off of my brain from the pressure of being exposed to the scrutiny of literally, at times, millions of people as I record myself day in and day out. You have to be a lot more aware of what you're doing when you're in that position. Yeah, of course I'm still weird. I'm not saying I'm not. But being weird and being autistic aren't the same thing. That's called masking. Don't tell me how I'm feeling. You presumptive shits. Initially, it felt like masking. Now, I'm like this all the time. Why? Because your personality changes. That's what's supposed to do as you grow. I was subjected to a new environment. There was a pressure, and now I'm a different person. That's fine. Isn't that fine? How is that any different from a person just changing due to their environment? An allistic person goes to a new job, like working on an Alaskan fishing vessel, and they become a different person, and it's like, oh, that's masking? No. Masking is a very specific, deliberate effort to hide symptoms of autism or whatever else. And at first it felt like that, and now I'm straight chilling. Do you think that's worse? Do you think I am worse for that? Because I feel great. I've never been so happy. If anything, I feel like the insistence that I have done something wrong is like the deaf people who are mad at babies getting cochlear implants or something. You know what I mean? Like you're kind of like trying to pull the crab back into the bucket. Who said it was wrong? I say the insistence that it's masking comes across as a bit malicious, in my opinion. That comes across a little bit, you know. Is masking wrong? The accusation that one is masking when they say they're not, I think there's a little bit to that, you know? This irks me the way TERFs say you can fix gender dysphoria by thinking correct thoughts. Why? It seems to me like you're fighting a war in your own mind. I don't see why. Are you against the idea that you can like change as a person? You literally can. No? Then what's the issue? That sounds like lying to yourself until it becomes second nature, but what do I know, lol? What you're engaging in, and I say this as contemptuously as your mental state can handle, is the language of weakness, and I don't respect you. You are a crab in a bucket. Like it's like, do you think there's any pride to be had in not growing or changing as a person? This is exactly what I mean, okay? Let's go back to RFK. Yeah, we have delayed on this quite a bit. It's going to be a long-ass stream. But I maintain every point that I made. Okay? As someone with a background in psychology, I just want to raise the possibility you were misdiagnosed with autism. You don't know what I was like as a kid, man. I think that I know more about psychology than you. I'm sorry. The idea that it's impossible for people to change and meet or not meet the criteria at different points in their life is not at all controversial in psychology. I don't know why you would suggest that. That's not a controversial position. I promise you. If you go to, if you look at in like any research in the diagnostic criteria, or you talk to a psychologist, the idea that a person could like at different stages in their life meet or not meet it, that's literally becoming or not becoming autistic. That's what that means. That's what that means. If you meet it, that's autism. If you don't, that's not autism. If you switch back and forth between those lines, that's you becoming or not becoming. That's what it means. It's pretty arbitrary, isn't it? Trump sending 30,000 migrants to Gitmo. That's great, but we are talking about autism. Vosh did not grow out of his autism/ADHD. He's in an environment where he thrives. You take him out of this environment and throw him into a 9 to 5, and he's just as screwed as the rest of us. Last comment I'm focusing on, because it's perfectly representative of the thing that I'm describing. You're a crab in a bucket. You're cooked. And I wish nothing but the worst for you. I'm sorry. You are the warden of your own mind prison. It's insane how much I'll read that again because I read it quickly. Vosh did not grow out of his ADHD/autism. He's in an environment where he thrives. I am, thank you. You take him out of this environment and throw him into a 9-to-5 and he's just as screwed as the rest of us. There's a vindictive mindset underlying this that is as malicious as the kinds of people who are out there claiming that vaccines cause autism. You're just on the other side of that fence, you know? Like you're just pulling people into the other bucket, essentially. You're the underlying malice and essentialism is disgusting. I'm not offended by it. I mostly just like, I feel bad for you because you're clearly speaking out of like a projected, upsettedness. But you have more power than you think you do to improve the circumstances in your own life. I promise you do, okay? And that's the difference between me and, I don't know, some RFK Jr. fan. Well, I think there are some other differences too, but like this is one of the differences. I believe in you. I don't think autism is a thing that goes wrong with your brain because the vaccine made it that way. I think autism is, in many cases, a fleeting, sometimes not fleeting, exacerbation of traits all humans have. You've met a subjective diagnosis criteria, but your life and your mind are fluid, and you can change as you grow. And sometimes that change will lead you in different directions, and sometimes it won't. And neither of those are necessarily worse or better than the other. I believe in you. I thought you wanted the worst for this individual. Yeah, but then I stopped being mad, and now I want the best for them. Sorry. It's kind of like the RFK. I mean, this is more productive than anything we're going to see in the goddamn Senate hearing, okay? Please look up the biopsychosocial model. No, I'm familiar with it. I'm aware. Yeah, the idea you have heavy overlaps between all of these like, categories of influence on the mind. Yeah. Autism is simply never fleeting. Can you grow out of autism? Common misconceptions how to offer support. Neurological development changes with age for everyone, even autistic folks, but it doesn't mean you can grow out of autism. This is wrong. This is categorically wrong. You literally can grow and your personality changes and you no longer meet the diagnostic criteria. I'm sorry. Can we accept that it's possible for these identities to be fluid without then thinking they're invalid? What about this? Maybe because you're all transgenders as well. Maybe I need to like frame it that way, okay? You can't like scold a person out of being transgender, but a trans femme might later decide they're non-binary. And that doesn't mean them being trans femme was wrong all along. And it doesn't mean that the whole thing was fake. How about that? Vosh says medical science is fake and bad. This is actually an article. Close, though. Is that fine? Like, if there's a trans woman and she's like, I'm a woman, yippee! As women often do. And then later they're like, I've been having some doubts and I think I might just be non-binary. I think I might be more of like an NB or something. Does that mean that the non-binary thing, like that was the only real thing all along and the woman thing was fake? Was she wrong about the woman thing when she was a woman, but now that they're non-binary, like that's like both phases are valid? I agree, and it doesn't mean either were fake. Now that you're all the transgenders, you all understand exactly what I mean. Are we fine now? Would you say a trans woman would have then used to be a man? That honestly, that's just like an etiquette thing. That like I don't know. Ask her. I don't fucking know. She might say that. I know plenty of trans women who are like, yeah, back when I was a guy. Like I don't know, but that's not like a categorical assertion. It's more of a like, how cavalier do they want to be about their identity kind of thing, How do we deal with the guilt of not trying hard enough with something like ADHD? Guilt's an unproductive emotion, okay? You should feel an earnest drive to do the best you can. Guilt doesn't, it's not productive in any way, shape, or form. ASD is not an on and off switch. It's an identification meant to help people get the proper support and guides in place so they thrive and live in their magic. Live in their magic. Vosh telling people they can overcome their autism while being unfathomably autistic about it. I'm not telling people they can overcome it because that would imply that you're going from a worse state to a better state. I'm saying that your environment influences your personality, and this is a personality type. That'd be like me saying you can overcome being a woman by transitioning to a man. Like, you can transition to a man. I wouldn't really describe it that way. And if you can't change your environment, what do you... I'm not telling you to do anything. So autism is a personality type? Are you reading the shit on this fucking... Many autistic folks consider ASD an aspect of their personality rather than something to improve or fix. I'm in the damn bucket with the damn crabs. I want to look into this. Read Foucault. Are we going to watch the hearing? Go on, keep complaining about it. It just makes me stronger. Yeah, I do think this article is wrong, though. You can't say that autism is a diagnosis based on, like, a set of criteria that can change over time, but then say it's impossible to, like, change whether or not a person is autistic, you know? Those are mutually exclusive. The article's correct. The article is objectively incorrect. The problem is they're doing the same thing you guys are doing. They're saying that if a person could potentially grow out of or into autism, the implication then is that everyone should grow out of autism. An implication I've never stated. People in chat still think I'm saying that. Chat's making me miss RK Jr. Yeah. But that's just due to the inaccuracy of social definitions? No. That is the definition. You're not pointing to some underlying fact of the mind or whatever. You're just describing a set of criteria that are socially determined. You're not, like, this is what I mean by the medicalization of the mental health. Like, you've convinced yourself that you are using social attributes to get at an increasingly specific diagnosis of an underlying biological truth. But that's not true. You're going at it the wrong way. It's only social diagnoses. Different societies might classify different things as autistic. No society is more correct than the other. There's no underlying fact of the world you're pointing to. It's not like a broken bone or something where there's a fracture or whatever. Let's spend the next 4 years talking about it. You people are such sissies, man. Used to be able to spend all goddamn stream arguing with chat. Nowadays, you go on a 30-minute rampage, and people lose their damn minds. I see what Vosh is saying, but it comes across sounding like my parents taking my diagnosis. See, since you know you're ADHD, you shouldn't forget things and you should know better. I've never said that, and I would never say that. Differences in brains of autistic people. That's oh my god, you're actually, you realize there are differences in brains for men and women, right? Go on, walk it back, walk it back. So you can't transition from man to woman? Ah, did you know there are brains? You're a fucking TERF, bro. Literally, you can't apply the lessons you've learned in one category to another. You're failing the LSAT. Female brain truther. Oh, didn't you know the way it lights up in the screen, it looks different? How do you explain severely autistic people? Easily? What do you mean? What have I said that's countered by... Do you think I've said all autistic people can easily shift in and out of being autistic? What do you think I'm saying? Do you have any scientific evidence of people being able to stop being autistic? Yeah, people who will meet diagnostic criteria for autism when they're younger, and then when they get older, they don't anymore. That's literally them stopping being autistic. That's what that means. That's not scientific evidence. That is literally what that means. Autism doesn't mean anything besides meeting the diagnostic criteria. If you meet it, and then you stop meeting it, that is you no longer being... Wasn't really clear what you were saying. It was, you're just struggling a little bit, but that's okay. That's why we do these for 40 minutes every time, so everyone can catch up. Your understanding of transness is so low-res and bad faith it reflects in your general neurology. How can you... Of the audacity to accuse me of having a bad understanding of transness after all the insufferable shit I've had to deal with? Get out of here. Get out of here. I'm actually the single best advocate for trans people on Earth, don't you know? Are you saying that you can grow into a version of autism/ADHD which is more manageable as an adult? The definition of autism is when you meet a certain number of subjective diagnostic criteria. If later in life you don't meet that criteria, you are medically no longer autistic. An autism diagnosis only refers to the diagnosis. It doesn't refer to some underlying dot in your brain. There are other tests for diagnosis? Yeah? And they're all like that. None of them are like calipers. You can have different tests, sure. And what if you don't pass those tests anymore? This is not true. This is the definition of ASD, not autism. Shut it. What are you... What? As soon as chat said they were born with personality disorders, they lost all credibility. I just don't even know. Vosh, where are you getting this definition? Well, we're looking at diagnosing ADHD right now. How do you diagnose ADHD? That's what it means to diagnose ADHD. I genuinely don't understand. Okay, for people, can somebody explain to me what they think autism is, if not the sum of diagnostic criteria? What underlying fact do you think is being pointed to? Why are you conflating ADHD and autism? I'm not. They're two different things. That's not conflating. That's not what the word conflating means. You don't know what the word conflating means. You have a developmental disorder that prevents you from understanding what the word conflating means. So many people are seething at Vosh because they think autism is their main personality trait. It's learned helplessness. They don't like the way their life is going, and they resent the idea that there's any possibility whatsoever that they could take ownership over how they handle the circumstances in their life. I've seen it a million times. It's been the main fucking reason why people in chat get mad at me for 5 years. because I don't have a failure mindset, and some people do. Clean your rooms. See, I used to be retarded like Vosh, then I realized acting like I know everything isn't helpful at all. I'm glad I started taking estrogen instead of being like him. Swearing isn't ladylike. Back to the mines. So far, you've pointed to Foucault and some people changing. Do you have any studies or medical research you've read that makes you... Okay, trans magical girl. Since you're so interested, okay? Let's do this back and forth right now, okay? What is autism if not a diagnosis based on meeting certain criteria? Like, here's another example. A broken bone is a broken bone whether or not it's diagnostically assessed. You don't need to go to a doctor to check on that one. If you see a bone that's been split in two pieces, there's an objective criteria. If you want, you could get into the molecules. Oh, well, what about a hairline fracture? Is that a break? And I acknowledge there is actually a lot of ambiguity there. All definitions are fuzzy. But, you know, there's an objective marker. With autism, what is being pointed to exactly, if not a set of diagnoses? What besides the criteria? I'm asking you specifically. Then why does science disagree with you? It doesn't. It doesn't. You just aren't familiar with it. Developmental delays are measurable? What does that have to do with what I've said? Do you believe someone can grow out of Down syndrome then? Down syndrome is literally caused by an extra chromosome. It's nothing to do. You're just, again, in your head, you're like, so what Vosh is saying is everything's fake and all mental stuff is willpower. That's not what I'm saying. I'm asking a specific and pointed question. Trans Magical Girl has an answer. I'm not interested in arguing the diagnoses. Okay, then I have nothing to say to you. Yeah, why do you think they call it autism spectrum disorder? There's a spectrum of human behavior and character traits. Lame? Of course it's lame, because people are just mad. So lupus is a social... So Vosh thinks the Black Plague is a social construct, does he? I'm back in the good old days. Would you consider this a productive discussion about mental health? Yes. Well, you think just because things are like slightly heated that it's bad? What happened to you people? A culture of weakness. Come on, autism is the common neurodevelopmental cause of the psychiatric condition that results in the diagnosis of ASD. Okay, then how do you point to autism if not the diagnostic criteria? What other way is there? When you're looking at a broken bone, you're looking at the broken bone itself. You guys are literally describing autism as though it's a magical characteristic, unalterable in your mind. Oh, guys, even though the only way we can assess its existence is through the diagnoses and people's diagnostic responses can change over time, that doesn't mean the underlying magical factor in your brain hasn't changed. Or has changed. Like, you're literally arguing magic. It's unscientific. Like, in your brain, there's a soul. There's a spiritual node, and that node makes you autistic. No matter what changes, even if your personality shifts over time, that's you. You're autistic. Now, the only way we know if that soul is there is by using diagnostic criteria. Now, the diagnostic criteria might give us different answers or not, but once it says you have it, you always have it, because in the future, any changes to the diagnostic criteria answers might just mean, I don't know, the spiritual node has gone quiet. Like, I don't think you guys understand. You're talking about autism the way people like RFK Jr. do. An innate characteristic of the brain, a functional flaw created by in a way that like permanently impairs you. It's an anti-sociological way of thinking about things. Anti-medical, anti-scientific. Why does ADHD medication work then? What do you think what does that have to do? Because the ADHD... What? Why wouldn't it? I'm sorry, anti-depression medication can help with depression. Are you suggesting then depression must be an innate, unchanging characteristic? Let's think before you say things. You think you can't take medication to address characteristics of the mind that are influenceable by environment? Like it's impossible to get better if you're depressed or anxious? Depression can't just be grown out of, though. I don't know if you're speaking from personal experience, but I promise you, to anyone in chat struggling with depression, it actually can get better. You actually can no longer be depressed. And if the depression alleviates as you get older, you can, you know, grow out of it. Like, that's absolutely possible. In fact, that happens to most humans because a lot of people get depressed when they're like teenagers. Like all teenagers. What are you talking about? Dr. Lita, you like 16? You're like, there's no way this torment will ever end. If more people get an x-ray, more people are diagnosed, and it seems like more bones are broken. Are you suggesting that broken bones can't be environmentally caused? People drag racing, hitting everyone on the sidewalks, and you're like, okay, yeah, well, the increase in broken bones across the city are just caused by, like, an increase in people getting x-rays for broken bones, obviously. What are you talking about? Why are you arguing when you got nothing to say? Autism is defined as not being able to stop being autistic. It's not. You're just making that up. I don't know why you're making it up. I don't know how you benefit from making that up. In the definition of autism is that it's permanent and can't change. You can find that in the DSM-5. I hate when Vosh reverts back to his neckbeard soy self like this. I do like being reminded sometimes that even though I objectively had like a neckbeard soy vibe back in like 2020 or whatever, that a lot of the time when people called me that, it was just because they didn't like it when I called them out on being wrong. Like a lot of people just only like me when I'm presenting the news to them or giving them analyses they already agree with. But the moment I'm presenting some information they don't like intuitively vibe with, they get really weird and defensive and aggressive. Notice how a lot of the people in chat who disagree with me aren't just like disagreeing with me. They're just like attacking me or making really weird assertions about me. It's kind of crazy. Vosh, how much of this is brain chemistry? All of it is. Your brain chemistry can be affected by environmental factors. If you watch a horror movie, your brain chemistry will be changed by the spook in your brain. That's how it is. That's why this stuff is complicated. It's all like really, really, really intertwined. Your brain is the chemistry. There is no brain chemistry. The brain is the chemistry. That's the brain. Autism is socially described. We can't define it because it's complex and we haven't identified the specific genes that cause it. Oh my God. But it's a real genetic disability. There are genetic inheritable, there are genetic traits that make people more prone to depression. That doesn't mean depression isn't A, environmentally influenced, and B, can't be like changed or altered. Come on, apply your thinking to specific subjects we haven't gone over. Come on, it's not enough to know a thing about one thing. You have to know the thing about the one thing and then apply it to the other things. That's what analysis is. Otherwise, you're just regurgitating information you have. You have to think about how these things apply broadly. If you have ADHD but do something to reduce the environmental effects that make it worse, you still have ADHD? Not necessarily. For instance, you might change your environment and over time your personality changes, and then you might not meet the diagnostic criteria anymore, and then you literally don't have ADHD anymore. That's how that works. Why is this like bad to you? Like why I don't understand the reflexive defensiveness or whatever. Presumably people who think that I'm moralizing it in some fashion, which I have not once in this entire conversation. At no point have I said that you should or ought to be one or the other. There's no moral claim one can make that being autistic is worse than being autistic or having ADHD is worse than not having ADHD. Certainly there's a degree of social incompatibility, but if we got rid of all of socially incompatible people, we wouldn't have artists. I don't know. You're just wrong and that's okay. You can't be smug and wrong. You have to choose. I'm not wrong. You're shadowboxing a set of positions that I've already like addressed or debunked. Bosch is trying to walk it back. What have I walked back? I don't get it. I don't know. I don't know what makes you guys like this. Well, I do. Again, I keep saying that it's the learned helplessness, but it does bother me, you know? It's the autism. No. It's learned helplessness. It's not just the autism. And I think this is why RFK Jr. is getting appointed, man. That's why. Hey, Vosh, I spent years in the behavioral health world. You're absolutely correct. I love reading out messages that agree with me after, as a nice reprieve from reading out messages that disagree with me. Could environmental changes result in a change in gender identity? Yeah, of course. And I've said that for years now. Is that bad? No, that's life. Environmental changes or environmental factors are a huge part of why I'm cisgender. Do you think if I was born out there in the forest, never met another man, never met another human, raised by wolves or whatever, that I would have an interest in heritage menswear, of wearing styling my hair the way I do, or living the way I do, or talking the way that I do? No. The fact that I'm cisgender is environmentally ordained. Trans people likewise, to an extent. Obviously, there's probably a genetic predisposition to it, but yeah. You're trying to hit me. I'm floating like a butterfly. The weave. Vosh, there are physical differences in trans brains. Trans people don't change. I need you to understand, Brian does it, that you're a reactionary on this. Like, your position on this is a reactionary one. You're basically doing the like, well, we don't know why gay people are the way they are, but they're just like that and they were born that way. This is like 1990s progressivism. I don't say that shit. Environmental factors can make people gay or straight. I don't fucking care. Sure. Did you know there are differences on average between gay people and straight people? Yeah, but that doesn't change the fact that a lot of this is socially ordained. Your disgust with or interest in a given gender, presentation, whatever, heavily influenced by your environment, you know? Your brain doesn't change, but your understanding of things does. Well, your brain does change too over time, so, you know. Just to clarify, are you saying you can overcome the symptoms of autism or overcome autism itself? There's no difference. Autism is the social criteria for it. There's no underlying fact of the world that it's pointing to. That's what it is. There's no objective definition of autism. It varies diagnosis to diagnosis, doctor to doctor. You're wrong. I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm not. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It just means that the diagnostic criteria for it is socially determined and that it's arbitrary, just like all other social constructs. That's literally, I'm sorry. They're pinning my hands to the Christ. They're giving me the stigmata. I'm sorry, you're stabbing me in the ribs, but you know, in 3 days I'm gonna come back and you're gonna regret it when I stream again and we have this conversation again. If you're diagnosed as not having autism, then you never had autism. You were misdiagnosed. You don't become unautistic. No, there is an underlying fact of the world. There's an objective spirit in your brain. We know the brain changes, but the soul of autism is either in your brain or isn't. It's crazy. It's actually like medieval logic. It makes no sense if you just think about it for a second. Vosh, I was misdiagnosed with autism. Does that mean I stopped being autistic? Maybe. I don't fucking know. Maybe the diagnosis was valid then and not now. Maybe the diagnosis wasn't really valid then. There's no objective marker to determine that. It's kind of just like an intersubjective agreement for the validity of the diagnosis, you know? Me when I'm diagnosed with gay. They were on the money with that one. You're just incorrect on this one. While environmental factors are important, the idea that every aspect of one's behavior or identity is environmentally determined is an extreme oversimplification. But I didn't say that. I just said that environmental factors help determine it, that's like a strong determining factor. I didn't say it was entirely determined by the environment. I never said there aren't genetic components. In fact, I think I've said that like 5. Okay, this is what I mean with you guys. Mr. DNA. So you seem to have not heard the past like 20 times I've said that there are genetic influences. And it looks like you were in chat 11 minutes ago. Oh, you've been here for a while. So, Mr. DNA, smart guy. All that fancy book learning didn't help you with listening to the shit I say, did it? It's a huge amount of this is literally just people not listening and getting mad at me. I don't understand. Why does Google say autism isn't curable? Because for something to be curable, you could take something that would fix it. But I don't think autism is worth fixing or curing, and you don't take anything to cure or fix it. What are you talking about? Also, you're deferring to Google AI on this one? Depression is curable? Have you ever been given a drug by a doctor and the doctor said this will cure your depression? Depression is treatable. The reason it's treatable is because we all acknowledge that depression is a bad thing, and therefore it should be mitigated. You could arguably treat autism or ADHD, but you know what the problem with that is? Autism and ADHD aren't bad. Depression's bad. Autism and ADHD aren't bad. So treating it implies, in a normative sense, that you're correcting for a bad thing. But I'm not a fucking eugenicist like you guys, where you think the soul of autism like exists undying in your mind from birth to death, no matter what the criteria says. This is some autism speak shit. That's what I mean. The idea that you can medicalize this shit to the extent that you do, that's their argument. Like, they're making the same claims. They're just approaching it from the different normative framework. You're both coming at it from a skull shape, medical essentialist perspective. You're buying into their language, you know? Dog, you're medicalizing it. I can't help you with your cognitive processing problems. I don't know what I'm anti-medicalizing it. I'm demedicalizing it. I'm socializing it, which you'd think we'd be doing more of in this channel. Y'all MF's never heard of the term holistic approach? I'm glad we're talking about this. It's way more important than the fucking meeting. What are you going to learn from the meeting, you know? Haha, funny voice. Oh, we'll get there. Discord chat crying right now? Wonder why the Discord stream chat of all groups would be particularly disposed towards being upset with me over this one. I wonder what's been selected for there. Hey, speaking of environmental factors that increase the prominence of neurodevelopmental disorders, Okay, I think we got them all. If autism could be found with a scan, would that change your opinion? No. Depression could be found with a scan. Your brain chemistry is altered by seeing a scary movie, man. Your brain chemistry is altered by going on a roller coaster. Your brain chemistry is altered when you see a girl's thong poking over her pants. You can detect the mental state with a scan in the brain. What if it was diagnosable at conception? You mean like if there was a genome or something? Well, if they made the definition of autism that genome or whatever, then yeah, that would be like more like Down syndrome, and that it's just an innate like genetic marker that can be like directly, objectively identified. But they're never gonna, because that's not what autism is. That's not what ADHD is either. But that's a totally different thing. And at that point, then it would be a totally different, I mean, that would be like a different thing. You know? Wouldn't be a spectrum if that was the case. The Nazis literally tried to get the autism gene. Yeah, you know? Fascist groups are really obsessed with the idea that different states of being, different types of people can be boiled down to like innate genetic differences. I wonder but if you read Foucault, maybe you could read a little bit on how the liberal obsession with medicalizing neural states has been weaponized by dictatorships and by the Nazis specifically, because having a like differentiation marker to point to as an objective description of why people are different is really useful if you want to determine what an outgroup is, which is why liberal racial science got really popular after the 17th century, because it was no longer enough to gesture at spiritual difference. Instead, people wanted to start to describe racial differences as being innately baked into the genetic code, which is anti-scientific, because as it turns out, there's more genetic variation within racial groups than there is on average between them. But no. Let's get mad at me for saying that the autism spirit's not a real fucking thing in your brain. Oh my God. Okay, that was satisfying. Thank you. That was like a bit of catharsis there at the... There we go. Read Foucault. That was very satisfying. Okay, all right. So you build up to that, but you know, we worked for it. We worked for it, and now we're here. All right, so anyway, I guess my point is that we need to ban smartphones, and that way less people will be autistic.
Well, there are many ways that we can do that. A federal funding of the SNAP program, for example, and of school lunch programs could be a driver for helping kids. We shouldn't be giving 60% of the kids in school processed food that is making them sick. We shouldn't be spending 10% of the SNAP program on sugar drinks. So we have a direct ability to change things there. We also, in Medicaid and Medicare, we need to focus more on outcome-based medicine, on putting people in charge of their own health care, of making them accountable for their own health care so they understand the relationship between eating and getting sick.
Yeah, starting to miss the discourse,
Most importantly, we need to deploy NIH and FDA to doing the research to understand the relationship between these different food additives and chronic disease so that Americans understand it and make sure that Americans are aware of it. I don't want to take food away from anybody. If you like a cheeseburger, a McDonald's cheeseburger, or a Diet Coke, which my boss loves, and you should be able to get them. If you want to eat Hostess Twinkies, you should be able to do that. But you should know what the impacts are on your family and on your health.
Thank you. Senator Wyden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin my questions, I'd like to start by entering into the record a letter the committee received from Ambassador Carolyn Kennedy outlining what she believes is Mr. Kennedy's lack of personal fitness for the office.
Arguing about your fitness for being head of Health and Human Services in America. Well, imagine a Big Mac. I think you should be able to eat it. We love Big Macs. Yeah, REA, SSB. I do genuinely believe one of the reasons that everyone is fat and retarded now, especially people who disagree with me in chat, is like everyone's out here role-playing as Discord kittens for 6 hours a day at minimum. You know, they're wearing the programmer socks. They should be meeting friends in person. You should have to put pants on to go talk to people, I think. Everyone's just sitting around in their underwear on Discord. I don't know.
Without objection.
Mr. Kennedy, you have spent years pushing conflicting stories about vaccines. You say one thing, and then you say another. In your testimony today under oath, you denied that you were anti-vaccine. But during a podcast interview in July of 2023, you said, quote, "No vaccine is safe and effective." In your testimony today, in order to prove you're not anti-vax, you note that all your kids are vaccinated. But in a podcast in 2020, you said, and I quote, "You would do anything, pay anything
The breathing is so hard to
go
listen
back
to,
in
man.
time and not vaccinate your kids." Mr. Kennedy, all of these things cannot be true. So, are you lying to Congress today when you say you are pro-vaccine? Or did you lie on all those podcasts? We have all of this on tape, by the way.
Yeah, Senator, as you know, because it's been repeatedly debunked, that statement that I made on the Lex Friedman podcast was a fragment of the statement. He asked me, and anybody who actually goes and looks at that podcast and will see this, he asked me, are there vaccines that are safe and effective? And I said to him, some of the live virus vaccines are. And I said, there are no vaccines that are safe and effective, and I was going to continue for every person. Every medicine has people who are sensitive to them, including vaccines.
Right, so
He interrupted me at that point. I've corrected it many times, including on national TV. You know about this, Senator Wyden, so bringing this up right now is dishonest.
let's be clear about what you've actually done then, since you want to deny your statements. For example, you have a history of trying to take vaccines away from people. In May of 2021, you petitioned the Food and Drug Administration to not only block Americans from having access to the COVID vaccine, but to prevent...
Do remember that RFK Jr.'s lawyer literally has put in work to try to deschedule the polio vaccine. Like, it's whether or not RFK Jr. is personally anti-vax, I know that he profits from pretending to be, at the very least. But like that, the grift goes pretty far, and there are a lot of people who actually believe it, you know? He's a massive piece of shit. Yeah, he's one of the worst of them. Okay, fine. I have to send this off to the editors. Not this, but like... Donald Trump has... I like this getting added into the VOD section here. Can you grow out of autism? Sorry, folks. To those of you who saw this, but not the last section, I looked it up. I can't. Apparently. Chat told me I can't. Let me just close these. After the signing of the Lake and Riley Act, that's the wildly authoritarian... you can ignore due process, any accusation against an immigrant, an undocumented immigrant, sufficient for their arrest. It's a whole, we've gone over it, okay? But anyway, they're going to Gitmo, folks. They're going to Gitmo. They're going to Gitmo. It's happening. Alien and Sedition Act 2. Isn't the Lake and Riley Act literally based on the legal precedent of the Alien and Sedition Act? We're going to send them out to Guantanamo, the president said in the White House East Room. He did not elaborate. That's good. He said Wednesday he's directing the opening of a detention center at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, to hold up to 30,000 migrants who are living illegally in the U.S. and cannot be deported to their home countries. Guys, okay. This is a video of a statement. Thank you. I was about to go looking for it. Would have taken me a second, but you were there to help.
I'm also signing an executive order to instruct the Departments of Defense and Homeland Security to begin preparing the 30,000-person migrant facility at Guantanamo Bay. Most people don't even know about it. We have 30,000 beds in Guantanamo to detain the worst criminal illegal aliens threatening the American people. Some of them are so bad we don't even trust the countries to hold them, because we don't want them coming back, so we're going to send them out to Guantanamo.
This sounds very inexpensive. Surely this will lower the cost of eggs.
This will double our capacity immediately, right? And tough. That's a tough place to get out of. Today's signings bring us one step closer to eradicating the scourge of migrant crime in our communities once.
Also, I am unaware of any 30,000 bed facility at Gitmo. The famous Guantanamo Bay detention camp is quite small. It's like less than 1,000 people. I am unaware of any like gigantic 30,000 bed facility in Gitmo. Also, keep in mind there are limits to how much they can build out there. Like, we're literally basically at gunpoint holding this land from the Cuban government. I mean, we have it legally because we paid them for it, and we keep sending them checks that Castro was never actually cashed. Also, 30,000 is like nothing compared to the total number of undocumented immigrants in America. This is a torture camp that's going to be used as a stick to scare the remaining undocumented immigrants here in America. Remember, and I'm holding true to this position, okay? I believe this. The goal here is not to actually get rid of all these undocumented immigrants who are vital to the economy, but rather to terrorize most of them by very violently, very publicly abusing and getting rid of a small minority of them. And building a camp at Gitmo to get rid of the ones that can't be deported back to their home countries, like Venezuelans, I assume. Seems like how they do it.
And for all. And it was just it's just an unforced error that we even have to be doing this. Now we need Congress to provide full funding for the complete and total restoration of our sovereign borders, as well as financial support to remove record numbers of illegal aliens.
Also an incredibly fashy show of power. It might also just not happen at all, like at all, because I genuinely do not know of any 30,000 bed camp. Camp 7, that's where they held people at high detention. Camp Iguana, Camp X-Ray was temporary. I don't know where is there. Does anyone know what he's referring to? Any massive like tent facility? Is he literally just mean like they have room to put tents there? There's Camp Delta, X-Ray, Echo, Iguana, Bukele, I think, and Camp 7. I don't think any of these have that kind of space. Not even close. He's probably equating camp to tent. Yeah, probably, but they certainly don't have the tents out there. Well, if they were going to build a death camp, this would be where they did it. I'm looking. I mean, the total size of Guantanamo Bay is 45 square miles. How much of that is leased to the United States? It's 45 square miles of land and water. So I don't even know how much land they could even... Look, I can tell you one thing for sure. One thing for sure, it's going to be very expensive. Very expensive. Okay? A lot of this... They're not getting the government to handle it, okay? They're going to be contracting the shit out of it. That Gitmo Starbucks, the famous Gitmo Starbucks, you know how much the people there are going to get paid? Oh, you have no idea. What the fuck? Bro, the venti latte from the Gitmo Starbucks got to go crazy when force-feeding unlawfully detained prisoners is the vibe. Do they have a special promotional meal? I wouldn't know. I'd have to go there. Is there a drink called the Waterboard? Whatever. Yeah. Pretty horrifying. You know, what are you gonna do? Well, you know what I would do? I would simply not do fascism. But I'm just a different kind of guy. Besides that, I just want any kind of information on like where the 30,000 people will even be, so I have a better idea of how much this is complete bullshit. You know, I just want like an idea of what the odds are that any version of this actually happens. We have 30,000 beds in Guantanamo. No, you fucking don't. They're gonna prepare a migrant facility. I just don't. There are 15 detainees still at Guantanamo Bay. Bro's still here and the party ended an hour ago. Well, like I said, 30,000 doesn't even come close to how many undocumented immigrants they want to send back. My only hope is that extremely overt acts of cruelty, which will no doubt be leaked at Guantanamo Bay. You have to understand, okay? There were leaks from Guantanamo Bay back when a lot of the guys they had over there were Al-Qaeda. Now, don't get me wrong. A lot of the people they held at Gitmo... First of all, no one should be held at Gitmo ever. Due process of law for everyone. Second of all, a lot of the people they had over there were totally innocent guys. Like, no proper charges against them. Totally insane shit, you know? But even in those environments, there were still a lot of leaks. How many leaks do you think there would be out of the amount of personnel that would be required to manage a 30,000-bed concentration camp full of, for the most part, regular-ass guys? Like, you can no longer do the whole, like, every one of these guys did 9/11 bit, you know? Like, at least with Gitmo proper, back after 9/11, you had everyone who was brought in there, people were like, well, this guy's Saddam Hussein. I mean Bin Laden, but they probably said that too. But they're essentially going to be maintaining a concentration camp. There's going to be leaks. We're going to see unimaginable cruelty. My only hope is that it is my only hope is that it leads to a lot of backlash. You know? Like, if it ends up happening, I hope it leads to a lot of backlash. Keep in mind that the family separation policy under Trump's first administration actually did lead to a lot of backlash against him. Like, most of it was from Democrats, but there were a lot of photos and videos out of, like, children huddling in, you know, the the Texan desert under, like, you know, those emergency survival blankets, the, like, reflective ones, you know, that ran about in media. The space blankets, yeah. That were, you know, pretty, I'd say, compelling. Is it even a good idea to stay in America? Like, in general? It's getting pretty crazy over here, man. Yeah, and then Biden happened, and now Dems are also anti-immigration. Yes, but even Biden didn't keep the family separation policy. That was, like, an over-the-top cruel policy by the Trump administration that caused a lot of backlash for basically no gain, you know? What does backlash even mean against Trump at this point? People are still more malleable than you might think, you know? People are still more malleable than you might think, especially because a lot of people who support Trump, or at the very least, like, don't really care that much about Trump, are delusional about how much the bigotry of Trump supporters comes back to affect them. Right? Like, a lot of support for Trump comes from Latin people. A lot of support for Trump comes from women. And the more, like, opportunities Trump and his base are given to demonstrate how much they hate these groups, the more opportunities there are for people to go, well, I didn't think it'd get this bad, or whatever the fuck, you know? Are they stupid? Yes, I'm not defending them. $25 eggs. That's the hope, at least. I don't even like eggs. My birthday is coming up. I'm going to have to make a no-rise vegan cake at the rate the egg prices are going up, you know? This is anecdotal, but my professor today said his neighborhood, which is predominantly Hispanic, has been getting MAGA militia patrol trucks on top of ICE raids. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right. Brown shirts. Bob Menendez got 11 years of prison. He should have gotten more. Trump announced the new detention center at the U.S. military base will have a capacity for up to 30,000 people. Okay, so he's talking about building a new base. Do you know how long it takes to build? Okay, again, because we're not just talking about building a base that can hold 30,000 people. We're also talking about all of the logistics necessary to feed and provide for that number of people. And you have to build the damn thing. And it's at Guantanamo Bay. Everything has to be shipped by boat. It's you can't bring it by truck like if you're building this down in El Paso or whatever. You have to bring it in via boat. There's a whole thing. This is to funnel money to private prison contractors. It's crazy that the best case scenario here is that we hear updates from the prison every day by the Trump administration of how bigly it's getting, and nothing ever happens, and like somehow $45 billion get funneled away to the construction companies, which are all private, of course, all engaged in like no bid contracts for the job. Well, in the meantime, okay, you know what you need to do? Don't look immigranty. Remember that right now ICE is being given the permission to do like adjacency arrests, where even if you're not on their list, if you're around them while they're conducting their arrests, you know, they're going to stop you. They're going to go after you too. Will they go after a guy who looks like me? Probably not. Will they go after some of you? Probably not, because statistically speaking, you're white if you watch me. I see the YouTube demographics, okay? But some of you, you know, some of you. Yeah, you're caught. I am black. Don't say that. They'll see. I have to send that one off to the editors as well. Just a moment. That one's also going to the mines. What's a good title for that bit, do you think? Trump threatens to build Gitmo concentration camp for migrants? Trump to build Gitmo concentration camp for migrants. Also perfectly descriptive. It really does sound like it would be clickbait, but it's not. You know? 1/4 cup applesauce or pumpkin puree can replace eggs while baking. Isn't it crazy that garbanzo bean juice like perfectly replaces egg whites? That's crazy. Like that it would work out that way, you know? It does? Yeah. It's just weird, you know? Is that true? Yeah, no, it's true. Yeah. They do like the same thing, basically. Little slight difference in taste, but like chemically, it does the same things. Let me take a piss super quick, then we're going to get back to your favorite part, RFK Jr. We're going to try our best, man. We're 2.5 hours in. I feel like I spent so much of the stream arguing with chat, and I don't regret any of it. I don't regret any of it. There's more. I might at some point give up, and just watch like the highlights that the news posted, but I'm going to try my best, okay? My comfy shorts. Vosh, your dick is still out? Nice try, but every day before I stream, I paint my dick concrete gray so that if I ever accidentally do leave my dick still out, it would blend in perfectly with the shorts and you wouldn't even tell. It's been out 6 times this month. You have no idea. Your tip is gray, fully NL maxing. I understand this reference, and I'm not sure if I'm happy about that fact. We are 1/7 of the way into the RFK Jr. Senate confirmation hearing. I don't think I can do this. I'm gonna let me try to like slip my feet into the slippers again and get a feel for it for a little bit. At least watch Warren and Sanders. But yeah, I'll watch the good parts.
Any future access to the life-saving vaccine. Are you denying that? Your name is on the petition.
We brought that petition after CDC recommended the COVID vaccine without any scientific basis for 6-year-old children. Most experts agree today, even the people who did it back then, that COVID vaccines are inappropriate for 6-year-old children who basically have a 0 risk from COVID. That's why I brought that lawsuit. I don't want to. I want to emphasize
Mr. Kennedy, the facts.
I don't.
The facts.
Sheesh.
And to the audience.
Hold on for a second, Mr. Kennedy. To the audience. Comments from the audience are inappropriate and out of order. And if there are any further disruptions, the committee will recess until the police can restore order. Please follow the rules of the committee. Mr. Kennedy, you may proceed.
I also want to point out that your recitation of what happened in Samoa is absolutely wrong, and you know it's wrong, and you know it's wrong.
We'll get to that in a moment. Right now, we're talking about the petition that you filed to block Americans from having access to the vaccine and to prevent any future access to the vaccine. Those facts are on the record. My third question to you is, you made almost $5 million from book deals, mostly promoting junk science. In 2021, in a book called The Measles Book, you wrote that parents had been, quote, misled into believing that measles is a deadly disease and that measles vaccines are necessary, safe, and effective. The reality is measles are in fact deadly and highly contagious, something that you should have learned after your lies contributed to the deaths of 83 people, most of them children, in a measles outbreak in Samoa. So my question here is, Mr. Kennedy, is measles deadly, yes or no?
The death rate from measles historically in this country in 1963, the year before the introduction of the vaccine, was 1 in 10,000. Let me explain what happened in Samoa. In Samoa, in 2017 or 2015, there were 2 kids who died following the MMR vaccine. And the vaccination rates in Samoa dropped precipitously from about 63% to the mid-30s, so they've never been very high. And in 2018, 2 more kids died following the MMR vaccine, and the government of Samoa banned the MMR vaccine. I arrived a year later when vaccination rates were already below any previous level. I went there, nothing to do with vaccines. I went there to introduce a medical informatics system that would digitalize records in Samoa and make health delivery much more efficient. I never gave any public statement about vaccines. You cannot find a single Samoan.
Can't believe losers like BJG supports. Does Brianna Joy Gray like RFK Jr.? I know that she's like a fash grifter, but I didn't realize that she'd gone that far down the rabbit hole. That can't be true. Has she?
Who will say, I didn't get a vaccine because of
She's insane
Kennedy.
now, yes? Yeah.
I went in June of 2019. The measles outbreak started in August. Oh, clearly I had nothing to do with the measles. Not only that,
Mr. Kennedy,
Senator, not only that, if you let me finish, Senator.
You have had some time.
If you let me finish, Senator. If you let me finish. There are 83 people died. When the tissue samples were sent to New Zealand, most of those people did not have measles. We don't know what was killing them. The same outbreak occurred in Tonga and Fiji, and no extra people died. There were 7 measles outbreaks in the 13 years prior to my arrival.
I just would like to get my time back. The nominee wrote a book saying that people had been misled into believing that measles is a deadly disease. He's trying now to play down his role in Samoa. That's not what the parents say. That's not what Governor Green says. It's time to make sure that we blow the whistle on actually what your views are. At least we're starting.
We need to move
Senator,
on.
I support the measles vaccine. I support the polio vaccine. I will do nothing as
Me when I lie.
HHS secretary that makes it difficult or discourages people from taking either of those
Anybody
vaccines.
who believes that ought to look at the measles book you wrote saying parents have been misled into believing that measles is a deadly disease. That's not true.
We need to move on. Senator Grassley.
Welcome. I'm going to do like I did in my office. I'm just going to make some points to you. I got about 7 I want to quickly get done. And then at the end, I'm going to ask if you disagree with anything I say and then address those things you disagree with. I'll make sure I save time for you to do that. A key responsibility of each member of Congress is oversight. Oversight allows us to hold bureaucrats accountable to the rule of law, and it helps keep faith with taxpayers. I expect HHS to provide timely and complete responses to congressional oversight. Number 2, PBMs.
I gotta move further
Something
along.
you and I
man.
discussed.
Something that I think you and I agree on, and that's your
Any decision he makes.
If we watch all this, that's the end of me, like as a person. Remember what we said about environmental factors? I do not want to know what watching the whole RFK Jr. confirmation hearing environmentally corresponds to, okay?
Has to be lampooned, derided, discredited, marginalized, vilified.
We need to move on. Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Kennedy, I want to start with something that I think you and I agree on, and that is that Big Pharma has too much power in Washington. You said that President Trump asked you to, quote, clean up corruption and conflicts. Sounds great. You've said that you will, quote, slam shut the revolving door between government agencies and the companies they regulate. That also sounds great. So here's an easy question. Will you commit that when you leave this job, you will not accept compensation from a drug company, a medical device company, a hospital system, or a health insurer for at least 4 years, including as a lobbyist or a board member?
Can you just repeat the last part of the question? Can I commit
You're
to
not going
what?
to take money from drug companies in any way, shape, or form.
Who? Me?
Yes, you.
Oh. Yeah, I'm
You're the
happy
one-
to commit to that.
Okay, good. That's what I figured. I said it's an easy question to start with. And I think you're right on this
I don't
question.
think any of them want to give me money, by the way.
Right. Let's keep going. You're right because to say yes, because every American has the right to know that every decision you make as our #1 health officer is to help them and not to make money for yourself in the future.
He's gonna get
so
through,
I want
isn't
to
he?
talk more about money. I'm looking at your paperwork right now. In the past 2 years, you've raked in $2.5 million from a law firm called Wisner Baum. You go online, you do commercials to encourage people to sign up with Wisner Baum to join lawsuits against vaccine makers. And for everyone who signs up, you personally get paid. And if they win their case, you get 10% of what they win. So if you bring in somebody who gets $10 million, you walk away with $1 million. Now, you just said that you want the American people to know you can't be bought. Your decisions won't depend on how much money you could make in the future. You won't go to work for a drug company after you leave HHS. But you and I both know there's another way to make money. So, Mr. Kennedy, will you also agree that you won't take any compensation from any lawsuits against drug companies while you are secretary? And
I wonder how much this is like an actionable, or how much people care about this in the current political environment, just considering the fact that like everyone in Trump's cabinet is obviously corrupt. You know what I mean? Like how much of this is like, do these sound bites resonate with anyone?
4 years afterwards.
Well, I'll certainly commit to that while I'm secretary. But I do want to clarify something because you're making me sound like a shill. I put
You're the
together
one who
that
got-
case. I did the Science Day presentation to the judge on that case to get it into court.
Mr.
The Daubert
Kennedy,
hearing.
Mr. Kennedy, it's just a really simple question.
Yeah,
You've taken in $2.5 million. I want to know if you will commit right now that not only will you not go to work for drug companies, you won't go to work suing the drug companies and taking your rake out of that while you're a secretary and for 4 years after. It's just.
I'll commit to not taking any fees from drug companies while I'm secretary.
No. I'm asking about fees from suing drug companies. Will you agree not to do that?
You're asking me to not sue drug companies,
No,
and I'm not going to agree to that,
drug
Senator.
companies as much as you want.
I'm not going to agree to not sue drug companies or anybody.
So let's do a quick count here
So he's going to take the money, yeah.
of how, as Secretary of HHS, if you get confirmed, you could influence every one of those lawsuits. Well, let me start the list. You could publish your anti-vaccine conspiracies, but this time on U.S. government letterhead, something a jury might be impressed by. You could appoint people to the CDC vaccine panel who share your anti-vax views and let them do your dirty work. You could tell the CDC vaccine panel to remove a particular vaccine from the vaccine schedule. You could remove vaccines from special compensation programs, which would open up manufacturers to mass torts. You could make more injuries eligible for compensation even if there is no causal evidence. You could change vaccine court processes to make it easier to bring junk lawsuits. You could turn over FDA data to your friends at the law firm and they could use it however it benefited them. You could change vaccine labeling. You could change vaccine information rules. You could change which claims are compensated in the vaccine injury compensation program. There's a lot of ways that you can influence those future lawsuits and pending lawsuits while you are Secretary of HHS. And I'm asking you to commit right now that you will not take a financial stake in every one of those lawsuits so that what you do as secretary will also benefit you financially down the line.
I'll comply with all the ethical guidelines.
That's not the question. You and I, you have said
You're asking me, Senator, you're asking me not to sue vaccine pharmaceutical companies. Yeah, you are. That's exactly what you're doing.
Look, no one should be fooled here. As Secretary of HHS, Robert Kennedy will have the power to undercut vaccines and vaccine manufacturing across our country. And for all of his talk about follow the science and his promise that he won't interfere with those of us who want to vaccinate his kids, the bottom line is the same.
Good retort. Thank
Kennedy can kill off access to vaccines and make millions of dollars while he does it. Kids might die, but Robert Kennedy can keep cashing in.
Senator, I support vaccines. I support the childhood schedule. I will do that. The only thing I want is good science, and that's it.
How about then say you won't make money off what you do as Secretary of HHS?
Before we go to Senator Tillis, I think
it's a pretty straightforward answer right there. I don't really know what else we're going to get.
It would be important for me to make it very clear that Mr. Kennedy has gone through the same Office of Government Ethics process as every single other nominee in the Finance Committee this year and in previous administrations. In addition to listing his assets, including the items that you've identified, he has signed an ethics letter that has been reviewed by the Office of Government Ethics concerning any possible conflict in light of its functions and the nominee's proposed duties. And we have a letter from the Office of Government Ethics that he hasn't complied completely with all applicable laws and regulations.
Science is unobstructed by vested or academic.
Michael Bennett cooked him from 49. I did hear Michael Bennett got some jabs in. We can look at that, yeah. And then Bernie Sanders.
And this committee is being asked to fulfill a really important responsibility, which is to decide whether to confirm Mr. Kennedy to one of the most important healthcare jobs in America. And the reason I think it's so important is for many of the reasons you said in your opening statement, which is that we live in the richest country in the world, and we have some of the worst health outcomes of any industrialized country in the world. We live in the richest country in the world, and we have some of the lowest life expectancy rates of anybody in the industrialized world. I was a school superintendent before I was in this job, Mr. Chairman, and I can tell you that Mr. Kennedy's right, that when I look at the kids in the Denver public schools, if we don't change the way we eat in this country, 40% of them are going to suffer adult diabetes as a result of their diet. These are, and we're, as I said, spending more than any other country in the world, and our families, every single person's constituents in this Senate are facing chronic shortages when it comes to health care. My friend from Texas, Senator Cornyn, has been a champion on mental health care. We have an epidemic, as he knows, across this country in mental health care, partly because of what the massive social media platforms that were sitting behind the President of the United States have inflicted on our children for their profit in the last decade or so. So we have no shortage of challenges to confront, and I even agree with some of the diagnosis of he spent 50 years of his life not honoring the tradition that he talked about at the beginning of this conversation, but peddling in half-truths.
Remember when this was Michelle Obama's messaging and she got burned at the stake for it? Well, that's because Michelle Obama was coming after their delicious cheeseburgers. And RFK Jr. literally opened by saying he's not coming after your delicious cheeseburgers. And that's the difference, you know? That literally is the difference. Also, of course, Michelle Obama was a, black woman. Critical difference. You won't catch me making a mistake like that while I'm trying to influence policy. Being a black woman, nope, does not work out well. Also, I think part of it is like the people who care most about health in like a politically actionable way are the conspiracy theorists. Like they're gonna like suicide bomb plants over it. They're buying like $72 a bottle pills because they think it'll fix something, it'll fix their schizophrenia or whatever, you know? It's a different dynamic. And I did mean what I said earlier, by the way, about the overpresence of neurological disorders and so on and so forth, neuroatypicality in the country, probably being largely a product of everyone on their damn cell phone. And I think it is an issue insofar as it's like impeding people's abilities to, to live their life and be happy and so on. Because, you know, you get used to having your cell phone and then you get your first job as a barista and they won't let you on your cell phone. It's like, holy shit, I'm gonna KMS. They won't let me look at my cell phone. I'm gonna lose it. I got really good at Sudoku when I worked at a froyo place. Because of course they wouldn't let me have my phone, but there was like a Sudoku booklet that would get updated now and again with the post. I got really good at Sudoku for a while. Probably forgotten that now. Absolutely did not get over being bored to sin though. Fuck, I want froyo now. Froyo's illegal now. It used to be on every block like a Starbucks, some froyo place in every major city. Now I don't see it anymore. So much for the health craze, huh?
Peddling in false statements, peddling in theories
Froyo's
that
pretty healthy. I mean,
create doubt about whether
relatively.
or not things that we know are safe are unsafe. Not that every vaccine in America is unsafe, not that you can't possibly have an adverse reaction, but that parents and children in my old school district and school districts all over this country would be better off.
Does no one read or talk to their coworkers during slow times or actually work at work? Your manager will not let you read while you are on the job. Your coworkers are assholes. And work? There's no work to do at work. Most service jobs these days, you're just standing around bored unless you're part of a dinner, morning, or lunch rush. You know, really depends on where you are.
Not getting vaccinated than getting vaccinated. Unlike his own children who were vaccinated, unlike the people he invited to his house in Los Angeles for their party who were vaccinated. For everybody else, it's about peddling these half-truths. And he says it with such conviction that you want to believe him. And Mr. Kennedy, I just have there are many, many things in the record, but I hope that you could answer these questions yes or no. I've tried to ask these in a manner that's faithful to what you actually said because I didn't want to have a debate about whether you actually said them. I feel like this guy's talking like Columbo
right now.
So
Does
I'm
anyone else
asking
feel
you yes
that
or
way?
no, Mr. Kennedy. Did you say that COVID-19 was a genetically engineered bioweapon that targets black and white people, but spared Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese people?
He did say that.
I didn't say it was deliberately targeted. I just quoted an NIH-funded and NIH published study.
Did you say that it targets black and white people but spared Ashkenazi Jews?
I quoted a study, Your Honor. I quoted an NIH study that showed that
I'll take that as a yes. I have to move on, I have to move on. Did you say that Lyme disease is highly likely a materially engineered bioweapon? I made sure I put in the highly likely. Did you say Lyme disease is a highly likely militarily engineered bioweapon?
I probably did say that.
Did you say that?
And that's what the developer of
I
Lyme
want all
disease
of our
said.
colleagues to hear it, Mr. Kennedy. I want them to hear it. You said yes. Did you say that exposure to pesticides causes children to become transgender?
No, I never said that.
Okay, I have the record that I'll give to the chairman, and he can make his judgment about what you said. Did you write in your book, and it's undeniable, that African AIDS is an entirely different disease from Western AIDS? Yes or no, Mr. Kennedy?
I'm not sure if I made that.
Okay, I'll give it to the chairman, Mr. Kennedy. And my final question, did you say on a podcast, and I quote, "I wouldn't leave abortion, to the states. My belief is we should leave it to the woman. We shouldn't have the government involved, even if it's full term." Did you say that, Mr. Kennedy?
Senator, I believe that every abortion is a tragedy.
Did you say it, Mr. Kennedy? This matters. It doesn't matter what you come here and say that isn't true, that's not reflective of what you really believe, that you haven't said over decade after decade after decade, because unlike other jobs we're confirming around this place, this is a job where it is life and death for the kids that I used to work for in the Denver public schools, and for families all over this country that are suffering from living in the richest country of the world that can't deliver basic health care and basic mental health care to them. It's too important for the games that you're playing, Mr. Kennedy. And I hope my colleagues will say to the president, I have no influence over him. I hope my colleagues will say to the president, out of 330 million Americans, we can do better than this.
Thank you. We need to move on. Senator Cassidy.
Can't believe he'll get approved even after this. Yeah, it is crazy that even with as odious of a background as RFK Jr., where he's been on 100,000 podcasts, he's had 100,000 leaked videos of him, embarrassing incident after embarrassing incident, no qualifications, no benefits to hiring him, not even beneficial to the wealthy, just like a complete blob of conspiracy bait bullshit. That he's still probably going to get in. It's a coin toss. He might not. It is possible some Republicans might, walk back on this. It is possible. Let's listen to Bernie.
Hydroxychloroquine, famotidine, even chlorine dioxide. And he was not looking at shutting down our country for the year, forcing people to wear masks for a year.
Didn't he straight up admit to sexual assault? He didn't just admit to sexual assault. He was like, also, I did more that you don't know about. I've got plenty of skeletons in my closet. That was his A-game response.
Forcing all social distancing that did not have any scientific basis, which Dr. Fauci has now acknowledged. He said we took it out of thin air. But all of those changed during the Biden administration. And it became very narrowly focused. We ended up with the worst, the highest death count of any country in the world.
Mr. Chair, if I can just ask one final question, and I think it's a one-word answer. I've heard a lot of people complaining about health care delivery, Medicaid, on the other side of the dais here. Who's been responsible for health care policies over the last 4 years?
The Biden administration.
I mean, the president, the Biden. Okay. Yeah. So I'd like to have heard more of those in oversight hearings over the last 4 years. I haven't, but I'm glad that there's an acknowledgement that you're inheriting a problem that needs to be fixed. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I know this guy.
Mr. Kennedy, thanks for being with us. I very much like the slogan that you coined, Make America Healthy Again. And I strongly agree with that effort. Despite spending, as you indicated, 2 or 3 times as much per capita on healthcare as other nations, we have 85 million people who are uninsured, underinsured. We have all kinds of chronic illnesses. Our life expectancy is lower than other countries. And for working class people in this country, they are living 6, 7 years shorter lives than the top 1%. We got a problem, okay? And I'm going to suggest some ideas that I think can remedy that. Last year, the insurance industry in this country made over $70 billion while at the same time 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured. Do you agree with me that the United States should join every other major country on earth and guarantee health care to all people as a human right? Yes? No?
No.
Senator, I can't give you a yes or no answer to that question.
Health care a human right? Is health care a human right?
In the way that free speech is a human right,
yeah.
I would say it's different because with free speech doesn't cost anybody anything, but in healthcare, if you smoke cigarettes for 20 years and you get cancer, you are now taking from the pool. Well, and so are you guaranteed the same right, or is there also a duty?
I'm sorry, I'd love to talk for an hour with you. We got a few minutes left here. All right. Every other country on earth says healthcare, whether you're poor or rich, young or old, is a human right. I'm not hearing you say that. All right, you've talked about the drug companies, and maybe we agree on this one. As you all know, despite the drug companies making over $100 billion in profits, paying CEOs outrageous compensation packages, we in some cases pay 10 times more for the same drug. Will you support legislation that I will introduce which says that in America we should not be paying a nickel more for prescription drugs than people around the rest of the world? Yes, no?
To equalize it?
Not to equalize it, that we should not be paying more than other countries for the same damn drug.
President Trump has asked me, in fact, I had a meeting with President Trump a week ago where we showed him the charts.
He knows the charts.
We're paying 10 times more from Europe.
That's right. And are you going to commit to us that you will end that absurdity?
I think in principle we can. We should end that disparity.
Good. Okay. That's great. All right. I happen to believe
in principle
that climate change is real, it's an existential threat, and it is a healthcare issue. Donald Trump thinks that it is a hoax originating in China. Question is, in your judgment, is climate change a hoax or is it real, causing devastating problems?
President Trump and I, from the beginning, from our first meeting, agreed to disagree on that issue. I believe climate change is existential. My job is to make Americans healthy again.
You believe that you disagree with Trump? You don't think climate change is a hoax, is what I'm hearing.
My job here is to make
I'm just asking you that, Mr. Kennedy, not a trick question.
I answered your question, Senator Sanders.
Okay, you disagree with the president on that.
I answered your question.
Okay. I'm going to pick up on a point that Senator Hassan made. Look, there is no question that abortion is a divisive issue in this country. I would say a majority of the people are pro-choice. There's a strong minority who are pro-life. A year and a half ago, you went to New Hampshire, running for president, gave a speech, and you talked about government should not tell a woman what she can do with her own body. That's her choice. Now, I think everybody on that side is pro-life. I think everybody here is pro-choice. I have never seen any major politician flip on that issue quite as quickly as you did when Trump asked you to become HHS secretary. Tell me why you think people should have confidence in your consistency and in your word when you really made a major U-turn on an issue of that importance in such a short time.
Senator, I believe, and I've always believed, that every abortion is a tragedy.
But you told the people in New Hampshire that it was their right. All right, let me do a last question here because I'm running out of time. I think the gist of what you were trying to say today is you're really pro-vaccine, you want to ask questions. You have started a group called the Children's Health Defense.
I saw this.
Originator. Right now, as I understand it, on their website, they are selling what's called onesies. These are little things, clothing for babies. One of them is titled Unvaxxed, Unafraid. Next one, and they're sold for $26 a piece, by the way. Next one is No Vax, No Problem. Now, you're coming before this committee and you say you're pro-vaccine. Just want to ask some questions. And yet your organization is making money selling a child's product to parents for $26, which casts fundamental doubt on the usefulness of vaccines. Can you tell us now that you will, now that you are pro-vaccine, that you're going to have your organization take these products off the market?
Senator, I have no power over that organization. I'm not part of it. I resigned from the board.
Yeah, that was just a few months ago. You founded that. You certainly have power. You can make that. Are you supportive of this?
I've had nothing to do with
Are you
leadership.
supportive of these onesies?
I'm supportive of vaccines.
Are you supportive of this clothing, which is militantly anti-vaccine?
I am supportive of vaccines. I will. I want good science, and I want to protect.
But you will not tell the organization you founded not to continue selling that product. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Blackburn.
It's cooking, but it's also like it's just kind of frustrating that there are no, like it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? I wish it mattered. I see cooking. I don't see grill marks on the side afterwards. You know.
So much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much for being with us today. And I have no doubt that you will be confirmed and you are going to do such a solid job for the people of this country.
Wow, thanks.
I do have several issues I wanted to talk with you about.
Yeah, let's hear a Republican
didn't have time to
talk to him.
cover them all when we met prior to the meeting, but rural health care is very important to me and the people of Tennessee. 78 of our 95 counties are rural counties. Now, over the last few years, we've seen hospital closures. So we have focused on access in rural areas. And my rural health agenda, which is bipartisan, focuses on innovation, telehealth, access points. It focuses on work shortages. And also, Senator Warner and I have together focused on making certain that we address the area wage index and do that fairly for our citizens that are in rural communities. So I would like a commitment from you that when confirmed, you and your CMS administrator will work with us to make certain that the area wage index is balanced and that it is fair to rural areas.
Senator, both Dr. Oz and myself recognize that rural health care is in crisis in this country, and that is catastrophic for our entire country. And I talked a little bit about my commitment to rural health earlier in this hearing. The regional price points, as you know, are set by Congress and not by HHS. I will certainly, and I know Dr. Oz will certainly work with you to make them sensible.
We look forward to that. Also, you and I, before you came forward as the secretary, the nominee, we had talked in years past about over-medicating youth and concerns over that. And I was looking at a report from TennCare, which is our Medicaid program in Tennessee. And I was concerned when I saw a number that TennCare had spent $90 million in 2024 alone on ADHD. This was 417,000 of our children. And $90 million. To me, that is heartbreaking, what is happening there. So how will you prioritize oversight of prescribing practices while promoting alternative solutions such as counseling, behavioral therapies, community-based interventions for our youth?
Exactly, and that's the solution. 15% of American youth are now on Adderall or some other ADHD medication. Even higher percentages are on SSRIs and benzos. We are not just over-medicating our children, we're over-medicating our entire population. Half the pharmaceutical drugs on Earth are now sold here. 70% of the profits from pharmaceutical companies are from the United States, even though we only have 4.2% of the world's population. Not only that, but a recent study by Cochrane Collaboration founder Peter Ghosh found that pharmaceutical drugs are the third largest cause of death in our country after heart attacks and cancers.
What?
Oh, they're not making us healthier. We need community health initiatives.
I don't think that's true. I'd like to see that document.
We need access to treatment. We need exercise. We need better food.
Okay, let me talk to you about one of those access points in treatment. And this highlights a problem we have in the federal Medicaid law. Since Medicaid's enactment, states have been prohibited from using Medicaid funds for care provided by institutions for mental disease. We refer to them as IMDs. These are psychiatric hospitals, residential treatment facilities with more than 16
It's going to continue
beds.
when I go over donuts later.
This is is a discriminatory exclusion, and it denies payment for medically necessary care based on the illness that is being treated, and it has perpetuated unequal coverage in mental health care. So if you're confirmed, when you're confirmed...
It's called iatrogenic death, which means doctor-caused death, often via prescribing medications that conflict. It is a leading cause of death. I'd need to read more into that. Interesting. I do think that for the most part, like, Americans are overprescribed stuff, but I wonder how much of that is like doctors being overeager to give the medication, and how much of that is, you know, an environment which is producing too much of a legitimate need for that medication, if you know what I mean.
Will you commit to working with me on repealing this discriminatory exclusion and ensuring equal access to mental health care for Medicaid beneficiaries?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you so much. I've got a question on PBM reform, one on artificial intelligence in healthcare. In the interest of time, I will yield back. I look forward to seeing you help make us healthy again.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Lujan.
What? No. You're next. I'm next.
Excuse me, just, I made a mistake. It's Senator Cantwell.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and just congratulations on your nomination, Mr. Kennedy. And I've been absent only because I've been in another hearing with the nominee to be the Commerce Secretary. So I will review everything that you've said today and look at that diligently. But one of the things that I wanted to discuss with you is I represent a very big innovation state, and innovation in healthcare specifically. Innovation like NIH funding to the Fred Hutch Cancer Center that helped develop the HPV vaccine, which has the potential to eliminate over 95% of cervical cancer. NIH also funds a lot of jobs and grants, nearly 11,000 people in the state of Washington, and over $1.2 billion worth of grants. So while I agree with you on healthy foods, I definitely am troubled by the medical research side of innovation and some of the things that you have said. In fact, this issue about laying off 600 employees at NIH, or giving the fact that, to quote, give infectious disease a break for 8 years. So we've had a chance to talk about this a little bit, but the most striking example of this is when COVID hit. And we were the first.
I haven't met a single.
Did Vosh address the $50 million to Gaza for condoms lied? There's not much to address. They just lied. Like I said, they lied. But there's not much to address. It's just, they just say shit, you know?
To the market. They don't dictate the market. They grow what the market is wanting them to grow.
And Senator Hawley told me the other day that his brother-in-laws are all farmers. And he said 4 out of every 5 of his brother-in-laws has Parkinson's disease. And that kind of cluster we're seeing across farm country of cancers, autoimmune diseases, obesity, et cetera. Oh, it's, and we can now not export American food to Europe because the Europeans won't take our food. That's not good for farmers. We're also destroying our soil because some of the chemicals...
Here's an article debunking the medical death thing. Medical error is not the 3rd leading cause of death. I do one thing at a time, okay.
The farmers use destroy the microbiome, and that causes the erosion of the soil. You can't get water infiltration. Water pools up and it washes the soil off. Agronomists now estimate that we only have, if we continue doing these processes, only 60 harvests left before our soil is gone. Farmers are used.
I've said it before, man, but genuinely, like literally, you could improve so many health outcomes in the US by just placing a limit by weight of how much corn syrup you can put in any food item. It's in fucking everything. It's in everything. If you bake bread, it's like water, yeast, flour. And then if you go and buy a loaf of bread, it's like you fucking ingredients by weight, you know? Flour, corn syrup. What the fuck? Added sugars, 18 grams a serving? Jesus Christ. Or just ban corn syrup. But there's nothing wrong with corn syrup. It's just they put it in everything. Corn syrup isn't like more bad for you than sugar. They just shouldn't be dumping that shit in fucking everything. It's just cheaper than cane sugar, yeah.
Seeds and chemicals that are, over the long term, are costing them and us. And what we need to do is we need to support the farmers. We need the farmers as partners if we're going to make them work. And
also, the biggest evidence that RFK Jr. is a massive grifter, the fact that he doesn't talk about corn syrup, because it's a bajillion-dollar industry with a fuck ton of government lobbies and a lot of power. Even though it's responsible for so many negative health outcomes, he will not talk about it.
I don't want a single farmer to go out of business under our watch. I don't regulate farms. If I'm privileged to be confirmed, I'm not regulating farms. That's under USDA. But I want to partner with all of my decisions with USDA and with the farm community to make sure that we don't lose more farmers in this country, but that we also transition. We offer and incentivize transitions to regenerative agriculture, to no-till agriculture, and to less chemically intensive. And by the way, I've also met with the chemical industry and the fertilizer and herbicide companies, and they want to do the same thing. Oh, and I think we're on the trajectory to do that, and we need to incentivize initiatives to accelerate that trajectory.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, the great news is that my farmers in Kansas are selling products to Europe, that today's regenerative practices, soil health, all those things are priorities for Kansas.
Public health, and only...
And I'm very concerned that this is another example of your record of sharing false and misleading information that actually really hurts people.
It's funny how both the meat eaters and vegetarians both insist the other diet is bad for men. Well, that's crazy, but the vegans win this one. The fact that red meat lowers your sperm count is an objective, like it is extremely well researched and completely verified. There's no ambiguity to it whatsoever. No, they don't. Yes, it does. Yeah.
Senator, you're mischaracterizing my statements.
I am only putting into the record what you have said, Mr.
Really?
You're mischaracterizing my statements, and I'm happy that you had a good experience on SSRIs. Many Americans have very good experience on it. Others have not.
That would be an issue between
I want to see the
SSRI uptake. My question is,
Senator, because HIPAA rules, nobody knows.
well, that is, Mr. Kennedy, do you think that people who take antidepressants are dangerous?
I think, listen, I'm not going into HHS if I'm privileged to be confirmed with any.
So you can't say that people
to impose any preconceived ideas that I may have. I just want to have good science.
So you're not saying that they aren't dangerous, which means that they could be dangerous. Let me ask you this.
That's not true.
You've described Americans who take mental health medications as addicts who need to be sent to wellness farms to recover. Is that what you believe?
I remember that.
Of course, I didn't say
that's my position now too, according to chat.
To do anything.
No, but you said they should be sent.
I said they should be available to them. I didn't say they should be sent.
You said that folks that take antidepressants are like addicts. That I can provide that,
Oh, I think they should have the availability. Listen, I know people, including members of my family, who've had a much worse time getting off of SSRIs than they did than people have getting off of heroin. The withdrawal period is, I mean, and it's written on the label.
I have some experience with this myself. Mr. Kennedy, this is personal for me. When I was a young woman and I was struggling with depression, thankfully, I had the resources to help me get through it, including a new generation of SSRI uptake inhibitors.
I won't lie. Basically, all the news I hear out of SSRIs is negative. You know, it's not like lithium, really good for bipolar. Adderall or Ritalin, Vyvanse, whatever, like anything in that ballpark, whatever works for you, often really good for ADHD. The stories I hear out of SSRIs, though, it's like, yeah, it'll make you like depressed and fat and you might want to kill yourself, but maybe it'll make you not want to kill yourself. But it works for some people. It's just like a very, it's like, it seems like there's a lot of variance, you know? Why are people WTFing me? All of these are like recognized potential side effects of SSRIs. Like your doctor will tell you that. Yeah, you just got to get the right one. The problem is that in our fucked up, shitty ass mental health or mental health care / healthcare system is that there might be an SSRI that works for you. You go in for an appointment, you get the prescription, you take it, it doesn't work for you, it makes you feel like shit. You can't see your doctor again for like 3 months. There's another $300 down the drain. They're like, oh, are you sure? Maybe you just need to like up the dosage or lower the dosage or some bullshit. I don't know. Scientists haven't figured it out yet. Then you go back, you have another month of it, you get another appointment, you're like, okay, no, I really don't think this works for me. And they're like, okay, you know, maybe we can try this like other thing, you know, and we'll get it a lower dosage this time to start. And you take it and it doesn't feel like anything and you can't tell if it's doing anything. And then you're like, okay, you know, fucking, and then like 5 months and $2,000 later, you find something that maybe works, but you can't tell because it's been so long since the first time. A lot of misdiagnosis as well. Like with some people that think they're depressed and take SSRIs, but it turns out they're bipolar. Yeah, that happened to me. At first actually it didn't happen to me because I went to a psych when I had like a depressive episode early in college. And I was like, yeah, I guess I'm depressed. And the psych was like, I don't know, sometimes it sounds like you're really pogged up. I think you might have bipolar. And I was like, isn't that a woman's disease? And she was like, no. That's borderline personality disorder. You have the gender neutral version of it, basically. Scientists haven't figured it out yet. And I was like, okay, so I'll take the lithium, and then ever since I've been living life, you know. So lithium is generally safe. I don't want to go making irresponsible statements. I think that if you were to try lithium, you would probably experience a lower risk of negative side effects than if you were to try Vyvanse or something, or like, sorry, like the average SSRI. Lithium doesn't work like the other stuff though. Lithium's like, you take it and it builds up over time, and then you're just kind of chill. You know what I mean? Like, you're not like, oh, I feel bad, I'm gonna take a lithium. It's like you take a lithium every day forever, and it just, the effect it has is very subtle and not immediate, and it's just based on like an average leveling out of extreme mental states. I was worried at first taking lithium. I thought like, won't this make me like boring or something? And then it turns out, no, being depressed actually makes you really boring. People be laying in bed not able to move because they're so sad, thinking, I don't want to suppress this vibrant personality that I've cultivated, you know? It would be a shame if I risked, you know, diminishing the vibrance of my character here. And I take lithium, it turns out I'm more, you know, energetic than ever. It's like, oh wow, great. It just averages out the extremes like some ADHD meds. Yeah, you know, whatever. That's fine. Fair deal. That's true, Arcane Spaghetti.
Help to clear my mind, get me back on track to being a mom and a wife and a productive, happy person. And I'm really grateful for that therapy. So I have some experience with this, and I think that everyone should have access to that care. And your job as secretary is to expand access to care, not to spread lies and misinformation. And you know, the things that you say, Mr. Kennedy, they live on. They have impact. And you know, we're having this conversation at the same moment that my Republican colleagues are looking to try to figure out how to save money any way they can. And so they want to cut Medicaid. Let's just think about this for a minute, because you're going to be...
Do not mix lithium and psychedelic drugs, chat. This is a lethal combination. It will give you deadly seizures. Yeah, I heard about that. Good thing the one time I accidentally did that, it turns out the shrooms weren't that bad. Only afterwards were we like, oh yeah, it turns out that can have negative parentheses lethal effects.
Should you be confirmed, you would be responsible for CMS, which provides mental and behavioral health care to millions of Americans. Close to 40% of folks on Medicaid have a behavioral health condition. And you would be part of this administration that would be looking to cut Medicaid. So, Mr. Kennedy, these statements that you've made linking antidepressants to school shootings, they reinforce the stigma that people who experience mental health every day face every single day. And I'm very concerned that this is another example of your record of sharing false and misleading information that actually really hurts people.
Senator, you're mischaracterizing my statements.
I am only putting
Seems to keep
into the
happening.
record what you have said, Mr. Kennedy.
You're mischaracterizing my statements, and I'm happy that you had a good experience on SSRIs. Many Americans have very good experience on it. Others have
That
not.
would be an issue between them and their physicians, and not for the
exactly.
future head of HHS to be putting out.
Aren't the school shootings a complex interplay between the destruction of youth socialization and rise of injection? No, you actually are born with a school shooter spiritual node in your brain. You know, we can detect for it based on whether or not you do a school shooting, but even if you don't do one, like the node is still there, and it's kind of like innate.
Misinformation about the dangers of
Sorry, wrong segment.
SSRIs
That's a lie, chat.
and other
Ignore.
antidepressant medication, spreading the stigma and the fear that we're actually trying to overcome.
Do you think physicians, when they make that prescription, ought to have access to good science?
Of course they do. And I
That's
don't
all I
think
believe, too. And you and I are in agreement, Senator.
And to your point that you made when you made these statements, it was not based on good science. I don't know what it was based on.
I was saying the science needed to be done. I was saying these are potential culprits. We're coterminous, and I named other things. I said video games. I said social media. I said SSRIs. SSRIs have a black box warning of suicidal, homicidal behavior.
Mr. Chair, I will submit to the chair the information that I have about what Mr. Kennedy has said of linking antidepressants to school shootings. Thank you.
That was much needed.
Senator Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you, Mr. Kennedy. To follow up on that spirited exchange, in talking with you and reading about your vision for the department, you said one of your goals is to return public health agencies to the gold standard of scientific review. You've alluded to the gold standard a number of times today. So I'm going to give you an opportunity, uninterrupted, but hopefully not too extensive, to tell me and others what you mean by this gold standard.
The gold standard means real scientific research with replication of studies, which very rarely happens now at NIH. We should be giving at least 20% of the NIH budgets to replication. We should make sure that all the science is published with the raw data.
He actually is correct on this one. I will give him credit for this. We are in a scientific replicability crisis right now, where people just do be saying shit, and 90% of studies are like X corporation paying scientists to probably come up with the outcome they want, and then nobody replicates anything. You know, obviously this doesn't mean he's going to do it. He's going to do this in like a corrupt or ineffective way, or like we're not going to get a good outcome here or anything, but I agree with what he's saying.
Make sure that the peer reviews are also published. And I'll give you a quick example. 20 years ago,
Off topic, but did zinc ever work? What Powersurg is referring to here is that zinc is one of the supplements you can take to have bigger loads, and the answer is yes. But frankly, I didn't need the help.
NIH scientists did a study on Alzheimer's, which they said it was caused by amyloid plaque. After that, NIH shut down studies of any other hypothesis. 20 years later, we now know that those studies were fraudulent. NIH has funded 800 studies on a fraudulent hypothesis, and we've lost 20 years in figuring out how to a cure for Alzheimer's. And that's just one example. I could give you hundreds. We need to end that. We need to end the old boy system. We need to have replicatable
Kennedy talking
science
about ending the old boys system.
and be completely transparent about raw data.
Thank you, sir. In recent years, particularly during the COVID pandemic, there's been a lot of skepticism about our public health institutions. Some of this, I would say, is warranted, but it's now created a pervasive lack of trust from the public that these institutions are acting in bad faith or failing to act in objective criteria, failing, in short, to act in the best interests of the public. If confirmed, Mr. Kennedy, how will you work to regain the public's trust? I suspect it'll take some time in these important public health institutions.
Through radical transparency, I'm going to make the reason people don't trust the public health agencies is because they haven't been trustworthy. And
it's largely because of misinformation spread, largely because of the COVID pandemic. Really, genuinely, the NIH, like the Health and Human Services, for the most part, they're pretty on the up and up now. Like, there have been some obvious examples of corruption, misinformation, so on and so forth. But as government agencies go, they're definitely, like, by far some of the most responsible ones, you know?
Gave the example of COVID. At the beginning of COVID, everybody was rushing to get that vaccine. We had over 90% vaccination uptake.
Yes, sir.
CDC's most recent recommendation is that Americans take the 8th booster. Only 23% of Americans are complying. That means 77% of Americans no longer trust CDC.
We're all trying to find the guy who did this, said person who profits off of anti-vax COVID misinformation. Because the vaccine's no longer free. Also, yeah, obviously there's going to be a fall-off rate in getting like the 7th booster or whatever. How many people get their flu shots every year? Probably not that many. I don't.
That is the problem.
Yes, sir. In the absence of full information, might it, I think agree with you, but I want your response. Might it make sense to share that absence of full information with the American people, that uncertainty? I think one of the things by observation and experience that I saw during the pandemic, because we had certain prominent doctors appear on television and indicate, no, you absolutely must not wear a mask. 2 weeks later, it's yes, you must wear a mask. But they were certain. And they even demonized people for not following the latest science, knowing there's a high level of uncertainty in that science. Would a measure of humility and, as you say, radical transparency demonstrates humility help rebuild trust over a period of years?
Absolutely. We need to tell Americans what we don't know. We need to make sure studies that reach a null hypothesis are also published. And that doesn't...
Side note, don't take fish oil and zinc on an empty stomach. Zinc, fun fact, is also great in inducing vomiting. You should basically never take any meds on an empty stomach. You should never have an empty stomach. The best way to go about shit, okay, you want to graze like the noble cow, you know? You want to always have like a little bit of fire in the tummy, you know?
Happen.
Sir, I think you are right about why healthcare costs are so...
You should have an empty stomach while you sleep? Okay, yes, when you sleep. Yeah, okay, yeah.
High in the first place. The answer is indeed chronic disease. 90% of our healthcare spending goes towards managing it, as you say in your open statement. It's not in the main because of waste, fraud, and abuse, although we know some exist. It's not in the main because we have greedy executives at innovative world-class companies. It's not in the main because we haven't yet adopted an unsustainable Medicare for all scheme.
Full stomach before eat equals overheating equals waking up in nightmares. If you guys want to take control of your life, this is a great place to start. Stop eating right before sleep, okay? You know that feeling you get where you go to sleep and it takes forever and you wake up at 4 a.m. from like, you're like sweaty and overheated, and then you sit up and you get immediately bile in your throat and you get like acid reflux and heartburn, and you're like, well, that's like literally my entire night and the next day ruined. No, that's great. I'm glad you don't. It happens to a lot of people. I got GERDs. I've got a susceptibility to a lot of bile, you know, like acid reflux. So, you know, you gotta not eat right before bed.
It's because of this. So I'm encouraged that you intend to make that a point of emphasis as it pertains to your future leadership. I will say, with respect to COVID, it's not over for a lot of Americans. It's not over.
It's
I know
not
the
over?
mission accomplished banner was convenient for the last administration, but as we continue to navigate the ongoing impacts of the COVID pandemic, we have many individuals here in the United States and around the world who are suffering from long-term health effects that significantly impact their quality of life, work, and daily activities, and they've been largely ignored. Funding for long COVID research was appropriated by Congress in December of 2020, followed by additional funding directed by the Biden administration in February 2024. Patient groups and industry publications have criticized the slow pace of clinical trial design and enrollment. If confirmed, will you collaborate with healthcare providers, researchers, and effective communities to better understand and mitigate long COVID's impact? Yes or no, please?
Absolutely, Senator. There's 16 million Americans.
Will you commit to prioritizing long COVID research and integrate this work into broader healthcare policies? Yes or no, please?
Yes.
Patient groups, experts, and industry publications have raised concerns around existing long COVID funding being spent on observational research. In particular,
Josh projecting on chat here a little. On don't eat before bed? You people. You'll take any excuse. Whatever. Have shitty sleep if you want.
Criticism was directed towards recover funding being used to duplicate existing findings.
Warren round 2. Let's go. They get me the fuck out of here. Like 50 more things happen.
Wrong, and I just want to make very clear what Rhode Island OBGYN.
Isn't there research COVID has caused brain damage? Yeah, long COVID research is understudied at the moment, and a lot of that is for political reasons. Like, the money doesn't come from nowhere. The access doesn't come from nowhere. A lot of people, like, there's a lot of, like, hesitancy around the topic for a wide variety of reasons. But as far as I can tell, if you've ever had COVID, you are legally retarded. And I am sorry.
Tell me, is the situation when these procedures have to be deployed?
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Kennedy, I wanted to ask about your role in the 2019 measles outbreak in Samoa. In July 2018, two children died immediately after receiving a measles vaccine that nurses had mistakenly mixed with a muscle relaxant. The nurses get charged with manslaughter, but vaccination rates go down. I asked you about this in my office. You told me flatly that your visit to Samoa had nothing to do with vaccinations. We now know that's not true. I have the documentation. You met with the Prime Minister. You talked about vaccinations. You met with an anti-vaccine influencer who described the meeting as, quote, profoundly monumental for this movement. So what happens? Vaccinations go down, there's a measles outbreak, and children start dying. But you double down. You didn't give up. Just 4 days after the Prime Minister declared a state of emergency, 16 people already dead, you sent a letter to him promoting the idea that the children had died not from measles, but from, quote, defective vaccine. You launched the idea that a measles vaccine caused these deaths. You are a very influential man. In fact, you are called the leader of the disinformation dozen. UNICEF and WHO, the World Health Organization, investigated this. They say the claims are false. It is not biologically possible what you claimed. And yet, ultimately, more than 70 people died because they didn't get vaccines. So my question is, do you accept even a scintilla, just even a sliver of responsibility for the drop in vaccinations and the subsequent deaths of more than 70 people? Anything you do differently?
No, absolutely not. After there were two incidents in which children died, in 2015 and again in 2015, it was from the measles vaccine. That's what the New Zealand General Hospital found. The government of Samoa banned the measles vaccine after the 2018. I arrived in July of the next year, after the ban had been in place for a year.
Mr. Chairman.
You know how it's really important to take account of the things that you're thankful for, even when others are suffering? Like, even as the children in Palestine are genocided, you can go, that's awful, and I'll do what I can to oppose it, but at the same time, it helps me reflect on how I value the things that I enjoy. That's going to be me on every child coming of vaccine age under the RFK Jr. DHHS administration. I'm gonna see, and look, I'm vaccinated, all right? I'm fine. To me, you're all just like, it's like, you know, finish your plate, there are children in Africa starving kind of distance, you know what I mean? Oh, polio's back? That's really unfortunate for them. My heart goes out to them. I say with my smug late millennial friends, all of whom got the Fauci ouchies that we need to live a long and prosperous life. The last peak on the American life expectancy graph before it starts cascading down. Yeah, bless your heart, children. I'm really sorry.
Understanding that you wanted to hold us to a minute and that I don't get to present all the facts and documentation I've got, how about if we just decide to make entries for the record on exactly what the record shows about Mr. Kennedy's participation? And I think he's answered the yes or no question. He takes no responsibility.
Senator Warren, we will do that. And Mr. Kennedy, and to all the senators, every senator knows that following this hearing, they will be able to ask you questions off the record, and you will be able to put answers back onto the record. So please give that answer. I apologize that we're shutting you off for giving a full response right now. Senator Smith, and we are way over time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Kennedy, you have said that you want to give infectious diseases a break for about 8 years. You spoke about this with Senator Cantwell. My question to you has to do with avian flu. Over 100 million birds culled. The disease has spread to dairy cows, and there are now 67 confirmed human cases and 1 death. So, Mr. Kennedy, do you intend to give research on bird flu a break?
No, I intend to devote the appropriate resources to preventing pandemics. That's an essential part of my job.
What do you think is causing the avian influenza?
This will go to my office.
I think the H5N1 virus is.
So that's good to hear, because in a recent book, I will submit this for the record because we don't have that much time, Mr. Kennedy has questioned the scientific basis for germs causing disease and the power of vaccines and antibiotics.
I've never questioned that, Senator.
Well, I will submit that for the record.
Thank you. Senator Warnock, 1 minute.
I like the way you said that to the Baptist preacher. Thank you so much, Mr. Kennedy. Based on our conversations, it's my understanding that you support work requirements in Medicaid. In 2020, President Trump approved a proposal from Georgia state leaders requiring Georgians to jump through a number of onerous bureaucratic hoops and fill out even more paperwork to verify work and get access to health care. I ask this as someone who represents a state that has not expanded Medicaid. The federal government, because of this waiver, spent $70 million on Georgia's Medicaid waiver. 82% of that went to administrative costs. The point that I'm making is that the folks that they're insisting need to work, 90% of those folks are working. They are caregivers, or they have a disability. Let me give you one example. A woman I think of all the time, her name is Heather. She's a traveling nurse from Dalton, Georgia, who falls into the Medicaid coverage gap. Heather experienced a series of small strokes, leaving her unable to work full time. She's dedicated her life to caring for patients, but now she can't afford her own medical care, out-of-pocket costs, because she doesn't make enough to qualify for tax credits to buy private insurance. What does Heather need? Does she need work requirements, or does she need access to health care so she can finally get healthy and get back to work?
The individual that you described would need health care and not a work requirement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we are done with the questioning now.
Yay.
Mr. Kennedy, I apologize to you.
Sorry, I've been engaging with all of this in a state of catatonia. We have a lot more to go over. Let's see. Trump signed a settlement agreement today ending his lawsuit against Meta after the company suspended his account in the aftermath of Jan 6. The agreement requires Meta to pay out roughly $25 million, $22 million of which will go to a fund for Trump's forthcoming presidential library. That's great. Yeah, that's about right. That sounds about right. Obviously, they're not going to continue the lawsuit now that Trump's president and has infinite power, and Meta's right there with them. So yeah, just, you know, settle it out. Just a little payment, a little tithe. Just a little bit, just a smidge. Oh, man. Hey, I meant to cover this a while ago, and I feel like it's kind of apropos considering all the talk we've been doing about how all of you have autism or whatever. Did you know that American children are legally R-worded? I shouldn't say it in the first 2 minutes of a video that I know will be a segment. It's actually really bad. Like really, 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 really bad. Look at this. These are the 4th and 8th grade math and reading scores, respectively. The number of students who scored at least basic on these tests. Not proficient or whatever. It's just basic, okay? Blue is reading, red is math, just like in real life. The solid line is 4th grade, and the dotted one is 8th grade. So, as you can see, lines are going down here in everything except 4th grade math, which I guess is nice. But of course, in 2020 or 2019, as the graph describes it here, we have a, you know, the COVID pandemic lockdown, so on and so forth. And I mean, they're continuing to go down. 60% of students score at least basic in the 4th grade reading proficiency test. So 40% don't. 40% don't score proficient. That's insane. This is as bad as it's ever been. We're in for a rough one. And by high school, they haven't rectified the problem. Yeah. I mean, with the reading scores, it's tracking consistently. Math plummeted. The only thing that's gone up is 4th grade math. But what are you doing in 4th grade math, man? Do you think it has to do with parents being less strict about grades? My understanding right now is that parents don't want to parent. And if teachers ever criticize their kid or give their kid a bad grade, the parent will call in and be like, hey, teacher, fuck you, give my kid a good grade. And the parent has all the power. Like, teachers have no power, basically. Like, the right-wing obsession with parental authority over children has reached the point where schools no longer have any institutional power, and teachers can no longer dictate anything, basically. And, you know, you've got all these kids with, like, personality problems or antisocial personality disorder or whatever. Like, they're super aggro and they're rude. They're always back-talking. And I know old people always say this about young people, but my understanding is that it actually has gone up this time. The average math score for 8th grade students was unchanged from 2022. Reading scores fell 2 points at both grade levels. 1/3 of 8th grade students score below basic in reading, more than ever before in the history of the assessment. Students are considered below basic if they're missing fundamental skills. For example, 8th grade students who scored below basic in reading were typically unable to make a simple inference about a character's motivation after reading a short story. Some were unable to identify that the word industrious means to be hardworking. Yeesh. Especially alarming was the divide between higher and lower performing students, which has grown wider than ever. Students with the highest scores outperformed their peers from 2 years ago, making up some ground lost during the pandemic. But the lowest performers are scoring even lower, falling further behind. It's most pronounced in 8th grade math. While the top 10% of students saw their scores increase by 3 points, the lowest 10% decreased by 6 points. Yay. I know several ex-math teachers personally who have recently quit to go get actuary certs to make 5 times the money and not have to deal with parents. Yeah. My mom's a teacher. She's complained about how parents are overbearing and constantly complaining while their kids are getting worse and that it's a recent phenomenon. Yeah, everything that I've heard has suggested that it's getting, like, way worse very quickly. Future Republican voters? I mean, kinda, yeah. Donald Trump overperformed with low income and lower education voters. So were COVID lockdowns bad, or is the parent-teacher-student culture fucked? Well, I read further in the article earlier today, and in cities like New York City and Los Angeles, which of course had relatively long lockdowns, people have bounced back quicker. And in some rural areas, they've bounced back quicker because they didn't have many lockdowns at all. But there's a lot of variance, basically. Teacher here, I have 11th grade students with 6th grade reading proficiency. They get mad when I give them zeros for copying and using ChatGPT. Yeah, that sounds about right. Dude, we need to be able to, like, fail kids. Do you think a lot of this is just the fact that the incentives don't line up anymore? You can't fail kids anymore. No one gets held back because all school funding comes from, like you have to meet performance goals. So no matter what, it's like, oh, you know, no matter how badly they do, they can't be failed. I teach 7th grade social studies. There's so much paperwork I have to do to fail a kid. That's fucked up. Why does it take paperwork to fail a kid? You should just fail them for fun. I don't know. Is failure just not just a grade? Well, yeah, but literally, like, you can't give kids Fs in a lot of cases. You can't give them 59% or lower or whatever, because then the school doesn't get their federal funding because it takes away from the incentive or whatever. We don't remember how to fail kids. We've forgotten how. And then they can't get held back a year. If you can't pass the school, like if you can't pass the courses, you should get held back a year. I don't know. It's pretty bad, man. Bring back little dunce caps? Yes. Genuine question, would failing / holding back kids actually solve the problem? Wouldn't those kids just continue to fail every year? I guess that's it for them then. I don't know, like they could learn. I don't know. I mean, like what's the point of having school if failing and then you just move on to the next year? Aren't you supposed to like learn the things in the year before you move on to the next one? The parents really need to be added to the responsibility of this. I mean, one of the big problems is that nobody actually likes having children. Nobody does, in the West at least. Nobody likes having children. People hate having children. They despise it. They have children because they're lonely and anxious and they feel like they have to. They want people to take care of them when they're older. They want to have some kind of legacy. So they raise some stupid retard kid who has their totally different life and they don't want to parent them at all because they don't care. You know, they just don't care. Yeah, they like the idea of having a family. They hate having a kid. Why do you say the R slur so much? Trump won. Can't hold me back anymore. That's pretty pessimistic. It's literally true. Birth rates are declining everywhere on Earth. Literally every single place on Earth. Everywhere. High housing costs, low housing costs. Good economy, bad economy. Multi-generational household, single-family household. Everywhere, all the time, birth rates are decreasing. Not true, Africa is growing. No, the birth rates are decreasing in Africa, in every country. I think maybe India is still growing. No. The birth rate is decreasing. But also, no, believe it or not, in India, I believe that they are now below replacement rate, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. 2.01 births per woman as of 2022, which is just slightly below replacement rate. In India, people don't want to have kids. Kids are expensive as fuck. It's not just where kids are expensive. It's where kids are cheap too. It's everywhere on Earth. Every single place on Earth. I think the main reason why is just that raising a kid is kind of boring and there are more interesting things to do now. It used to be like, what are you doing with your free time? Cracking open coconuts? Fucking? I don't know. Also, you kind of have to. Pretty strong, like, social incentive. People are bored, you know? Nowadays, we ran out of coconut. You don't think it has to do with individualism for capitalism? No. This is happening in every country on Earth. It's just a broader. Maybe a lot of AFAB people don't want to have their bodies destroyed. Fucking whoa! It doesn't destroy your body to have birth. Let's dial it back with the language here. Jesus. That one friend is too woke, yeah. I mean, it kind of does. It kind of doesn't, okay? Listen, the birth rates are bad enough. Don't make them worse by propagating the idea that you can't recover from a birth, okay? Too much ADHD in the water for children. That's true. Natalism, Mark? I mean, I do think that, like, humanity should exist, I think. Probably. Maybe. I'm sorry, but this is true. One of my friends had 3 kids, and their life is by and large far less interesting now. Went from going to off-road competitions and recreational shooting to working 24/7 and eating mac and cheese and KFC every day. Yeah, I feel like the "it takes a village" thing is kind of necessary. Maybe most of the child rearing should be done by grandparents because they're, like, old and want to chill a bit, you know? Because, like, people used to not live very long. Now that people live a lot longer, I don't know. Seems like old can't have children. No. I mean, they'd raise the kids of the parents. Yeah, that's how it used to be, more or less, you know? The parents would have the kids, and then they'd go out hunting, and the grandparents would be like, want to learn how to weave a basket or something like that. Because old people love that shit. They're like, hey, want to learn how to play backgammon? Old people love it. Well, we'll find a solution to that problem one day. Vosh, my dad used to ride motorcycles competitively before I was born. Now he's depressed as fuck. Well, if it makes you feel any better, at his age, he wouldn't be riding motorcycles competitively anymore anyway, whether or not you'd been born. So I wouldn't take that, to heart. All right. U.S. Education Department ends hoax investigations into book bans. That's good. So they will no longer be investigating the illegal book bans that red states have engaged in. Okay, gotcha. That's good. That's good. Very good. Getting word we'll have another anti-trans executive order tonight, this time targeting teachers. It directs the federal government to work with state AGs to put teachers who use trans kid pronouns in jail through sexual exploitation laws or practicing medicine without a license. Well, that's terrifying. So if a teacher calls a trans kid the correct pronouns, that would be practicing medicine without a license and sexual exploitation. I see. That's more draconian than, like, basic. It's pretty wild. So pronouns are out. Pronouns definitely on the out, not trendy this season. Vosh, it feels like we're totally fucked. Is there anything you're hopeful for? Yeah, well, I'm vaxxed, so I got in early, That's nice. I'm cisgender. Don't use any pronouns ever. Yeah, I wonder if they would just, you just have to use the student's name, I guess. Make it illegal to use nicknames or something like that. Some crazy shit like that. Well, we'll get that drop later. Gender-affirming nicknames might count too. I wonder how enforceable that is. Especially since, again, this would allegedly direct the federal government to work with state AGs. But if you're in a blue state, for one, your state AG will never do this. Like, this is one where I feel comfortable saying that it's basically toothless. There is no fucking way the, like, California AG is going to be, you know, assisting the federal government in prosecuting teachers over this. Now, in red states, yeah, no. I'm a Floridian, though. Skill issue. Couldn't catch me living in Florida. They can't stop you from using they, them pronouns. Oh, they can. They could. These are already like wildly punitive lawsuits. You know, like they'll just whatever. They can and they will. Trump threatens to double tax rates for foreign nationals and companies. Okay. Well, I'm a citizen. We'll see if this actually happens. This would lead to some pretty severe retaliation, I feel. Yeah, he signed an order asking the Treasury Secretary to, quote, investigate whether any foreign country subjects U.S. citizens or corporations to discriminatory or extraterritorial taxes. We'll see what comes of that. Manny hates all non-U.S. citizens. Huh? Yeah, he's pretty racist. Pretty racist. Saw this. Ken Klippenstein posted a leaked image coming from the... this one's from the Defense Intelligence Agency, but apparently it's the entire Pentagon, basically, where they are no longer recognizing woke holidays. Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday, Black History Month, Women's History Month, Holocaust Day / Days of Remembrance, Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, Pride Month, Juneteenth, Women's Equality Day, National Hispanic Heritage Month, National Disability Employment Awareness Month, National American Indian Heritage Month. But Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday and Juneteenth are both federal holidays, so they get to take the day off, but they can't acknowledge why it is, I guess. Like, on Juneteenth, they'll be like, yeah, for no reason at all now, we don't have to come into work today. I think that's literally what's happening here. Also, the Associated Press didn't give Ken Klippenstein credit for leaking the image, which is really fucked up because the job of whistleblowers and journalists who cover whistleblowing is more important now than it ever has been. So, you know. Maybe they didn't want to out him. No, Ken's pretty loud about it. How long till Ken is arrested? I mean, unironically, the way things are going. The DIA will pause all activities and events related to agency special emphasis programs effective immediately and until further notice. Special observances throughout the year by Command Element Director of Special Offices also paused. Yeah. Looks about right. How interesting. Irish History Month was left in. The Hibernian conspiracy theory taking root yet again. Who really controls society? Those tap dancing fucks. Also from Ken, USAID removed their anti-corruption page. That's cool. In addition to DEI materials, the agency's anti-corruption webpage has been taken down. Well, they won't need it, so. Like how they took the Constitution off the White House website. Pro-corruption page will be up soon. Just got to fill the space, man. Oh, boy. Did you see this yet? I think he wants to actually deport pro-Palestine students. Yerp. I saw it. As a matter of fact, I did. Trump administration to cancel student visas of pro-Palestinian protesters. America first, asterisk. All hail Israel. All hail the MIC. You can protest America, but by Jove, you will not protest Israel. Groyper's on suicide watch. Yeah, I wonder how they'll rationalize this one. Well, it's only student visas, I suppose, so if you're a citizen, you're still theoretically fine. Whatever that matters. For now. It's a pretty rough day. Yesterday was also a pretty rough day. If they really go forward with that insane anti-trans prosecute all teachers who use the correct pronouns bill, this one might actually top yesterday. Rough week. Quite an administration it's been, huh, Captain? What a presidency that was. Captain, it's day 9. And I'm not talking about Sean Plott. You get it? Trump already signed the EO about the teachers. Wait, did it just happen? Breaking from 2:44 p.m. Okay, yeah, 15 minutes ago. Okay, yep, it happened. Trump has signed an executive order that orders the AG to coordinate with state and local AGs to enforce the law and file appropriate actions, quote unquote, against teachers and schools that affirm a child's gender, uses the correct pronouns, and more. Yeah, give me the document, please. That's great. That's great. Section 1. Purpose and policy. Parents trust America's school to provide their children with a rigorous education and to instill a patriotic admiration for our incredible nation and the values with which it stands. Right. Yeah. Lately, schools indoctrinate their children, radical anti-American ideologies, innocent children compelled to adopt identities as either victims or oppressors, blah, blah. We've heard this a million times before. Imprinting anti-American, subversive, harmful, and false ideologies on our nation's children not only violates longstanding anti-discrimination policies, to parental consent, Similarly, demanding acquiescence to quote-unquote white privilege or unconscious bias actually promotes racial discrimination and undermines national unity, Section 2, definitions. Defending women from gender ideology extremism. He already signed that one. Sorry to interrupt, but breaking. We're already reading the thing that's breaking. Only so many things can break at one time before your audio card stops loading new sounds. Remember audio cards? Sound cards? Whatever they were called? Okay, basically all of this bullshit at the beginning is being anti-racist is actually being racist. The only way to truly fight racism is to be racist, etc., etc. We've all blah, 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 blah. Okay. Ending indoctrination strategy. Okay. Within 90 days of the date of this order to advise the President in formulating future policy, the Secretary of Education, the Secretary of Defense, and the Secretary of Health and Human Services, in consultation with the Attorney General, shall provide an ending indoctrination strategy to the President through the Assistant to the President for Domestic Policy. Is this not the old one? No, it's not. This is from today. Ending indoctrination strategy. Here we go. The Attorney General shall coordinate with state attorneys general, and local district attorneys in their efforts to enforce the law and file appropriate actions against K-12 teachers and school officials who violate the law by sexually exploiting minors. That's probably good, though their definition of sexually exploiting minors is when you're woke around them or whatever. Unlawfully practicing medicine by offering diagnoses and treatment without the requisite license. So this means if a teacher says something like, you might be gender nonconforming, that's you being a doctor without a license. Or otherwise unlawfully facilitating the social transition of a minor student. I like how in the first two definitions here, they're like, don't engage in sexual abuse and don't pretend to be a doctor. And then for the third one, they have to drop the euphemism because they want to target the behavior really specifically. Like, they don't say anything along the lines of like, you know, or engaging in sexual abuse by denying the identity of da-da-da. They have to just flat out say, also it's illegal to call them the right pronouns or whatever. The assistant to the president for domestic policy shall regularly convene the heads of the agencies tasked with submitting the ending indoctrination strategy under subsection A of this section to confer regarding their findings, areas for additional investigation, blah, 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 blah. 1776 commission. Okay, so is the only like actionable legal threat within this document that one right there? Because the rest of this looks like the standard in doing with the definitions we've already established. We believe this and we're going to do this and blah, 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 you know? Not the same as like the very specific language there. The 1776 Commission shall facilitate the development and implementation of a presidential 1776 award to recognize student knowledge of the American founding, including knowledge about the founders, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitutional Convention, and the great soldiers and battles of the American Revolutionary War. Or in other words, once a year, we will invite one student to the White House so they'll read an essay out loud to the American public about how George Washington had no choice but to have slaves. And basically the slaves were better off for it anyway. Got it. In coordination with the White House Office of Public Liaison, coordinate bi-weekly lectures regarding the 250th anniversary of American independence, grounded patriotic education, Upon request, advise executive departments and agencies regarding their efforts to ensure patriotic education. Yeah. Provide funding. Yeah, it seems like the only really pointed measure in here was that one. Like they're burying it in the middle of all this other bullshit. Trump frame as being trans as an anti-American ideology. Definition section E is only applying to trans youth, but it's a doozy. It says that social transition is going to be a big part of the executive order, and this includes using a different name, pronouns, bathroom, and sports. This hints that the purpose of the EO will be to target this. That, to be clear, by the way, like, this is completely unactionable, even in red states. They're literally talking about the federal government working with state and local to target teachers who use nicknames for students. Like, the actual practice of this, the language in the document, totally unenforceable. It's an insane overreach that'll probably get immediately challenged in court for whatever that's worth, which is intended to terrify people, you know? Yeah, much like the bathroom bans. Like, there's no way to enforce them. They're doing it just to terrify people and keep them out of public sight. I like, listen to this. Social transition means the process of adopting a gender identity or gender marker that differs from a person's sex. This person can this process can include psychological or psychiatric counseling or treatment by a school counselor or other provider. Modifying a person's name, e.g. Jane to James, or pronouns, e.g. him to her, calling a child non-binary, use of intimate facilities and accommodations such as bathrooms and locker rooms specifically designated for persons of the opposite sex, and participating in school athletic competitions or other extracurricular activities specifically designated for persons of the opposite sex. Social transition does not include chemical or surgical mutilation. Great, great. Remember, the president does not have the ability to write new laws. That's Congress's job. All the president can do through executive orders is change how they're enforcing existing law. There is no law, at least not to my knowledge, in the vast majority of states, don't tell me about Oklahoma, saying that it is unlawful or sexual abuse for a teacher to call a student by a name other than their legal name. That's not law. So basically what they're saying with this executive order is, if you make that law, if you play along with this and make this law, we will work with you. We are virtue signaling right now. We are here, we are planting our feet down on the ground, and we are telling you to work with us. This is a virtue signal. We are using our power as the federal government to not compel, but to essentially request legislation from all of these red states so that we may work together on this. You know? Does that make sense? Yes, but it not being legal has never stopped Trump or this new administration. Just to be clear, okay? There is at this moment no way that like FBI agents are going to be walking into your school and arresting teachers for calling somebody whatever name or pronoun, okay? That's just not their authority. They can't do that. It's a virtue signal. The Trump administration is saying, if you states pick up the slack, if your local police officers at a municipal or state level, if you start to legislate around this, we will assist you. And in all likelihood, they probably won't even, you know? There are only so many federal officers, right? You know, FBI's got other shit to deal with. But it's a way of saying, like, you know, give it a shot, basically. The goal here is to terrorize the opposition. Don't underestimate Florida. I'm not underestimating Florida. Florida's shit. So it's kind of like how a lot of Jim Crow era stuff wasn't formal de jure shit. Well, they're trying to get it formalized at a state level. That's the goal. What the fuck am I saying? I forget what I was about to say. Anyway, we continue with Aaron Reed. Section 3A says it's Trump's policy to eliminate federal funding for any school that supports gender ideology. Yeah, he's already established that. Given the definitions section around social transition and other sections, this will likely mean schools that let trans kids use the bathroom, use their names, etc. That he does have authority to do, theoretically. Section 3B says it'll pull funding from any school that does not forcibly out its students, any school that quote-unquote supports the social transition of their trans students, and more. This is an unconstitutional attempt to force every trans kid in America in schools to detransition at school. Yeah, Trump loves threatening this. You can't withhold federal funding to schools for no reason. Like we covered before, the funding that is designated to schools, the federal funding that goes to them, that's written into law by Congress. That's legislation. That's budgetary stuff, you know? Trump has leeway in the enforcement of that budget, but he can't outright ignore it. There are clauses, there are conditions, there are reasons why federal funding might be cut, but the idea of him just stripping federal funding from all of these agencies, sorry, not from these agencies, from all of these schools because they're woke or whatever, absolutely not. He does not have the legal authority to do that. It's an illegal threat. I mean, he doesn't withhold that for no reason. He literally made up a reason to do that. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that reason is legitimate. The reasons why federal funding might be withheld from schools would be baked into the funding, like, that Congress signed it, you know, like, and the limits of the powers given to the president in the purview of adjusting that budget. Any reason he provides can be challenged in court. And this will get challenged in court, just like everything else. Whether or not it's actually going to, you know, stop. The goal is to terrorize people. To force trans kids back into the closet. Yerp. Does this make my eggs cheaper? It might. Scientists haven't figured it out yet. Section 3C, chilling. It directs the AG and state AGs to go after teachers that allow social transition for, quote, sexually exploiting minors or, quote, practicing medicine without a license. This is likely going to be used to terrorize school districts and teachers with trans kids and the kids themselves. Yerp. Updating as fast as she can. I'll say this again. Almost every EO so far has had an accompanying bill introduced by a congressman. I give it a week or two until we see one appear for this. It's very coordinated. No, I'm aware of that, but that's not really their purview here. The administration of these schools is very much like a local and state level thing, not a federal level thing. And, you know, the bill that they would need to pass would to alter the conditions upon which Donald Trump could legally withhold funding from federal schools. All I'm saying is it's a process. There's a lot of like procedural bullshit they're going to be fighting uphill over. We'll see how it goes. The rest of the EO is the implementation of a 1776 curriculum. This is perhaps his most blatantly illegal executive order of the anti-trans ones. Yeah. Yeah, their hope is that school systems will comply in advance, basically. Which makes sense. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Isn't it crazy how much Donald Trump can do? And we had to deal with 4 years of the Democrats going like, we can't do anything at all. That was cool. At this point, the proceduralism doesn't feel like it matters. More perceptive, more perception of the EOs than the proceduralism, but you know, it all feeds in. Oh. Man, the Associated Press news feed can barely keep up with everything coming out so quickly. Do y'all still think about Merrick Garland not doing his job? I do. I should move on, but it's still frustrating. No, you should think about it for the rest of your life. You should feel like a deep, burning hatred forever. And I'm not kidding. Thank you for validating me. My pleasure. Okay, Nancy Pelosi backs Ben Wickler for Democratic National Committee chair. Well, that's cool. Oh, also, don't fucking link Newswire to me, okay? I hate this shit. They just provide an article name and a picture. They never give a link. And sometimes they don't even provide the same article title as the thing they're ripping from. So you have to, you look it up and it doesn't refer to anything. It sucks. Like, don't ever use them. I block them for a reason. That being said, Ben is good, right? Yes. Though Nancy Pelosi backing him makes me less enthusiastic. Purely out of, like, spite. She sees food. You see that one girl on Twitter who was bragging about how much money she's made because she just follows the investments of Nancy Pelosi, like of her stock portfolio? That's so smart. Like, insider trading might be illegal and you might not be able to do it, but you can just copy people who can do it, and that's not illegal at all. How does she know which stocks Pelosi's invested in? That's public information. Your stock portfolio is public. If Kramer says something on CNBC, do the opposite. That's also a very good heuristic. I mean, with Pelosi and Chuck Schumer, I feel like Wickler has to be the guy, right? We'll see how it goes, I guess. Okay. Somebody link me this. What is this? This is a shoe-on head video and a timestamp, no less. I love timestamps.
Nobody will know the difference. Plus, we wear the same amount of eyeliner. Okay, that is enough hutch.
JD Vance.
For one lifetime, thank you. Next, please let the next person be sane. Please save my brain cells. Come majestically galloping in to save us.
Gallo, holy shit. Hey! I know this lady.
I take back the galloping part.
Can I be real with you guys? People are going to hate me for this one. I stand by the criticisms that I've made of Shoe on Head, but I will say this. If Shoe had been a respected voice in the Democrat, Kamala might not have lost. I have criticized her so many times for the populist brain rot, but oh boy, if anyone could use populist brain rot driven right into their skulls right now, it would be the Democrats. 28 minutes, and we have 25 minutes till stream ends. And I have 3 donos. I don't know about that one, Chief. There's probably stuff in here that I maybe can watch in the future. Hold on, this is making me look. I'm getting the outside in view. It's like, wait, this is making me look like a streamer. What's the bit? Me when I remember that other people don't see me as I see myself, but as an external entity, like that. You know?
Wait, he doesn't even watch the video? Watch the video, coward!
I'm sorry, okay? He doesn't watch any videos. Look, it's been a difficult few months. I'll take that one. Didn't I say I'd watch it? No, I didn't.
This is an official call to the shoe simps. Calling the SS! We attack at dawn. Go tell Vosh to watch the video. This is bullshit. I was clickbaited. On to the next guy. Okay, this guy.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Wait, who's the next guy?
Is called uninformed leftists.
That's also me. All right. Wonder how Shoe's doing. I haven't talked with her in ages. I have to say, and I do maintain this though, like it is a bit of wisdom in hindsight, but like you cannot deny the fact that if in the DNC, alongside all of those Kamala Harris consultants who were like, yeah, we do a bit of work with General Electric, we do a bit of work with Ford, we do a bit of work with Lockheed Martin, and yeah, we like dabbled in the Kamala Harris campaign. I don't really know what went wrong, you know? I don't know what we did wrong. If there were like 20 shoe-on heads, 20 Junes in that like cabinet of, you know, consultants, informers, and what have you, Kamala Harris would have won the election. For sure. Like, easily. I really do believe that. we would have lost harder. Nah, Kamala Harris lost because she had like a wave of energy and momentum that got like giga driven into the ground by the DNC consultancy class, like mandating that she cut out all of the nonsense and just run exactly like Hillary Clinton would have. That's what, like, you can literally see the polling, like literally moment by moment, her support declined after the DNC, and you saw all the changes in the rhetoric, you know? All the good decisions were hamstrung. Don't call them weird anymore, even though they're extremely fucking weird. Don't call them weird anymore, you know? Don't, no more of the, like, you cannot criticize Biden in any way, shape, or form. I don't know what I would have done different. I don't think I'm going to be different. What's the difference between me and Biden? Well, I think I'm going to have more Republicans in my cabinet. Fuck off. It's almost like the DNC was saying, let him win. It's almost like the billionaires that run the DNC, the oligarchs behind the curtains, said, if Kamala's going to be this woke, we don't even want her. We'll go with the other guy. Like, basically, Kamala needs to dial it back and be at most as left-leaning as Hillary Clinton. Like, we don't even like Biden's NLRB shit, personally. Like, we need her to be totally neutered. Or we're going the other way. And Kamala Harris was like, okay, I'll do what I need to do. I don't have, like, a real personality or any plans or anything. I'm just kind of here for the ride, you know? And then she lost. I will keep egg prices the same. Yay. Where is she now? Nobody knows. Nobody knows where she went. Some administration, huh? Yeah, I see the anti-abortion federal bill, HR 722. I do not think that's going through. That seems unlikely to me. But you know what? Fuck it, do it. I'll just do it anyway. I don't give a shit. Do it. It'll be electoral poison. I don't fucking care. Fetterman will co-sponsor it in the Senate? Yeah, probably. Kamala went shopping? Yeah, I saw that. Okay. Yeah, Tim Walz is nice, but Tim Walz definitely... It doesn't fix the problem, you know? There's a deeper underlying problem. Who knows? Maybe that would have just papered over it for a little while longer. Leopards are eating Nancy Mace's face. What is this? Congressional Bathroom Inspector Nancy Mace gave a commencement speech at the Citadel this week, bragging about breaking barriers as the school's first female graduate. But the right immediately turned on her, accusing her of destroying a male-only institution. Oh, that's a good meme. The first woman to graduate from the Citadel, a military academy that was forced to admit women after a Supreme Court ruling. I mean, it's not going to lead to anything. Nancy Mace is aware of the fact that conservative men fucking hate women, including her. She just wants to be, like, the good one within that community, you know? Matt Walsh said she was the product of DEI ideology. John Daniel Davidson said Mace destroyed the male-only citadel to satisfy her own ego. Gotta be real. Why are conservative men so fucking gay? I mean that like genuinely. I cannot sympathize with any desire to keep women out of your spaces. You want to go to an all-male military academy because you're all what, fucking each other in the butts? Like every night. I know what goes on at boot camp. Okay, like what do you're like genuinely. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with being gay, at least not publicly. But I just don't understand it. It's just crazy how much you have to hate women to not be around them, you know? I went there, we had a lot of gay hazing. Yeah, of course you did. I didn't fight like hell to become the first one to graduate from the Citadel. The girl boss feminism routine isn't just cringy, it also directly undermines our argument. Stuff like this actually does give me a little bit of hope for the future because any political movement that is vehemently anti-woman cannot stand. Women are, you know, half the population. They hold up half the sky. Nancy Mace might be getting cut checks fat enough to be willing to put up with stuff like this, but the average Republican woman would not be willing to. They just think of themselves as an exception to the dogma they see driven against other women, you know? Like, I'll put it this way, okay? There are lots of women who slut-shame other women for basically no reason. That does not mean they would be okay with being slut-shamed themselves. Then they would get indignant and say, no, my circumstances are different. Fuck you. They'd get really, like, you know, oppositional. Nancy Mace might be getting paid for it, but... Nancy Mace was literally a beneficiary of a DEI program. It's a ridiculous and tone-deaf thing to brag about in this moment. Tone-deaf. Tone-deaf. The self-hating femcel rabbit hole is real. This isn't a femcel thing. That's totally different. You're just mixing up words. Totally different. Totally different thing. Why is Markiplier trending? Nancy Mace could get laid if she wanted to. Probably more easily than you, yeah. Why are we being weird about women? I don't get what compels you people. Ethan Klein calls Markiplier a psycho after he blocked him. I know that Ethan Klein's a piece of shit who's fallen off massively and has been, like, willfully engaging in a drama spiral to the bottom as he, like, alienates the people around him. The idea that he would rope Markiplier into that is actually wild. Like, sure, whatever. I hope Markiplier survives the drama. I don't know. It reminds me of when the LA fires started and Ethan Klein posted on Instagram, like, I bet Hassan is praying that the fires take out my computer so I don't release my video exposing him. And it's like, dude, there's a fire outside your house. What are you doing? What the fuck? You're actually insane. You're mentally ill. Anyway, yeah, I'm rooting for Markiplier on this one. Hopefully, I hope Markiplier can get through this difficult time. It's crazy how awfully far Ethan's fallen into right-wing politics. Zionism and transphobia have both been really, like, effective wedges in making people who consider themselves liberal into fascists. Many such cases. Why does it always start with hating you, Vosh? I'm the damn tip of the iceberg. I'm the wall. I'm so tired, dude. I suppose I'll read donations. Because we're going to do this all again tomorrow. Over and over and over. God's hardest working streamer? You know that's right. That is damn true. Hey Vosh, Dylan Burns hasn't posted a GoFundMe, but is directing people to his site's donation page. That makes sense, yeah. I mean, that is a way to directly donate. Yeah, I'll link it. Dylan Burns recently suffered a house fire and lost, like, basically everything. Like, a horrific house fire. And Dylan Burns has done a lot of really good work with regards to, you know, his coverage of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. But obviously, you know, that's not... If I was given his work a C-, which I'm not, I wouldn't then be like, well, never mind about the house fire donations. You know, I think that the house fire donations are more of a humanitarian consideration, and I'm also recognizing him for the excellent work that he's done. I'm linking that shit in YouTube chat as well. You should absolutely give if you can, you know, if you can help. Yeah, lost his longtime cat as well. Anyway, I'll get to my my donations. Oh, fuck, that's right. There are going to be people arguing with me in them. Soveball, thank you for the $5. Just took my Air Force PT test, and for the first time I maxed out the push-ups and sit-ups. Nice! The world might be becoming worse, but we can make ourselves better. That's wonderful. Well done. WPG Squirrel, thank you for the tier 4 sub. A couple of my degus. I think this is happier than any news right now. The hell? Muad'Dib? Little guys? With little peanut-shaped ears? Hello. Thank you very, very much. They're delightful, these little duders. Dick Thulu and Twins, thank you for the $5 both. I really appreciate that. I agree, RFK Jr. is very ugly. Milhomer Omo, thank you for the 2 $5 donos as well. John Stewart's point is that corpo media is playing into a narrative that it's too late to do anything because of their owner's benefit. Dems are playing along to hide that they've allowed the system to erode for years. I think that he expressed it poorly, if that was the intention of his message, you know. Lexi the Squishy Fishy, thank you for the 2 $5 donos. One thing my doc uses as a final diagnosis for ADHD is if they can sleep on 20 Ritalin. If not, they don't have fucked brain to need Ritalin. What? That's stupid. That doesn't seem valid. But the difference on/off meds is life-changing for me. Should there be a difference between social and brain chem ADHD? No, they're the same thing. Your brain chemistry is altered by your environment. There's no separation there. Just because something's socially influenced doesn't mean it's illegitimate. I think you'd all agree with that. You're named something, Lexi the Squishy Fishy. You're definitely transgender with a name like that. Oh, wow, a follow-up dono for $5 from Lexi the Squishy Fishy. By the way, if you remember, intersex, my visa to the U.S. for the confirmation was rejected. CEO didn't want to bother with it, so they sent someone else. No problem there. I'm really sorry to hear that. I got the call. I guess intersex and transgender don't necessarily mean the same thing, but I'll take the accolades, thank you. I am sorry, yeah. Not a good time to be in America for any reason, to be honest. Vosh, I beg you pardon, I'm not trans. Damn it! The name like Lexi the Squishy Fishy. Your pronouns are they, them. You have a green dot. I don't want to hear it. Rare miss. I don't want to hear it. I'm not getting into this argument right now. Banana Ketchup, thanks to $5. Your mental health advice helped a lot these past few years, especially after getting diagnosed with ADHD, and now I'll be starting physician assistant school. Thank you. Nice. I'm really happy to hear that. Fantastic. Getting on up there. Britt B, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I forgot I was back in the stream when typing in chat and quite possibly hit an LMFAO at a very inappropriate time. This is payment for my sins. It's dangerous. That's the danger of being a YouTube live streamer. You can buffer back really easily. People are all out of sync. Jackalope, thanks the 3 tier 1 subs, begging chat to spend at least one day of the month without any screens, unless to look up needed info like directions or do a Duolingo lesson. Fucking nope. No shot. Sake, thanks the 5 tier 1 subs. I never expected a physical store for Vosh's drip. Yo! Buck Mason has a lot of really good stuff. I would say that for the most part, alongside Bronson MFG, though that stuff's made in China and you have to ship it in, Buck Mason's probably like the best place to go for, accessibly priced heritage fashion. By which I mean the pants are like $120 rather than $300. The shirts are like $120 rather than $300. The t-shirts are $40 rather than $100. That kind of stuff. Jackets ranging from $250 to $400, unless it's leather, in which case it'd be like, $800 or more. They got good stuff there. They do. They really do. I wish their t-shirts fit me better. Meowshi, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Machine, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you tackling the idea of neurological change and growth as a human. It makes a lot of people in chat scared, but it does plant a seed, I hope. Yeah, no, all I want for people is to feel as though they are masters of their own fate. That's it. And it bothers me when people act like they're not. That bothers me a lot. Learned helplessness, it's a contemptible element of one's character. I hate that shit. $120 for pants they made out of gold. 120 is at the low end for high quality pants for the most part. Consanguinamary, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Velovush, so glad I learned mental health and psychology from you. Everything you said has been vindicated by my college level psych courses. Thank you. I appreciate that. Zalu 2, thank you for the $5. You mentioned sexuality and attraction are affected by environmental characteristics. Can you explain how or what you meant? Oh, yeah, 100%. Absolutely, like easily. Yeah. What you're attracted to is heavily affected by your environment. You might have seen, like, I don't know, a hot lady in latex when you were a kid, or a tall teacher you had and you got into like high heels or something. Your ability to find men sexually attractive might have a lot to do with whether or not sexual attraction to men has been stigmatized in you and people like you across society. There are different levels of bisexuality in different sectors of society across different age ranges. Why do you think there are so many trans and queer people in like Gen Z than there are in the silent generation? It's not all just because they're finally able to be open with it. It's because now it's not as stigmatized. It's easier for them to realize it. Sake, I appreciate the 5 tier 1 subs. I'm talking about something right now, which is why I didn't scroll down, but I appreciate you directing me to that in a monetary fashion. Huh! I've seen this car on their website. They have a lot of heritage stuff there. The Buck Mason in Seattle, those guys have given me a liquor a few times I go in there, like whiskey and stuff. Really nice stuff too. There's this like mezcal that I had. Classic shit. Looks really nice in there. Oh, it's one of those places? Well, it's not as expensive as a lot of other places that are like those places. Really, though, it's sick. They just gave away drinks? No. They liked me, and I'd been there a lot of times. Neat or on the rocks? They didn't have ice. They didn't have, like, a fridge or anything. They just had, bottles of spirits. But anyway, yeah, no, like, sexuality, gender, absolutely influenced by environment, for sure, Like, think of, okay, you're all, like, degenerate freaks, right? You have lots of, like, crazy sexual interests. You're into, like, getting stepped on or getting hit with hammers or whatever, Do you think you'd have all those sexual interests if you were just raised in a forest and then finally, for the first time in your life, encountered another person? Probably not. Those sexual interests were developed over a life of complex social interactions that led you to stigmatize and fetishize and so on and so forth. Lots of stuff. Like, this is all well known. So yeah, sexuality, and that's not just kink, but like sexuality too. you know? And it's not just about early access to stuff, kind of, either. It can be at any stage in your life. People tend to talk up, like, the idea, you know, oh, yeah, you see, like, a girl in high heels when you're 4 years old, your brain chemistry is overwritten or whatever. You can be into whatever, whenever. You can be, you know, bisexual at some point in your life, and then later on, you're more like, actually, I think I'm just gay. My interest kind of varies. I hate the idea. I hate the idea that people get in their heads that their personalities and everything they associate with it are fixed. Autism, ADHD, their kinks, hobbies, interests, their sexuality, their gender identity, whatever. It's like, no, 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 this is what I am. No, 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 this is what you are now. You can be lots of things. You don't need to get it too up in your head. If you want to make something your personality, like you want to fix it in place, try to at least, then sure, if you want to. But that's your choice. People are scared by the impermanence of the self. Yep. Oh, yeah. You're Buttered Bread with the $5. First time chat. I have an actual degree in child psychology. You are simply 100% correct. You're pushing on chat's self-built walls, and that scares them. It's just it looks like I'm sucking on something sour, but it's just it's my brain getting rewarded with you know, validation. My favorite thing. Thank you, Buttered Bread. Yum yum. Paid chatter. Well, yeah. I mean, in a sense, yes. BMI Sec, thanks the $5. It's because people not only medicalize their mental health, but also glamorize it to some extent. ASD and ADHD are social signifiers. That's why people self-diagnose. Yeah, and I don't have an issue with people self-diagnosing at all. Whatever. It's about gaining further understanding of yourself, you know? It's just about the impermeability of self, you know? I do think people should refrain from glamorizing stuff like that, because people get, you know, this is like a Tumblr, TikTok generation kind of thing. You know, you've got people with like onion hair or whatever, and they're like, here are 15 different medical terms that describe who I am. Yep. Why I'm like this? Well, it's because I've got this condition, this condition, this condition, this condition, this condition, and I wouldn't have it any other way. And it's like, man, I feel like you might be substituting a real personality for a fake one. It's content? Yeah, but there are people who live like this. Oh, for sure nuts, yeah. What's onion hair? Like when they have the poof and the side cut. That's what I mean. Like with the whoop, you know, like whoop, like that. Broccoli hair is better? Yeah, but no, that's a completely different thing. We're describing completely different things. That's broccoli? No, it's not. These are completely different things. You have no idea what you're talking about. Idiots. Yeah, like stone toss hair. What are some tips for fashion / dressing for a recently out gay guy? Jock strap. Arya SSB, thank you for the $5. Chat's acting like you're blaming them for getting ADHD / autism when you're saying capitalism promotes isolation and worse attention span, stunting people. Yeah, it's not a moral judgment. Squid, thank you for the $5. Do you have an opinion on the debate over whether addiction is a disease? Yeah, it is. Disease just means like any kind of chronic negative effect on your body. Your body is absolutely full of bacteria at all times. What is or isn't a disease basically just kind of means like, what is it doing? Like heart disease doesn't refer to a bacteria that gets into your heart. It just refers to the non-functionality of your heart. Kidney disease can be caused by fucking whatever. You can get kidney disease by someone punching you in the kidney really, really hard. Kidney disease just describes the non-functionality of the kidney. So, likewise, addiction is also a deficiency in the sense that it describes non-functionality of the, I don't know, not being addicted to the thing. Hello, Chu. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Corpse Guard, no, I have not watched Squid Game Season 2, but I will eventually. Frau Englar, thank you for the $20. Not sure which was worse, RFK's breathing or chat being insane. Either way, thank you for enduring both and keeping that wonderful commentary in a grim world. I like arguing, you know? It's not too bad. People, they get so upset. Isn't that the whole damn point? Where are you guys coming from? Really, thank you. I appreciate it. Jack Paradise, the 5. I think everyone in chat thinks you're saying that everyone who is diagnosed with autism has the capacity to take measures to lose the diagnosis. No. It being socially... That would be like me saying your gender identity is socially influenceable, which is true, and then somebody else saying, oh, so you think that we should all convert trans people into cis people because you think it's all malleable. But that's not true. And it doesn't work that way. The fact that it's malleable doesn't mean that it's necessarily directable. Does that make sense? Like, to put it another way, having a fetish for latex, since we keep coming back to that, you people keep making me come back to that, you know, that's absolutely socially ascribed. But what would it take for a doctor to make you not have it? I don't know. Like, what, some Clockwork Orange shit? I don't know. I don't think there's a way. Like, we know that an interest like that is socially malleable, but it being malleable doesn't necessarily mean that you can just, like, guide it easily. Where the fuck does that come from? I want to be a horse. I don't know. Hit me. Which part of the head do you have to hit to make me not want to be a horse? A lot of your gender and sexuality is determined while the fetus is in the womb through hormonal influence. God, after you stream for too long, it just all falls to fucking pieces. Through hormonal influxes? Kind of, but there's a layer of separation. The hormonal waves that you get bathed in while you're in the womb influence a lot about your brain chemistry and how you develop, but it's kind of setting the stage for future developments, and the way those get affirmed, altered, changed, or whatever, there's a lot of complexity to it. There's a lot of complexity to it, you know? It's very complicated. There's more non-malleable factors going on than you think and what makes a person who they are. Yeah, I haven't said anything that's wrong. You might think I'm ascribing more influence from the environment than you think is warranted, but I stand by my position. I don't think everything is malleable. What do I do if I like being a man but hate some parts and also want to be a woman? I mean, I think they invented non-binary identity, but that's illegal now, or it's going to be illegal soon. So get it while you can, I guess. Anyway, Chicken Nug Nugs, thank you for the $5. Yeah, I saw the Nazi doing the Elon salute. Can we not call it the Elon salute? Isn't that like mitigating it a bit? It's Elon Sieg Heil, but, you know, or Elon's salute, you know. Kane111, thank you for the $5. Declassified CIA guide to sabotaging fascism is suddenly viral. I mean, maybe. You can take a look at it. Called the Roman salute. But it's not actually. The Romans didn't do it. Like, it was called the Roman salute, like, euphemistically or whatever, but the Nazis did it. It's the Nazi salute. They're the ones who did it. Like, it's just, the Roman salute is like a different thing. And also, we know what people are doing. No one's harking to Rome. Is this water? Thanks to the tier 1 sub. Michael T, thank you for the $10. Finally decided to snag a sweater I've been eyeing from a vintage store for over a year now. Spent too much, but very excited. Yo, that looks really good. Love that shit. It's a little too late now because we're on the tail end of winter, and I regret it. I didn't get like a nice sweater. The closest I got was a nice sweatshirt over the winter, which is a vintage Polo Ralph Lauren. But you should all sweater max. You should have like a nice, big, oversized, comfy sweater. And a jacket big enough that you can layer the sweater underneath it. Very important. Dick Thulu, thank you for the $5. Cats on Meth, thank you likewise. Many older people met the criteria but weren't diagnosed because of stronger stigma. That's a major cause of the increase. Yes, there are other factors. Fuck you for straw man. Cats on meth. I remember what you were saying. There's no need to engage in this banter. Bosch Cringe, thanks the $5. Yes, I heard the Dems flipped in a Iowa special election seat that Trump won by 21 points, which is pretty wild. We'll probably do a breakdown in that next stream. We were very busy on today's stream. Maya, thank you for the 5 tier 2 subs. That's really, really, really kind of you. Hey, Vosh, I'm a trans woman in the Navy, 13 years so far. Well, hope it was fun while it lasted. Who wanted to finally donate something before I lost my paycheck as a nuclear mechanic. I'm surprised you didn't lose it during the first Trump administration. Nuclear mechanic. Well, good to know that we're, you know, getting rid of good talent via this. Jesus. You want to see the sweater that I really want, guys? I'm not going to get it. I don't even think it's made anymore, and it's not in my size at the place that lists it. But this thing, hold on. I really like it. You got enough clothes? You don't know what my wardrobe looks like. Shut the fuck up. Let me find it. There it is. This shit goes so hard. Look at this absolute beauty. I love shit like this so much. I wish they had it on a real model, but a thick gauge ivory wool American flag sweater. I love that. This and like a big chunky jacket and a pair of like oversized sunglasses. And a huge hat? Maybe. Don't hang your sweaters? Yeah, you shouldn't hang your sweaters. Why is chat so anti-flag? Yeah, we're never winning back the country unless our representatives are comfortable out there wearing flags. Now I see a flag on clothing, it makes me think MAGA. I don't think you would ever think a person who's dressed like this would be MAGA. This is a very European style of sweater. It's literally called Mon Italy, you know? It's like a big chunk. It's kind of like Polo Ralph Lauren Americana, like with the knitted bit chunky bears, you know? I just wish the flag was accurately depicted. No, I'm glad that it's not. That makes it way less cute. Are you kidding me? Having this like cartoon kind of rounded flag, way better. Is that merino or cashmere? Well, it says wool, so I assume merino if we had to choose between the two. Existential 8-Ball, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I'm a Marxist, ignores own alienation and phenomenological experience. Definitely understands them, though. I'm a socialist, conceptually despises the social. Yeah. We don't need to rag on him too much. Dick Thulu with the $5. My humble suggestion for intro to all interpersonal relationship VOD segments. I met her on the... Music. We don't do music. Nice try, though. It's called Half Horse, Half Man. I believe you. Adam Man with the tier 1 sub. My tenants union has pushed Burbank City Council to become a sanctuary city. They also plan to increase transit and make a more walkable community organizing, baby. Nice. That's really awesome. That's really, really awesome. No, Vosh, it's good. It doesn't matter. Let me see if I can find that one guy. Try and think of a good example of, like, good Americana. I mean, I love Polo Ralph Lauren, so obviously I'm going to be biased towards anything that's like Americana inspired, but there was There was a sick-ass fit poster that Die Workwear posted recently as an example of, like, you can look dope as shit even when you're fat. You can look really fashionable. I'm trying to see if I can find it, but... Probably already gone past it. Was it that long ago? He posts so many images. I don't think I'm going to find it, unfortunately. No. A skipper collar polo is so on the list for this this upcoming spring. I'm gonna eat that shit the fuck up. I don't care if I have to order it from the Anthology. Imogene and Willie, my goats. No, I can't find it. I love Western wear, man. That looks so fucking good. Rocky Mountain Featherbed. I think this is from a Buck Mason collab, actually, this jacket. Oh. Gotta buy before the tariffs arrive. It might be cheaper to just fly over there. At least then I get to try them in person. Is this what I'm thinking of? No, it's not. It's giving Brokeback vibes. Me when I've only ever seen one piece of cowboy media. Can't believe Capital got bought out by private capital. I suppose it was inevitable, given the name. Man used to be hairier. I think that's not true. Because we probably have, like, way more Middle Eastern dudes in America now, right? Like, on average, you'd think that America is probably hairier, you know? Mexicans, Italians. It used to be just, like, Germans and Anglos and French people, and they're not as... Is this it? No, that's not it, but I appreciate the effort. What's this? Love this guy.
Coat. Like, not just as something like an eccentric fact catching onto a tree, a love letter to the fabric it's made of. If it's maybe to jump on of cold place. But here's the bad news. If people all start catching onto a trend and start wanting to buy it, the vultures swoop in with kind of crappy stuff. As tempting as it may be to jump on one of these cheap versions, a long coat is really a love letter to the fabric it's made of. If it's a $55 Amazon coat, that's not a love letter, that's hate mail. There are amazing modern brands like Private White VC that make new coats, but the price is prohibitive. My first long coat was a vintage Pendleton I found in a thrift store for $200. That might seem like a lot, but that's a whole lot of coat I got out of that money. There are deals everywhere for those with eyes to see. This beautiful 80s Le Tigre in the back of Greenspan's. This is new old stock. I found a similar one on eBay for $26. If you're resourceful, you can find the long coat of your dreams and for not too much money.
Yeah, coats are basically indestructible, so you can find a lot of them that are vintage. Sometimes that's a desirable attribute, depending on what you're looking for specifically. Yeah, that guy's insanely hot. He's a style icon to me personally. I really, really, really like how he handles himself. And Ralph Lauren. Would you have the confidence to wear a belt like this? I think not. Is that fucking Reagan? Reagan dressed very well. I don't think I'm going to find it, guys. I think I should just go fuck myself, basically. Yeah, it's not happening. Tragic. Okay, sorry, I got distracted. Soveball with the $5. Earlier, Double RL accidentally discounted a sheepskin Western shirt from $1,900 to $34. I'm so mad I didn't get it before they fixed it. Ah, well, that would have been basically stealing anyway, so. God damn. Can I wear a sheepskin Western shirt? Probably not. That might be a little bit too much Western aura for me. God damn, though. Bedrest, the tier 1 sub. Genuinely love the fashion talk. Looking to build up my wardrobe with the stuff you talk about. Down with the fashion segment haters. People have mostly come around. You know? It's like opening up the blinds and letting some sunlight in on a neat. They might resent you at first, but eventually it'll be better for them. Stockholm Syndrome? Yeah, maybe. Okay, let me read the super chat. Super chat. Cowpoke Ranch, how relevant. Thank you for the $5. I did talk about the tuberculosis outbreak in Kansas the other stream. It's pretty wild that it's coming back, getting back into vogue. Crackpipe Prometheus, Moisture, and Tajirai, thank you for the $5 all. I really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Why aren't Dems harping on the egg shortage / inflation? Because Dems are fucking dead and silent. They're dead and silent, man. Dead and silent. We're not getting shit out of them. Quixote 7, thank you for the $10. My roommate is a Venezuelan. He just removed the extension, which now ends in April. She might get deported. I don't like her because she's petty and a Trump supporter. I lost $300 to her on election bet. I get me calling ICE on my annoying migrant roommate. Well, you know, maybe it's all going to work out, you know? Bursty's Waft Emporium, Internetube, and some elder millennial. Thank you for the $2 all. I really appreciate that. Kaidrai, thank you for the $5. My partner is lovely. Terminal Sandy and Andrew Leisure, thank you for the $5 both. Autism rates literally only increased because milder cases are more likely diagnosed than they were before. I just don't believe that. I don't think that's true. I think that these are, you know, heavily influenceable through social, environmental factors. It's not a moral judgment. Harry S. Plinkett and Tajirai, thank you for the $2 both. Really appreciate that. Laser Boss with 129 Swedish kronar. I was diagnosed with autism at like 4 years ago, thanks to help in Schoolbook and very supporty Bittens. You wouldn't know it today, and I always surprise new friends whenever it comes up. I was diagnosed with autism at like 4 years age, thanks to help in Schoolbook and Barry Supporty Beatons. You wouldn't know it today, and I always surprise new friends when it comes up. Whenever it comes up. Gonna have to say this probably has more to do with the AI autocorrect in Sweden than it does with your autism diagnosis. Either way, nice. You know, we all grow and change. It's good. Thank you. Andrew Ordonez and Welfaro, thank you for the $5 both. I really appreciate that. I'm schizoaffective, full-time single dad who works. You can do it, homies. You can kick ass. Just do your best one day at a time. Flex your soul. True! No matter what. That's the most important part. Always. You can do it. Piotr Online, thanks to $20. Vosh, I had a partner whose caustic brother was increasingly approaching independence until a family member spent a few years gaslighting them and completely undoing meaningful progress, such as counting his own money. Ew. I'm really sorry. That's awful. Jesus. Fucking, yeah, there's a lot of, like, familial sabotage and stuff like that. Yeah, that's really fucking grim. Hopefully things bounce back, you know? Liam DeLee and the Midnight Garnet, thank you for the $10 both. Really appreciate it. Can we get chat to report Elon Musk to ICE? I don't think it's going to do much, I'm afraid. I think they know who their boss is. I can vouch for your position because I too am 30 and ADHD and have experienced these positive personality changes. Yeah, just people change over time. I just want people to feel like the masters of their own fate, you know? Galactic Moth and Ezzy, thank you for the $2 both. Really appreciate that. Old World Patriot, thank you for the $5. People using autism diagnoses as a crutch is like incels blaming height and facial structure for their perceived problems. Okay, but and there's some truth to this, but I want to be clear. You can have autism and you can be short and ugly, and those can cause real issues. But it's always important to approach it with a positive mentality, right? Because lots of people do well despite being short or despite being ugly or whatever. Or despite having autism. The important part is to blow with the reeds, to understand the flexibility of your identity and of yourself, and to work your best, to try your best to work hard and overcome whatever adversity you're currently experiencing. You know? Very, very important. Be the leaf. You have to be the leaf. I'm not the kind of guy who's going to go up to like an ugly short dude and be like, you're not ugly and short. That's fake. Okay, maybe you are. There are lots of ugly short dudes who pull. Also, you can be less ugly if you want. Watch my 57 clothing segments or something. I don't know. Skincare. You know, usually people who say they're ugly aren't as ugly as they think they are. They just aren't. Like, I'll give you an example, because I've been watching it, so it works as a good example. You know who I don't think anyone would consider them conventionally attractive in a vacuum? Like if you looked at them in a vacuum, you didn't know who they were, you had no idea this is the first time you're seeing this man, no one would say this is a conventionally attractive guy. Tony Soprano. Yet, you watch the show, he is unmistakably charismatic, charming, and I'm not going to lie, I'm on season 3 now. I'm never looking at this guy and thinking, you know, oh, he's ugly and fat. I'm just not. I'm never thinking that. Why? Confidence, aura. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Confidence is key. No one looks good in a vacuum. That's fucking deadly, dude. That's true. Best actor ever. Yeah, Gandolfini carries it. What if I look like a mouse? It's not about being a husky guy, like being bulky like him. It's just about aura. I need another example. Okay, if you watch The Sopranos, something you notice about Tony, he's always smiling. He's always looking you in the eye. He's very direct with his body language. He leans in when he talks and when he listens. He's very charismatic. In a particular kind of way. There are different ways you can be charismatic, but he conveys what the kids today call aura. A lot of confidence, a lot of energy. He's a normal-sized guy with a big presence. And that's conveyed even if you don't know who he is. Like, obviously, he's a mob boss. Spoilers to 1 minute into episode 1 of season 1. But even without that, you know who he is. You know, you've got a feel for his energy. Sigma alpha maleism, but leftist. It's not about sigma alpha maleism. It's just confidence. People like to come up with all their weird, like, pseudo-scientific substitute definitions for a very basic concept. And the basic concept is if you're confident, people pick up on that, and it matters. That's the only term you need, you know? I'm just saying. There's a lot you can do. Master of your own fate, etc., etc. Every pot has a lid. Yeah, whatever that means. Pan Spray, thank you for the $20. I was super depressed after my divorce in 2016. Therapy and cardio really helped me work through it. Now I have a decently happy existence, political climate notwithstanding. Takes work, but it's worth fighting for, ain't it? And yeah, the political climate's a bit of a downer right now, but don't worry, nothing lasts forever, okay? Not even the worst things. Or the best. Thank you. Brambo09 and Ezzy, thank you for the $2 both. So what you're saying is vaccines cause autism? I'll say phones cause autism. How about that? What are you doing over here? Thank you for the $10. Can you give your opinion on how people with severe autism should take your advice? I didn't really give any advice if you're autistic. I just said try your best. I wasn't telling people how to overcome autism. That wasn't really what I was talking about. You know, I was just talking about like the impermeability of self and how a lot of stuff you can shift around and so on. Doesn't mean it's not real, you know? Mr. Sheep with the $10. Like, so like the difference between AIDS and a condition, AIDS as a condition and HIV as a virus, autism would be the condition of AIDS, and the thing that causes the autism condition is something else, hypersensitivity. No, I don't. I think we might be too out in the weeds with this one. Your brain is made of soup, and everyone exists at different points on a massive collection of spectrums with regards to your personality. How tolerant are you of weird tastes or textures in your mouth? How much can you handle light or noise, like noise sensitivity, that kind of stuff? How do you respond to direct physical contact? How much do you like this? How much do you like that? How do you respond to this? How do you respond to that? It's a million dials. Everyone's got them. We have terms that we use to generally describe people for whom they are in certain positions in these sliders. But the sliders exist for everyone. And where we draw the line is arbitrary. And the sliders are moving. They move over time. It's millions of sliders that shift around as you live and experience new things. And we can't see the sliders directly. We can only see the influence they have on your behavior. And we have terms that we use to describe generally lump groupings of patterns we've noticed in people with certain types of patterns or certain types of positions on those assumed positions on those sliders. But that's it. And we can't see the sliders directly. And they're always changing. It's just like that. Panacea Pam with the $5. 1/4 a cup of applesauce or pumpkin puree can replace eggs in baking. You can buy like a quart of applesauce for $3. Applesauce or pumpkin puree can replace eggs? Really? I don't know if I believe that. Yes? Okay. Shit. All right. Session Amaru, thank you for the 150 pesos. I really appreciate that. Please, Vosh, remember that there are brain characteristics that are immune to neuroplasticity. Well, yeah, of course. I'm not saying everything that can affect you is subject to neuroplasticity. You know, someone can drive an ice pick in your brain. Down syndrome's having an extra chromosome or whatever. I'm saying that environmental factors come in, like there's an influence of them, you know? That's one of the reasons I got upset when people made the Down syndrome comparison. Because if autism is just a general diagnosis of what behavior we ascribe to all those sliders we can't actually see, you can literally see the extra chromosome. Like, we define Down syndrome by an empirical category, not observed characteristics. A person could act exactly like a normal person and still have Down syndrome somehow, because it refers to the extra chromosome, not to any set of like identified behaviors. Though, of course, having the extra chromosome would make it pretty difficult to act exactly like a normal person, whatever that means. But like you're describing a physical attribute, not a general series of traits, you know? Didn't you read here on stream a document about how children of survivors of the Holocaust have genetic PTSD? Why are you claiming the opposite now? Session Amara, why are you misrepresenting me? I have literally never said that there's no genetic component to this stuff. Also, the PTSD is heritable in the sense that the trauma of the adult, they have the kids, the trauma is projected onto the kids because of the way they're raised. Much in the same way that if you have an anxious mother growing up, you might also tend to develop an anxiety disorder because you see and imitate what you see, you know? Nothing that I said contradicts this. Doomslayer 9316, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate that. Thank you. JP, thank you for the $5. Yeah, we talked about Dylan Burns' house burning down. Absolute fucking tragedy. Genuinely, like, a turning point in a life. You know? It's really rough. Tajirai, thank you for the $2. I'm a simple voter. I see Bernie, I click the like. Hey, same, buddy. Arcane Spaghetti and Power Surg, thank you for the $5 both. Still Alive and Tajirai, thank you for the $2 both. Just got ads for Marvel Rivals saying China bad. Did you? I don't see how. Arcane Spaghetti and George, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Yes, we'll talk about the Iowa special election tomorrow, I promise. Matthew Culinad, thank you for the 5. Would you be willing to have a leading cult expert on as a guest to discuss how MAGA's a cult? Probably not, no. I like talking about stuff. I'm not really interested in having other people on to talk about it so I can agree with them. At the very least, it would have to be like knowledge I'm very specifically interested in, but nah, probably not. There were lots of people I could reach out to if I wanted to, but for the most part, I'm looking for specific knowledge. Like having Aaron in the Morn come on, you know? That was a good conversation. Mark Lester, thanks the $2 both. DJ Monotonous and Arcane Spaghetti, thank you for the 5 both. Really appreciate that. But Hassan live streamed his friends escaping their house without telling them. That's pretty fucked, making money off someone else's possible tragedy. What do you think I do? I'm covering all this shit. I'm reading the donos right now. I don't know. His friends... Weren't his friends like streamers too? I mean, he brought the... I mean, it's good television. Live streaming, helping your friend out like that. I don't really know... If his friend didn't want to be streamed and Hassan said like, hey, I'm sure, but he had someone else with a camera, right? Like, I guess they would have had to know. If Hassan did something to upset his friend in need, I think that would be pretty bad, but I haven't heard that happen. Maybe it did. I don't know. I don't watch his streams. Hey guys, if you want a good job, great pay healthcare, and be hard to find by the cops and want personal freedom, come be a trucker. We need more lefties. Would strongly encourage people to look up what trucking is actually like before getting into trucking, because I've heard some, you know, I've heard some stuff. Saf911, thanks the $2. I appreciate you arguing for positive public policy. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, we all got to try out here, right? Bitey face puppy guy, thank you for the 20 Canadian. Tony Soprano just didn't have the makings of a varsity model. Maybe not a varsity model, but he had aura, and that counts for something. I genuinely do think, if you want help with your autism, watch The Sopranos and take note of how upfront and direct Tony is with everyone. And I don't just mean the Italian thing where he's always patting people on the back, slapping them around a little bit, so on and so forth. Eye contact. He's always making eye contact. Even in the press photos. He's always making eye contact. The cure for autism be Tony Soprano? We could all benefit from being a bit more Italian. Maybe, yeah. Varsity thinks The Sopranos meme. Hold on, I haven't finished The Sopranos. Okay, I'll catch up with all of it eventually. I do think Tony Soprano's autism coded. I don't think so at all. I just think we like to call everything autistic these days, you know? But I don't think that's true at all. I think that he's actually like extremely not autism coded. He's Tony coded? He is Tony coded. Eye contact like this. I've never had an issue with eye contact. But I've been thinking with some of the clothes that I wear that I have to up my in-person aura a little bit, you know? Poof your chest out. You telling me you're going to wear Western wear and then not stick your chest out? Wax Newman with the tier 1 sub. One article of clothing I haven't seen you talk about much is socks. Are there any brands of socks that don't wear out within a year, Sag? Socks are always going to wear out pretty quickly. Like, you can get super durable ones, but like inevitably they're going to wear out. They're socks. That's kind of their job, you know? My favorite socks are the ones from the crew socks from Lady White. They look fantastic. I'm wearing some right now, as a matter of fact. They look really, really good, and they're pretty durable too. Though obviously they're socks, so you know. You can learn to darn. It's not so bad. Oh yeah, eye contact is a learned skill for sure. Being confident is a skill. Everything in life is a skill. The myth of talent has done real damage to people's brains, you know? People think this person can just do that. That person's just good at that. Motherfucker, everyone can be whatever if you want to, okay? You can do anything you want. Anything. Just don't hurt other people. Believe in yourself. I unironically think that would work, Thana. What are your thoughts on clothing minimalism? Do you mean like a minimalistic style of clothing? It's fine. It's not really my thing. I mean, look at what I'm wearing right now. I'm wearing a Loud t-shirt and this gorgeous denim work shirt. Isn't this thing just beautiful? Look at the color on that. Look at that. The sheen, and it's selvage too. Wrong side. It's selvage too. See? No shuttle loom, finished on an actual self-finishing loom. You know what's stupid? In Korea, making eye contact when speaking to a superior can be considered rude. Yeah, well, Korea is an unfuckable incel nation, so who cares? All right. I love you all very much. I am tired, but I got to be back here tomorrow, folks. Hardest job in the world. Hardest job in the world. No one else suffers as I do. But I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you for your sacrifice. I don't hear that enough. All right. Take care, folks.